This video will explore what really happened in Book 3 of A Game of Thrones compared to the HBO adaptation. For example, Tyrion wants Sansa to sleep with him in the books. The Tyrells had their own secret plan for Sansa. Robb's wife is still alive. Jorah makes an advance on Daenerys, but she ends up making Irri, her handmaiden, sleep with her. And the Red Wedding, which was a different kind of tragic, since we see all the Northern Lords die trying to protect their king, compared to the show, which was just a one-sided slaughter. Anyway, let's begin. In the opening scene, the sounds of chaos and battle echo in the darkness as the White Walkers and their army of undead whites launch a fierce attack on the Night's Watch at the Fist. Samwell Tarly braves a blizzard in search of safety, only to stumble upon a gruesome sight: a decapitated member of the Night's Watch holding his own head. Before Sam can react, a White closes in on him wielding an axe, but is swiftly taken down by the fierce direwolf Ghost. Ghost rips apart the White as it struggles to reach Sam, inching closer with each movement. The White meets its end in a blaze of fire, courtesy of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont and his torch. With only a handful of survivors left from the original 300 men, Mormont is furious that Sam failed to send out any ravens during the chaos of the attack. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mormont orders a retreat to the Wall, not just to save their own lives, but to warn Castle Black and the rest of Westeros of the impending danger. Failure to do so would mean the demise of everyone they hold dear. In the book, the intense battle at the Fist of the First Men is vividly recounted through the eyes of Sam. The Night's Watch is overwhelmed by hordes of whites and a massive snow bear, breaching the fortifications of the Fist with ease. Despite Sam's efforts to send messages via ravens, the chaos of the situation causes confusion. Only fire arrows prove somewhat effective against the whites, but the dwindling supply forces Commander Mormont to make the difficult decision to order a retreat. As the Night's Watch members flee, they suffer heavy casualties, leaving only 44 survivors. Sam himself is pushed to his limits and has to be carried away from the battlefield. Rast did not make an appearance at the Fist of the First Men in the books, as he was still a new recruit and stayed behind at Castle Black. Unlike the television adaptation, Jon's loyal direwolf is not present during the battle. Jon had parted ways with him before scaling the wall, hoping the wolf would find his way back to safety at Castle Black. In the Frostfang Mountains, Jon Snow is escorted by Ygritte and the Lord of Bones to the primary wildling settlement. This is not just a military encampment. The entire wildling community is in motion to evade the threat of the White Walkers, with women and children included. Upon their arrival, Jon is taken aback to witness a towering giant strolling by. Many of the wildlings are taken aback by Jon's presence in his Night's Watch's uniform and call out "Crow" as he approaches. Some young boys even throw ice and pebbles at Jon, but Ygritte swiftly intervenes and sends them away. The spears wielded by the wildlings are adorned with sharp metal tips, a stark contrast to the basic fire-hardened poles described in the books. In the behind-the-scene footage, the production team reveals that many of the wildlings carry weapons crafted from sharpened wood or bone because they lack the expertise to forge metal weapons. Nonetheless, the book suggests that wildlings often acquire steel weapons by looting fallen Night's Watch members. Jon is escorted into the tent of the King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, by the Lord of Bones. Inside, a burly man with a thick beard is enjoying a meal of chicken by the fire. The Lord of Bones reveals Jon's true identity as the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, causing the man's curiosity to peak upon learning that Jon was responsible for the death of Corran. As they converse, Jon humbly kneels before the man, mistaking him for Mance Rayder, and addresses him as "Your Grace," a title typically reserved for kings in the southern lands. This gesture evokes laughter from the wildlings, as such formalities hold no significance in their society. It turns out that the man is not Mance, but his trusted lieutenant, Tormund. Mance Rayder, a modest figure sitting in a corner, then introduces himself to Jon and instructs him to rise. Among the free folk, no man kneels before another, as they reject the notion of nobility and hierarchy in their culture. In the book, when Jon steps into Mance Rayder's tent, he is greeted by 5 other individuals. Mance's wife, Dalla, her sister Val, wildling raiders named Jarl, Stir, and Tormund. As Mance sings a tune and both Stir and Tormund exude leadership qualities, Jon assumes that one of them is Mance, even though he does not kneel. In the books, Mance remembers Jon from visiting Winterfell during King Robert's feast, disguising himself as a musician. Dominic West declined the role of Mance Raider in order to prioritize spending more time with his children. As a result, Kieran Hinds was chosen for the role. Mance expresses his approval of Jon's actions in killing Corran, noting that Corran had killed many of Mance's people. He acknowledges that Corran was once his brother when they were both members of the Night's Watch, and when Corran had both of his hands. Mance questions Jon's motives for wanting to join them, to which Jon responds that he seeks freedom. Mance, however, suspects that Jon's true desire is to become a hero. Jon recounts a disturbing incident at Craster's Keep, where he witnessed Craster abandoning his newborn son as a sacrifice to a mysterious creature. Jon is appalled by the fact that Lord Commander Mormont was aware of Craster's actions, but chose to turn a blind eye. Jon reveals his belief that his ancestors, the First Men, had defeated the White Walkers during the Long Night and expresses his desire to fight alongside those who defend the living. Impressed by Jon's conviction, Mance advises him to obtain a new cloak as a symbol of his allegiance. In the book, Mance Rayder grew disenchanted with his life as a member of the Night's Watch and its many restrictions. While on a mission beyond the Wall, he gets ambushed by a Shadowcat. A wildling woman comes to his aid, tending to his wounds and repairing his tattered black cloak with scraps of red fabric. Upon his return to the Wall, Mance's superiors order him to discard the patched cloak, prompting his decision to abandon the Watch altogether. Costume designer toyed with the idea of incorporating this backstory into the show by outfitting Mance with a cloak adorned with red patches, but due to time constraints, this was not included. In the heart of King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister is coming to terms with his physical scars and changed circumstances. Suspicious of his sister's involvement in the assassination attempt against him, Tyrion is on edge when she pays him a visit. Queen Cersei demands to know the purpose of his meeting with their father. Cersei teasing Tyrion about rumors of him losing his nose is a clever reference for fans of the books. In the original story, Tyrion actually has a significant portion of his nose cut off by Mandon Moore. However, in the TV series, only a scar on his face is shown to simplify production. Summoned by Podrick Payne, Bronn engages in a tense confrontation with Sir Meryn Trant outside Tyrion's chambers. Meryn belittles Bronn, calling him an opportunist for his role in the Battle of Blackwater. After Cersei departs, Bronn informs Tyrion that he will be increasing his fees. Sansa Stark and Shae spend time on the docks, observing ships coming and going. Sansa suggests a game of inventing stories about the ship's destinations, but Shae, as usual, shows no interest. Peter Baelish approaches Sansa, who eagerly expresses a desire to leave quickly. He hints at the possibility of Sansa stowing away on his next sea voyage out of the capital. Sansa warns him not to provide too many details, admitting she is not a proficient liar. Meanwhile, Ross, seemingly serving as Littlefinger's assistant, fondly recalls the day of Sansa's birth, when Winterfell's bells rang in celebration. She asks Shae to keep an eye on Sansa, especially concerning Littlefinger. The interaction between Shae and Sansa depicted in the show does not occur in the books, as Shae does not become Sansa's handmaiden until a later point in the story. When Littlefinger informs Sansa about Arya's well-being, it could be a tactic to manipulate her into cooperating. On the other hand, it might be a subtle acknowledgement that he knows Arya is serving as Tywin's cupbearer. Even though the show doesn't explicitly reveal his recognition of Arya, Aidan Gellin, the actor playing Littlefinger, has suggested that he portray the scene with that in mind. In the books, Littlefinger doesn't have direct interactions with Sansa. Instead, he discreetly communicates through Dontos, the disgraced knight from the beginning of Season 2. Furthermore, Littlefinger never visits Harrenhal in the books, and doesn't cross paths with Arya there. Davos Seaworth is saved from the ocean by Salladhor Saan after being thrown into the water by the explosion of wildfire during the battle. Grieving over the loss of his son, Mathos, Davos believes that Melisandre's guidance has brought nothing but destruction to Stannis. He is shocked to learn from Salladhor that she has started performing human sacrifices. Upon the return of the remaining soldiers to the island, Melisandre orders anyone who speaks against her to be burned alive as their offering to the Lord of Light. Davos manages to persuade Salladhor to take him to Dragonstone. In the books, Davos finds himself marooned on a rocky spire for a fortnight. Following the devastating defeat at the Battle of the Blackwater, King Stannis Baratheon's remaining forces gather on Dragonstone to lick their wounds. Davos Seaworth makes his return to find Stannis in a state of despair, accompanied only by Melisandre in the chamber of the painted table. Davos does not mince words, openly declaring Melisandre as his foe and accusing her of heinous acts such as human sacrifices. He firmly believes that she is leading Stannis down a dark path. Melisandre, however, shifts the blame back to Davos, reminding him that he was the one who advised Stannis against bringing her to the battle. She insinuates that it was Davos's counsel that ultimately led to the fiery demise of so many soldiers, including Davos's own son. The mention of his son ignites a fierce rage within Davos, causing him to draw a weapon on Melisandre. Before things escalate further, the guards intervene and Stannis orders Davos to be thrown into the dungeon. In the book, Davos returns to Dragonstone, only to immediately be imprisoned as Melisandre has foreseen his plot against her. He languishes in captivity for months without ever laying eyes on Stannis. In the Riverlands, the spirits of King Robb Stark's army are diminishing. They have not achieved a significant triumph since their victory at the Battle of Oxcross several months ago. The recent news of the Lannisters' success over Stannis and their newfound alliance with the Tyrells only adds to the mounting despair. Despite Robb's impeccable record on the battlefield, the Lannisters have cleverly avoided direct confrontation with him. Instead, they have opted to retreat and bide their time, slowly gathering strength and allies while leaving Robb's army to wither away from home. In a bold move born out of frustration, Robb decides to launch an offensive to the east, capturing the formidable fortress of Harrenhal. This stronghold had been a crucial base for the Lannisters in the Riverlands, but Tywin had withdrawn his forces to defend King's Landing against Stannis, leaving Harrenhal virtually undefended. Much to Robb's disappointment, the victory is not as decisive as he had hoped. The Lannisters had already evacuated the castle, leaving behind a gruesome scene of massacred prisoners of war. Among the carnage, a lone survivor is discovered, a maester by the name of Qyburn. While the capture of Harrenhal is a strategic gain, the sight of the bloodied courtyards and the stench of death further dampened the morale of Robb's forces. As they regroup and assess their next moves, the shadow of the Lannisters looms large, casting a pall over their once indomitable spirit. In the books, the Stark soldiers led by Roose Bolton seize control of Harrenhal well before the Battle of Blackwater Bay. When they take over the castle from Tywin Lannister, they are surprised to find that most of the Stark prisoners have already fled with the assistance of Arya and Jaqen H'ghar. Arya remained in Harrenhal for a brief period and serves as Roose's cupbearer before making her escape. Robb and Catelyn are not present at Harrenhal during this time, and they do not cross paths with Qyburn. Robb is busy overseeing the western whole of the Stark army in the Westerlands. In the books, Qyburn is not a prisoner of House Stark held captive at Harrenhal. Instead, he is a shamed maester associated with the Brave Companions, a notorious mercenary group hired by Tywin Lannister. The Brave Companions often mutilate their enemies, leaving Qyburn with the challenging task of tending to their wounds. When Tywin departs from Harrenhal and Roose Bolton's forces approach, the Brave Companions quickly switch allegiances to the Boltons in a strategic move. While this group has not been included in the television adaptation, they inspire a ruthless faction of Bolton soldiers that make an appearance in Season 3. Upon arriving at the bustling city of Astapor in Slaver's Bay, Daenerys Targaryen's ship docks, marking the end of her journey from Qarth. During her journey on the television show, Daenerys embarks on a Qarthine vessel to reach Astapor. However, in the books, she has a fleet of 3 ships named after the dragons of her Targaryen ancestors, Vhagar, Meraxus, and Balerion, in honor of Aegon I Targaryen and his sisters Rhaenys and Visenya. Illaroy Mopatis originally sent the ships to bring her back to Pentos, but at the urging of Jorah Mormont, she decides to make a detour to Astapor before returning. As the ship approaches, her dragons, now resembling small dogs in size, soar through the air, snatching fish from the sea and incinerating them with bursts of flames from their mouth. Daenerys acknowledges that although her dragons are growing, they are not yet formidable enough to be used as weapons for conquering Westeros. She understands the necessity of acquiring an army, so Jorah Mormont mentions that renowned unsullied warriors of Astapor, revered as some of the best soldiers in the world. Despite their exceptional skill, Daenerys grapples with the moral implications of using slave soldiers, a practice frowned upon in Westeros where slavery is outlawed. Jorah emphasizes the lack of alternatives for assembling an army, prompting Daenerys to consider expanding her small Dothraki khalasar. However, most of the Dothraki are struggling with seasickness due to their unfamiliarity with sea travel. Jorah cautions that other Dothraki would only join her cause if they perceive her as strong, underscoring the need for a formidable army to support her ambitions. King Joffrey Baratheon's troops celebrate their triumph following the Battle of the Blackwater. House Lannister's newfound allies, House Tyrell, start to integrate themselves into the city. Tywin Lannister reveals that he is responsible for overseeing 7 kingdoms, with 3 of them currently rebelling against his rule. These rebellious regions are believed to be the North, the Iron Islands, and the Riverlands. After the defeat of Stannis, many of the Stormlords have pledged their allegiance to the crown. However, according to the HBO Go interactive features, it is indicated that the Stormlands are actually the 3rd rebellious kingdom. This contradicts the common belief among Westerosi people who do not consider the Riverlands to be a separate kingdom and are now under the influence of the North. Tywin Lannister adamantly refuses to acknowledge Tyrion's contributions to the city's defense or his effective rule as Hand of the King. Instead, Tywin stubbornly clings to the belief that Tyrion is a debauched, bitter, and incompetent individual who is jealous of his family's success. Tywin is particularly offended by Tyrion's defiance in bringing his lover to the capital against his explicit orders, leading him to suspect that Tyrion was preoccupied with Shae instead of fulfilling his duties. When questioned about his harsh decision, Tywin is appalled and insinuates that Tyrion's birth caused the death of his beloved wife, Joanna. Tywin warns Tyrion that he would hang any prostitute found in his bed. This intense dislike for prostitutes can be traced back to the traumatic event in Tywin's past. Following the death of his mother, Tywin's father, Tytos, entered into a relationship with a woman who was seen as little more than a prostitute. This woman managed to manipulate Tytos, leading to the near ruin of House Lannister's wealth and reputation. After Tytos passed away, Tywin took drastic measures by forcing the woman to publicly humiliate herself by walking the streets naked and destitute. This act was meant to serve as a reminder of her lowly origins. From that point on, Tywin holds a deep-seated animosity towards prostitutes despite frequently visiting brothels in secret. Bronn now identifies himself as Sir Bronn of the Blackwater, a title that elevates his social status despite his lack of land, wealth, or noble lineage. As Joffrey makes his way back from the Great Sept of Baelor in a well-guarded palanquin, his journey is unexpectedly halted by his betrothed, Lady Margaery Tyrell, in Fleabottom. Surprising both the guards and Joffrey himself, Margaery steps out of the procession to explore the area, eventually finding her way to an orphanage where she engages with the children. Meanwhile, her attendants distribute bread and toys, endearing Margaery to the common people of Fleabottom. Later that evening, Joffrey and Cersei join Margaery and her brother Loras Tyrell for a small dinner gathering. Cersei reprimands Margaery for her audacity and reminds her that her spontaneous acts of charity occurs in the same streets where the royal party has recently been attacked. As Joffrey innocently defends Margaery and rebukes his mother, Cersei realizes she is in danger of being outmaneuvered. Cersei's rule relies on instilling fear, while Margaery excels at earning the love of those she governs, a talent Cersei lacks. In the book, there is no mention of Margaery Tyrell comforting orphans and distributing food. However, Cersei is informed that Margaery and her family are cleverly winning over the common people by providing food aid, purchasing hot pies from bakers, donating to beggars, and other acts of generosity. Ironically, the Tyrells played a significant role in causing the small folk to suffer from famine by closing off the Roses Road during the previous season. Upon her arrival in Astapor, Daenerys is taken on a tour of the unsullied barracks by their owner, Cranies Munaklos. During the tour, a slave girl named Missandei translates Krans's Low Valyrian into the common tongue of Westeros for Daenerys to understand. In the book, Missandei is depicted as a young child of 10 years. However, in the TV series adaptation, she is presented as much older, with an actress in her 20s bringing the character to life on screen. Although she pretends not to understand the language and relies on a translator, Missandei, to deceive the slavers into divulging their secrets in her presence. This strategy is also depicted in the television series, but the revelation is not made until the following episode. Hernaiz explains that the Unsullied are trained for battle starting from the tender age of 5. He reveals that only 1 in 4 recruits survive the brutal training process. To demonstrate the Unsullied's lack of fear for pain or death, Hernaiz cruelly slices off the nipple of a soldier in front of Daenerys. Despite the horrific act, the soldier shows no sign of pain and even thanks his master for the opportunity to serve. Further shocking Daenerys, Hernaiz discloses that the Unsullied are trained to show no mercy or weakness by killing a newborn slave child in front of its mother at the end of their training. Outraged by this inhumane practice, Daenerys still asks about the number of Unsullied available for sale. She is informed that there are 8,000 soldiers up for sale, and she has until the following day to make a decision. George R.R. Martin has drawn inspiration from various historical slave soldier armies, such as the Egyptian Mamluks, Spartans, and Ottoman Janissary troops when creating the Unsullied in his books. In Martin's world, only 1 out of every 3 boys endure the grueling training process. Additionally, the Unsullied are mandated to care for a puppy for a year before ultimately killing it, a brutal and heart-wrenching test of their loyalty and obedience. To further desensitize them to pain, they are administered the wine of courage, which gradually numbs their body sensations. On their way back to the ship, Ser Jorah suggests to Daenerys that she should consider buying the Unsullied. He believes that these slave soldiers would have a much better life serving under her command than under the cruel Hernaiz and his associates. However, Daenerys is preoccupied by a playful child trailing behind her and Jorah, causing them to overlook a mysterious figure in a black coat following them with a dagger in hand. A young child presents a gift to Daenerys, a wooden ball, but before she can accept it, a mysterious figure in a hood intervenes, causing a struggle that sends Daenerys tumbling to the ground. To her dismay, the wooden ball shatters, revealing a deadly manticore inside. Just as the creature prepares to strike, the hooded stranger swiftly kills it with a dagger and then turns to attack the child, who hisses and disappears using magical powers reminiscent of Pyat Pree. Daenerys realizes that the assassin has likely been sent by the surviving warlocks of Qarth. Despite the attempt on Daenerys' life by the warlocks, it appears that they are still not done with her. However, this episode marks the final appearance of the warlocks. In the book, the attack takes place in Qarth before Daenerys departs for Astapor, as a form of revenge for her actions against the Undying Ones. The assassination attempt is carried out by the Sorrowful Men, a group of hired assassins who always say sorry before killing their victims. Shifting her focus towards the man who saved her, Daenerys is taken aback when he refers to her as his queen and reveals his identity by removing his hood. Curious, she inquires if Jorah recognizes the man. To her surprise, Jorah confirms that he does. The stranger standing before them is none other than Ser Barristan Selmy, the esteemed Lord Commander of Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard in Westeros. Ser Barristan drops to his knees and humbly confesses that after the passing of Robert and his dismissal by Joffrey, he has been on a quest to find Daenerys Stormborn. He seeks her for forgiveness and offers his loyalty, seeking to atone for his past failures in protecting House Targaryen during and after Robert's rebellion, when he had served in her father's Kingsguard. Barristan declares her as the rightful queen and expresses his desire to join her Queensguard in service. In the books, Barristan Selmy assumes the name Arstan Whitebeard when he comes across Daenerys Targaryen. He tells her that he was sent by Illyrio Mopatis to safeguard her. Later on, it is revealed that Selmy was actually dismissed from the Kingsguard at the suggestion of Varys. Officially, he was let go for failing to protect King Robert. But in reality, it was so Mopatis could arrange for him to join forces with Daenerys. Selmy has purposely changed his appearance by growing out his hair and beard so that even Jorah Mormont would not recognize him. He chooses to keep his true identity a secret until much later. Having served under a mad king in the past, he wants to observe Daenerys' character before pledging his loyalty to her. The show adaptation skips over this storyline to avoid confusion among viewers. who would easily recognize Selmy. Additionally, the show leaves out his companion on the journey, a formidable eunuch warrior known as Strong Belwas, whom becomes a bodyguard for Daenerys. The episode titled Valar Dohaeris derives from the High Valyrian language translating to "all men must serve." This phrase is commonly used in Essos as a response to the saying Valar Morghulis, meaning all men must die. Also, this episode won the Emmy Award for Best Special Visual Effects. Bran Stark has a vivid dream where he finds himself wandering and hunting in the deep woods. During his dream, he once again encounters the enigmatic three-eyed raven. As he prepares to take a shot with his bow, memories flood back of the days when he trains in archery with Jon and Robb, and he hears the echoes of his father Eddard's voice. Despite his best efforts, Bran's arrow misses its mark on the raven. Suddenly, a mysterious young boy emerges and cryptically informs Bran that he cannot harm the raven because he is connected to it in some way. Startled, Bran wakes up abruptly, causing a momentary concern for Hodor, who quickly reassures everyone that he is alright. Osha, recognizing the significance of Bran's unsettling dream, voices her concerns about the challenges they are already facing. Undeterred, Bran, Rickon, Osha, Hodor, and their loyal direwolves, Summer and Shaggy Dog, press onward towards the northern lands beyond Winterfell, making their way towards the formidable wall. Robb Stark and his wife, Queen Talissa, are seated in the council chamber at Harrenhal when they are interrupted by Roose Bolton, who has brought 2 messenger raven missives bearing grim tidings. Even though it is not explicitly stated, it appears that knowledge of Robb and Talissa's marriage has become public, as Roose Bolton refers to her as "my queen." The first message conveys the news of Robb's maternal grandfather, Hoster Tully's passing after a long illness at Riverrun. This devastating news has brought Catelyn to tears as she laments not having seen her father in years. The second message is from Roose's bastard son, Ramsay Snow, reporting that Winterfell has been set ablaze by the Ironborn, resulting in the massacre of its inhabitants. They have fled before Roose's forces could arrive. There is no sign of Robb's younger brothers, Bran and Rickon, leading to the grim possibility that they may have perished. Additionally, there is no news regarding Theon Greyjoy's whereabouts, and if he has taken the boys captive. No demands has been made by the Greyjoys. Dark wings, dark words is a commonly used saying in the books, often associated with the arrival of ominous messages delivered by ravens. The phrase is referring to the 2 ravens that bring Robb Stark news of his younger brothers, Bran and Rickon, being killed, as well as the passing of his grandfather, Hoster Tully. In an undisclosed location, Theon Greyjoy finds himself imprisoned in a dungeon after being rendered unconscious prior to the sack of Winterfell. A group of men, some clad in Ironborn attire, enter the cell and proceed to interrogate him. When Theon asks about their intentions, one of the captors ominously declares his desire to inflict pain, using a knife to forcefully remove Theon's fingernails. Subsequently, they subject Theon to further torment by utilizing a foot press, gradually driving a screw into his foot until it draws blood, while incessantly demanding to know why he seized control of Winterfell. It becomes apparent that they are indifferent to Theon's responses. Initially, Theon confesses his ambition to impress his father by capturing Winterfell during a vulnerable moment in the north. However, as the interrogation continues, he resorts to fabricating stories in a frantic attempt to appease his captors, falsely claiming enmity towards the Starks. After the guards depart, a young servant approaches Theon and releases him from the foot press, revealing that he has been sent by his sister Yara to facilitate his escape. The servant instructs Theon to bide his time until nightfall when the castle falls into slumber, prompting Theon to don the bag once again as he anxiously awaits his opportunity for freedom, alone and desperate, crying out for assistance. The character Ramsay Snow, who was later revealed to be Roose Bolton's illegitimate son, makes his first appearance in the show before being properly identified as Ramsay Bolton. In the books, Ramsay goes by the alias Reek and is already incarcerated for his crimes at Winterfell when Theon Greyjoy and the Ironborn attack the castle. Ramsay manipulates Theon into trusting him before ultimately betraying and capturing him. Prior to Iwan Rheon being selected for the role, he auditioned for the role of Jon Snow, which would have been interesting. The torment inflicted upon Theon by the Boltons comes from A Dance with Dragons, predating most of the show's concurrent storylines by 2 seasons. Jaime and Brienne are journeying slowly through the Riverlands towards King's Landing to exchange prisoners for the Stark girls, particularly Sansa. Despite Jaime's continuous taunting, Brienne remains vigilant and keeps a close eye on him, even going as far as watching him while he relieves himself to prevent any escape attempts. Jaime deduces that Brienne is not from the North, as he would have recognized her from Winterfell. Being from House Tarth, he assumes she is a supporter of the Baratheons. Brienne denies backing Stannis, confirming her allegiance to Renly. Jaime teases Brienne about her feelings for Renly, suggesting that Renly's true affections lay with Loras. Brienne becomes defensive, but Jaime asserts his knowledge of Renly's preferences, having spent years at court. Despite their differences, Jaime acknowledges that people cannot choose who they love. Along the way, they encounter a farmer who suspects they are avoiding soldiers by taking a shortcut. Jaime advises Brienne to eliminate the potential threat, but she refuses to resort to violence. In the books, Sir Cleos Frey, a relative of Jaime Lannister, journeys alongside Jaime and Brienne. In the royal chambers, King Joffrey Baratheon is being measured for his upcoming wedding attire as he prepares to marry Margaery Tyrell. Cersei, his mother, starts to disparage Margaery, accusing her of using charity to manipulate the people's favor and criticizing her fashion choices. However, Joffrey pays little heed to his mother's complaints and bluntly brushes her off. In the books, the discussion regarding Margaery Tyrell between Cersei Lannister and Joffrey does not take place. The rift between them is portrayed more prominently in the TV show. In the privacy of Sansa Stark's chambers, Shae assists her in getting dressed while also sharing some concerning advice about Petyr, Littlefinger, Baelish. Shae cautions Sansa about accepting help from Baelish without expecting anything in return, hinting that his kindness may come with ulterior motives. Despite Shae's warning, Sansa innocently mentions Baelish's connection to her late mother as a reason to trust him. Shae then introduces the idea that Baelish may have more than just friendly intentions towards Sansa, suggesting that he may be romantically interested in her. This revelation unsettles Sansa, who struggles to believe that someone much older and powerful as Baelish could have such feelings for her. Continuing her advice, Shae highlights Baelish's reputation for manipulating and warns Sansa about the true intentions of men who often seek out young, attractive women. She emphasizes that these individuals are usually motivated by desires other than genuine love, and caution is necessary when dealing with them. Sir Loras Tyrell appears at the entrance and accompanies Sansa to the gardens where they are to meet Margaery and their grandmother, Lady Olenna Tyrell. Sansa recalls their previous meeting at the Tourney of the Hand. In the books, Sansa discloses to Loras that they have crossed paths previously at the Hand's Tourney. However, Loras completely forgot about it and declaring Sansa to be the most beautiful maid. And when Sansa tries to force him to remember by telling him he was riding against Robar Royce, this revelation unsettles Loras as it brings back memories of his involvement in the deaths of Robar Royce and Emmon Key, members of the Kingsguard Loras killed after blaming them for failing to protect Renly. He treats Sansa with icy courtesy after this. Lady Olenna, a shrewd and astute woman, openly criticizes her son, Mace, for supporting Renly Baratheon's claim to the throne, despite Margaery's positive opinion of Renly. Lady Olenna presses Sansa to divulge the truth about Joffrey, as he is set to marry Margaery. Initially hesitant, Sansa eventually breaks down and passionately recounts Joffrey's cruel betrayal of her father, which has left her traumatized. Feeling exposed, Sansa tries to backtrack, but Lady Olenna persistently urges her to speak freely, promising confidentiality. In a moment of vulnerability, Sansa blurts out that Joffrey is a monster, much to Lady Olenna's disappointment, but not surprise, given the rumors circulating about Joffrey's behavior. Fearing that this revelation would jeopardize the marriage alliance with the Tyrells, Sansa is reassured by Lady Olenna that her son Mace is determined to see Margaery wed into royalty, regardless of Joffrey's true nature. During the meeting with Olenna and Margaery, Allery, Margaery's mother, who is notably absent from the show, is also in attendance along with a group of people in their entourage. The women propose the idea of Sansa marrying Willis, Margaery's older brother who was disabled, as a potential solution since Loras being a Kingsguard cannot wed, and Sansa expresses enthusiasm towards this prospect. Robb entrusts Roose with the leadership of Harrenhal and a portion of the Northern Army as he himself leads the main host back to Riverrun across the Riverlands. Rickard Karstark expresses his frustration at what he perceives as a pointless maneuver, but Robb explains that they need to reinforce their army with the levies from Catelyn's brother and his uncle Edmure Tully, who is now the Lord of Riverrun. Karstark argues that even with Edmure's support, their forces are still outnumbered by the Lannisters and their new Tyrell allies. Robb questions Karstark's commitment to their cause, to which Karstark insists he still seeks revenge. However, he voices his concerns that Robb's vulnerability, having lost his home castle, has shaken the faith of their bannermen. Lord Karstark boldly speaks his mind, proclaiming that he believes Robb's decision to marry Talissa was the downfall of their cause. In the book, the Freys react with anger and chaos, departing amidst much turmoil. While in the show, Robb appears to downplay the loss, in the novel it is a significant setback. Many of Robb's loyal lords lose respect for him for failing to uphold his vow. Moreover, the Freys not only provided a substantial number of soldiers to his army, but also control the route back to the north. In the books, Catelyn and Robb remain at Riverrun for Hoster Tully's funeral, as Catelyn has been caring for her sick father during most of the war, instead of being in Robb's military camp. Robb has just returned from his military campaign in the Westerlands when Hoster passed away, and neither of them had visited Harrenhal. Robb does not have a heart-to-heart discussion with Rickard regarding the potential consequences of his marriage and the loss of his home on the outcome of the war. Additionally, Catelyn's tale to Talissa about crafting a prayer wheel for Jon Snow is created specifically for the television adaptation. Jon Snow leads the Free Folk army of Mance Rayder southward at a deliberate pace. Mance points out that his army is a diverse mix of around 90 different wildling groups, each speaking a different language and harboring internal conflicts. Despite these differences, Mance manages to unite them all by revealing the harsh truth: they will all perish if they remain north of the wall. Mance introduces Jon to one of his scouts named Orell, who possesses the ability to enter the mind of animals, a skill known as being a warg. Ygritte expresses surprise that Jon is unfamiliar with this concept. Mance explains that wargs can see through the eyes of animals and even influence their actions. Orell uses the gift to scout far ahead, controlling an eagle to gather information. When Mance asks about what Orell has observed, he reports seeing the Fist of the First Men and numerous deceased members of the Night's Watch, known as crows. In the books, Orell meets his demise at the hands of Jon Snow during the search beyond the wall. However, his spirit lives on as he walks into an eagle. The character of Orell in the show is a blend of his book counterpart and another wildling warg named Varamir Sixskins, who also wargs into the same eagle. The young lad from Bran's vision makes his way towards their camp in the forest without any weapons. Summer growls at him at first, but then sniffs his hand and walks away. Osha sneaks up on the boy with a sharpened wooden spear, only to be caught off guard by the boy's sister, who holds a knife to her throat. The boy introduces himself as Jojen Reed, and his sister as Mira Reed. House Reed is a faithful vassal of House Stark, and they have been on a quest to find Bran and Rickon in order to safeguard them. Jojen and Mira Reed make their debut in the second book, A Clash of Kings, when Bran assumes the role of Lord of Winterfell. They arrive at the castle during the harvest celebration to swear their loyalty to the Starks. The siblings are present when the Ironborn attacks, and manage to flee alongside Bran, Rickon, Osha, and Hodor. The creators of the show have decided to delay their introduction until Season 3, believing that Season 2 already had a large number of new characters. In the books, Rickon, Osha, and Hodor part ways with Bran and the Reeds much earlier than in the show. Additionally, Jojen is depicted as being younger in the books, and there is no confrontation involving weapons between Mira and Osha. In the Riverlands not too far away, Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie are traveling north from Harrenhal with the goal of reaching the Red Fork of the Trident River and then heading west to her grandfather's castle at Riverrun. Arya confides in her companions about how Jaqen H'ghar helped them escape by offering to eliminate 3 people of her choosing. Gendry is skeptical and criticizes Arya for choosing minor Lannister guards instead of more powerful figures like King Joffrey or Tywin Lannister that could have had a greater impact on the war. Robb, Catelyn, and Arya unknowingly are in close proximity to each other without ever realizing it. Arya has departed from Harrenhal towards Riverrun just before Robb Robb and Catelyn arrive from the Riverlands. It is quite possible that they narrowly missed each other, considering Arya's preference for avoiding main roads while Robb and Catelyn stuck to them. This causes Arya to become defensive. As they journey deeper into the forest, they stumble upon a scouting party of the Brotherhood Without Banners, a group of outlaws led by Thoros of Myr, who were singing The Rains of Castamere as they approach. Recognizing them as the group they had heard about at Harrenhal, the children are welcomed by the Brotherhood. They are given food and drink at a nearby inn. Gendry mentions his previous work as a blacksmith in King's Landing under Tobo Moat, which Thoros acknowledges but notes that Gendry charges higher prices than other smiths. Gendry defends himself by claiming his work is of superior quality. Arya insists she is skilled with a sword despite Thoros' doubts, but he easily disarms her during a practice session. While at the inn, more members of the Brotherhood arrive with a captive, Sandor the Hound Clegane. As Thoros engages in a verbal exchange with Sandor, Arya tries to slip away unnoticed. However, the Hound recognizes her and questions why they are with the Stark Girl, inadvertently revealing her true identity to everyone present. Thoros was born in the vibrant free city of Myr, located in Essos. As the 8th son in his family, his father struggled to provide for him and ultimately relinquished him to the care of the nearby temple of the Lord of Light. Within the walls of the temple, Thoros was groomed to be a Red Priest, although he exhibited tendencies towards gluttony and lust, often sneaking food from the kitchens and entertaining women in his chambers. It was his divine duty, assigned by the High Priest, to steer the future King Robert Baratheon away from the worship of the Seven and guide him towards embracing the Lord of Light. He had already arrived at the Red Keep when the bodies of Rhaenys and Aegon Targaryen were shown to Robert. Thoros was welcomed into the royal court and quickly became a close companion of King Robert, known for his love of drinking and debauchery. He gained renown for wielding a sword coated in wildfire, which he would set ablaze before battle to strike fear into his adversaries. Thoros fought alongside King Robert Baratheon during the Greyjoy Rebellion, being the first to breach the defenses at the Siege of Pike with his fiery sword, causing chaos and panic among the Ironborn. Shae enters Tyrion Lannister's new living quarters, where he cautions her about the serious threat his father made to harm her if she was caught with him again. Despite the warning, Shae proceeds to undress Tyrion and requests a favor from him, to safeguard Sansa from Baelish. Tyrion explains that he lacks the power or influence to intervene in Sansa's situation, but Shae accuses him of being drawn to Sansa, a claim he denies with a smile. The conversation takes a turn when Tyrion reveals his past involvement with Ross in the North, clarifying that it happened before he met Shae. They engage in playful banter about this revelation as they engage in intimacy. Throughout the book, there is a common insinuation that her feelings towards Tyrion are not genuine, but rather a result of her professional skills. As they journey onwards, Jojen and Bran engage in a deep conversation about Bran's wolf dreams. Jojen reveals to Bran that he possesses the gift of walking, allowing him to enter the mind of his wolf and control its actions. Initially, these abilities manifest as vivid dreams, where Bran sees the world through his wolf's eyes, but with patience, he could consciously manipulate his wolf's actions. Curious, Bran asks if having prophetic dreams is also part of being a warg. Jojen clarifies that prophetic dreams are a separate but related ability called the Sight. Those who possess the sight could witness events that have not yet occurred, events from distant past, or events unfolding in faraway places. Jojen recounts a shared experience with Bran where they both dream of Eddard Stark's death, confirming that it is a manifestation of the sight. When Jojen had informed his father, Lord Howland Reed, of the dream, his father had reacted with tears, understanding the significance of Eddard's demise. Bran reminisces about Howland Reed, a loyal friend who had fought alongside Eddard during Robert's rebellion. Jojen reveals that Howland preferred not to discuss the war in great detail. Furthermore, Jojen clarifies that when Bran had dreamed of him previously, it wasn't merely a vision, but a telepathic connection initiated by Jojen, who had also witnessed the three-eyed raven during the encounter. The books introduce unique terms and intricate details to the concept of skin changes. For example, a skin changer is an individual with the ability to perceive the world through the eyes of an animal. The term warg specifically refers to those who can skin change into wolves. Skin changers are believed to have a genetic connection to the First Men, suggesting that this ability is prevalent among the people of the North, the Ironborn, and Wildlings. It is speculated that almost every child of Ned Stark possesses the potential to be a warg. For instance, Arya dreams through the perspective of her direwolf Nymeria, while Sansa, despite losing her wolf early on, hints at having similar experiences. Jon Snow, another Stark offspring, actively enters the consciousness of his direwolf Ghost. Among the Stark siblings, Bran stands out as the most adept skin changer, displaying the exceptional skill of being able to manipulate a human's actions. Afterwards, Brienne and Jaime are faced with the challenge of crossing a river. They must decide between a risky ford or taking the bridge, which is likely to be under surveillance. Brienne opts for the safer route of the bridge, but Jaime seizes the opportunity to distract her, seizing her spare sword and freeing himself from his restraints. A fierce sword fight ensues on the bridge, with Jaime initially taking the offensive and putting Brienne on the back foot. However, Jaime's movements are hampered by his still mangled hands and weakened state from a year of imprisonment. As Jaime tries, Brienne gains the upper hand with well-placed kicks and punches, gradually wearing him down. Eventually, Jaime succumbs to exhaustion and collapses on the ground. At that moment, riders from House Bolton, led by a man named Locke, appear on the scene. Jaime attempts to negotiate, but Locke makes it clear that they will take his head unless she surrenders the Kingslayer to the king in the north. With little choice, Jaime is taken captive by Locke and his men. In the books, Jaime's cousin, Cleos Frey, tragically loses his life during an ambush by outlaw archers. Brienne sustains injuries from 2 arrows, while Jaime seizes Cleos' sword instead of Brienne's spare weapon, using it to defend against their attackers. Despite his weakened state due to lack of food and being restrained, Jaime puts up a fierce struggle in the altercation. The skirmish lasts longer than depicted in the television adaptation and even spills into the river before culminating in Jaime's accidental fall. Rather than being betrayed by a local farmer, their presence is discovered by the brave companions attracted by the commotion from their scuffle, a deviation from Locke's hunting party in the show. In the heart of the Riverlands at Riverrun, the ancestral home of House Tully, a somber funeral is being held for the late Lord Holster Tully. The ceremony takes place on the banks of the Red Fork of the Trident River. King Robb Stark stands alongside his northern army, paying his respects as he assists in launching Lord Holster's funeral boat. Walder Frey's decision to send both his legitimate and illegitimate sons to the funeral stirs up anger in Edmure, although Robb handles the situation with grace. Also present is Hoster's younger brother, Brendan, the Blackfish Tully. Watching from the dock are Catelyn Stark and Robb's new wife, Queen Talissa, surrounded by a crowd of bannermen. As the youngest child of Lord Hoster, Edmure Tully tries in vain to ignite the funeral boat with a flaming arrow. Despite his attempts to pay his respects, Edmure repeatedly misses the boat carrying his father's remains due to overwhelming grief. Brandon steps in to take over after Edmure's failed attempts. With precision and skill, Brynden successfully sets the boat ablaze just before it disappears around a bend in the river. The first appearance of Brynden, played by Clive Russell, and Edmure Tully, portrayed by Tobias Menzies, occurs in the 3rd season of the show, but they were supposed to be introduced in Season 2. This episode does not delve into the reasons behind the tension between Hoster and Brynden, nor does it explain the origins of Brendan's nickname, Blackfish. In the backstory, Hoster had arranged a marriage for Brynden in order to secure an alliance with House Redwyne and strengthen their own position. However, Brynden adamantly refused to go through with the marriage. This caused Hoster to become angry as he believed Brynden was not willing to make sacrifices for the family's safety. Hoster then called Brynden the black sheep of the family, to which Brynden cleverly retorted that since their sigil featured a trout, black fish would be a more fitting description. This nickname eventually stuck, and Brynden even incorporated it into his heraldry. Additionally, his armor is adorned with small black patches that resemble the scales of a fish. In the meeting room of Riverrun, King Robb, Brynden, and Edmure are in a deep discussion. The ongoing war is proving to be a challenge for them. The Lannisters have emerged victorious in the south and have successfully defended King's Landing through a marriage alliance with House Tyrell. They hold the advantage in terms of numbers, wealth, and their strategic position. Edmure proudly recounts his recent triumph in the Battle of the Fords, where he managed to drive Sir Gregor Clegane and his Lannister forces out of the Riverlands. However, Robb and Brynden are not pleased with Edmure's actions. Edmure was supposed to provide a token defense to deceive the Lannisters into crossing the Red Fork of the Trident, where the mountain could be killed after crossing. The Stark strategic position has been weakened by Edmure's actions, but at the same time, Edmure didn't know this was their plan. Although Edmure argues that they captured valuable Lannister hostages, Willem and Martin, Robb reminds him that the Lannisters are not likely to negotiate for their release, as they did not do so when Jaime was taken captive. In the books, Willem and Martin Lannister are actually Tywin's nephews, being the sons of Kevan Lannister. They were not taken prisoner by Edmure during the Battle of Stone Mill. Willem was captured during the intense fighting at the Whispering Wood alongside his cousin Tion Frey, the son of Tywin's sister Jenna, while Martin was seized during the Battle of Oxcross. Dean Charles Chapman, known for his role as Martin Lannister in Riverrun, was later chosen to portray Tommen in Season 4 of the show. Edmure tries to emphasize that they suffered minimal casualties at Stonemill and inflicted heavy losses on the Lannisters, but Robb interrupts him, stressing the importance of their dwindling forces compared to Tywin's overwhelming numbers. It is clear that the Lannisters now have the upper hand and can afford to be patient, wearing down Robb's army through attrition. The Starks must reconsider their strategy and find a way to defeat the Lannisters' formidable position. In the books, the original plan was to lure Tywin and Gregor's armies into the Westerlands, where they would be exposed and vulnerable, leaving King's Landing unprotected against Stannis Baratheon, who would have won the war for them in a single blow. This strategy was crucial for Robb's plan to trap Tywin in the Westerlands, allowing Stannis to win the war after capturing King's Landing. However, Edmure's direct confrontation with the Lannisters, instead of allowing them to pass, gave Tywin a long enough delay to learn about Stannis' imminent attack on King's Landing and rush back to the city's defense. Edmure's victory, although small, ultimately hindered Robb's chance to swiftly end the war by forming an alliance with Stannis after taking the capital. In King's Landing, Tywin Lannister conveys the first small council meeting since his arrival in the city and appointment as Hand of the King. He moves the meeting to a chamber adjacent to his own in the Tower of the Hand, establishing his authority. Tywin is punctual and summons all council members at once. The seating arrangement, with all chairs on one side of the table, serves as a silent test of their reaction to his presence. Peter Baelish assertively maneuvers to sit closest to Tywin, displaying his ambition. Varys, unimpressed by Littlefinger's eagerness, allows him to pass and settles for the seat next to Tywin. Grand Maester Pycelle, more concerned with self-preservation than power struggles, quietly takes the third seat away from Tywin. Cersei, finding all seats taken, refuses to engage in the power play and places herself at Tywin's right hand across from Littlefinger. Tyrion, the only one to challenge Tywin's dominance, deliberately chooses a seat at the far end of the table opposite his father, making a statement by dragging his chair noisily. While not depicted in the books, this scenario actually captures the power dynamics described within the books. However, missing from Tywin's small council are Mace Tyrell, Kevan Lannister, and the High Septon. In the books, Pycelle emerges from the dungeons looking thin and frail, relying on a cane for support. His once full beard is now sparse, with only a few stray white hairs remaining. However, in the show, it appears that only a small portion of his beard has been trimmed. Tywin expresses his frustration with his three advisors, pointing out that despite having the largest network of spies in the world among them, they have failed to locate his son, Jaime, who escaped from the Northern Army. Tywin inquires about the progress of the war, and Varys informs him that Robb has taken out his army to Riverrun for his grandfather's funeral, leaving Roose Bolton in charge of Harrenhal. Varys takes a subtle dig at Littlefinger's recent promotion as Lord of Harrenhal, suggesting that in practice, Roose Bolton holds the true power in the region. However, Tywin dismisses this, stating that the title alone gives Littlefinger the social status needed to court Lady Lysa Arryn. Littlefinger confidently asserts that Lysa has always had feelings for him, and they have known each other since childhood, implying that she will soon agree to marry him. Pycelle adds that this marriage will make Littlefinger the acting defender of the Vale, a position of even greater importance, evidenced by Paelish's extravagant attire adorned with gold to signify his new rank. Tywin declares that by securing the support of the Vale of Arryn, a previously neutral party in the ongoing war, Robb Stark's dwindling alliances will be further weakened. The strategic marriages with House Tyrell of the Reach and House Martell of Dorne, combined with the defeat of the Baratheons, have effectively brought the entirety of southern Westeros under Lannister control. During a conversation, Tyrion brings up the fact that if Baelish leaves for the Vale, there will be an empty seat on the small council. Tywin surprises everyone by appointing Tyrion as the new Master of Coin to fill that vacancy. Despite the appearance of giving Tyrion a position of authority, he acknowledges his lack of financial expertise. Cersei, in her usual passive-aggressive manner, insinuates that the promotion is more about setting Tyrion up to fail and take the blame for any mistakes. In another part of the Riverlands, Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth find themselves in the clutches of Locke and a group of Bolton men. As they journey together, the men sing a lively tune of The Bear and the Maiden Fair. This popular and bawdy song tells the tale of a hairy bear who, while on his way to a fair accompanied by 3 boys and a goat, comes to the rescue of a maiden in distress who had been longing for a knight. Bound together on a horse, Jaime solemnly cautions Brienne that the men will likely assault her when they stop for the night. He advises her to submit without resistance and think of Renly to endure the ordeal. Jaime reveals that the men are only tasked with capturing him, implying that Brienne's fate is insignificant to them. Any defiance from her could result in swift and lethal consequences. Despite the grave situation, Brienne asserts her determination to fight back, even if it means facing death. Jaime emphasizes with her, acknowledging that he too would choose death over such dishonor if he were in her shoes. At the inn at the crossroads located in the Riverlands, Arya Stark, Gendry and Hot Pie are still in the company of the Brotherhood Without Banners, who are getting ready to leave. Gendry has just finished repairing a steel breastplate, which Thoros then puts on. Arya questions why Gendry is assisting them, to which Thoros explains that they are not being held captive, but rather the war-torn Riverlands are not safe for a high-profile figure like Ned Stark's daughter. Arya observes as Sandor, the Hound, Clegane, is being loaded onto a prisoner cart. She approaches him with anger and asks if he remembers his previous visit to the inn. However, he nonchalantly remarks that all run-down inns appear identical to him. Arya asks the Hound about their previous visit to the inn at the crossroads, recalling the tragic incident involving the murder of Micah, the butcher's boy, during their journey to King's Landing in the King's Road. In the books, Arya and the Brotherhood are situated at the Inn of the Kneeling Man, located further south, with the Hound not yet in their company. Hot Pie decides to stay behind as the group prepares to leave. He shares that he has found a new job at the inn, where he impressed the innkeeper with the bread he baked. Hot Pie, who was once a baker's apprentice in King's Landing, feels more at home in the cozy atmosphere of the inn compared to a life of constant fighting and traveling. Thoros has arranged for Hot Pie to work at the inn in exchange for the free meals they enjoyed. Before parting ways, Hot Pie presents Arya with a special gift, a loaf of bread shaped like a direwolf. Arya jokes that the tail looks more like a head, but appreciates the gesture. Despite Arya's gruff demeanor, the three bid each other farewell with well wishes. As they ride off, Arya munches on the wolf-shaped bread and calls out to Hot Pie that it tastes delicious. In the old chamber of Catelyn in the castle, she grieves with her uncle Brynden for the loss of her father. She inquires if he had reconciled with his elder brother after their 30-year-long feud. Brynden reveals that he had indeed made amends. As Hoster lay on his deathbed, he advised Brynden to abandon the moniker of the Blackfish that he had adopted years ago to signify the strained relationship with his brother. Brynden humorously retorted to his dying sibling that his real name had been overshadowed by the nickname Blackfish. Catelyn is relieved that her uncle had reconciled with her father before his demise and regrets not being present at the time. She recalls how she used to watch from the window in her childhood whenever her father departed, but now he will never return. Tearfully, she ponders whether her sons, Bran and Rickon, waited at Winterfell for her return when she failed to rescue them. Brynden reassures her that both he and Robb still hold on to the hope that the boys might be alive and concealed somewhere, urging her to stay strong for Robb. In the books, Catelyn and Robb find themselves at Riverrun at the time of Hoster Tully's passing. Robb breaks the news to Catelyn about Sansa's unexpected marriage to Tyrion, a development that occurs later in the series. In the confines of the prison cells in Riverrun, Queen Talisa tends to the minor injuries of Willem and Martin Lannister, two young boys aged 14 and 15. Curiously, one of them inquires whether Robb truly changes into a wolf and consumes the flesh of his foes. Talisa confirms this, but reassures them that Robb does not harm children except on nights of the full moon. To ease the fears of the frightened child, she checks with a guard to confirm if it is indeed a full moon, ultimately comforting the young boy and ensuring his safety. The Free Folk's army, under the leadership of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, arrive at the Fist of the First Men alongside Jon Snow. Upon surveying the aftermath of the battle, Mance expresses a sense of solemnity as he notes the disturbing arrangement of the Watcher's horses' mutilated bodies in a ceremonial spiral, a creation of the White Walkers. Orell mentions spotting human corpses during his reconnaissance mission with his eagle, but they have mysteriously vanished. Jon updates Mance on the presence of 300 Night Watch members at the Fist and asks about Mormont's well-being. Mance speculates that Mormont might have evaded capture, but now finds himself cornered with the White Walkers drawing near. Mance warns Jon that the missing bodies have likely been resurrected as dead minions of the White Walkers, bearing no resemblance to their former selves. Mance Rayder praises the White Walkers for their artistic display of chopped up pieces of dead horses in a spiral pattern. However, the books do not mention the White Walkers displaying corpses in this way. Mance commands Tormund to lead a group of 20 soldiers to climb the wall and launch a surprise attack on Castle Black from its vulnerable near side. The strongholds of the Night's Watch were strategically designed to only defend against threats from the north, with no fortifications on their southern borders to avoid posing a threat to the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. Mance's strategy involves having Tormund's small team create a diversion by striking Castle Black from the south, while Mance's main army launches a full-scale assault from the north. Tormund will receive a signal from Mance's massive bonfire to indicate that he is ready to attack. Mance confidently declares that he will create the most colossal fire ever witnessed in the north. Mance instructs Tormund to bring Jon along, as Jon is familiar with the layout of Castle Black. This will also serve as a test of Jon's loyalty. If Jon proves unwilling to betray the Night's Watch, Tormund can easily dispose of him by throwing him off the wall to his demise. The book depicts Mance Rayder organizing a group of 120 wildlings to climb the wall. Orell is absent from the group due to his prior demise, and Tormund is also missing. Styr, the Fen leader, takes charge of the divided group, assigning them into 4 teams to scale the wall without any assistance, and then hoist up rope ladders for the remaining wildlings. Further to the south, Commander Jorah Mormont leads the ragged remnants of the Night's Watch expedition to Craster's Keep. Upon arrival, Craster taunts the survivors from the battle at the Fist. At first, he is hesitant to offer them shelter, but changes his mind when he sees some of them clutching their weapons, fearing they may turn violent in desperation. As the weary Black brothers huddle by the fire, Craster continues to mock them, insinuating that they should be grateful for his hospitality as he considers himself a godly man for assisting them. Mormont questions Craster's claim to godliness, but Craster asserts that he is loyal to the White Walkers, who spare him in exchange for sacrifices. Craster even jokes about feeding Samwell Tarly to his pigs and is irritated by Gilly's cries of pain during childbirth. Sam eventually witnesses Gilly giving birth to a baby boy, realizing the danger they face as Craster will likely offer the child as a sacrifice to the White Walkers. A pact has been made between the White Walkers and Craster, ensuring that he and his kin would remain undisturbed by the icy beings as long as he continues to offer up his newborn sons as sacrifices. The White Walkers wants to use these infants to bolster their ranks and expand their army in the show, whereas in the books, it seems the others are suffering from inbred depression and require new genetic stock or they will go extinct, justifying their invasion since, in the past, the Night's Watch used to offer up unwanted babies to them through the Black Gate, or so it is theorized. In a secret location, Theon Greyjoy manages to break free from his prison cell with the assistance of a young man. The mysterious helper provides him with a horse and instructs him to head east. Theon expresses his gratitude and promises to reward the young man by granting him a lordship in the Iron Islands. However, the boy points out that they are not currently in the Iron Islands. Soon after his escape, Theon finds himself being pursued by his captors in a thrilling horseback chase through the dense forest. As the chase intensifies, Theon is cornered between two groups of hunters and is eventually knocked off his horse by a brutal flail attack. Overpowered and outnumbered, Theon is held down by his captors, who proceed to humiliate him by stripping him of his clothing. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, Theon's mysterious savior reappears and takes out all of the captors with precise shots from a bow, saving him from the impending assault. The timely intervention of the unidentified hero ensures Theon's survival in the nick of time. On Dragonstone, King Stannis Baratheon and Melisandre engage in a deep conversation as she prepares to depart by boat. Stannis confesses his worries about how his enemies view him as a defeated man, mocking him at every turn. He feels a sense of abandonment even from Melisandre. However, she offers him words of reassurance, affirming her unwavering belief that he is the prince that was promised. Stannis expresses his longing for Melisandre's aid in dealing with his enemies, particularly Joffrey and Robb. He requests her to summon another shadow creature like the one she used to eliminate Renly. Melisandre explains the grave consequences of creating such a creature, warning Stannis that it could cost him his life. Despite his concerns, she unveils her plan to seek a more powerful force that will shift the tides of the ongoing war in their favor. However, she mentions the necessity of a sacrifice involving king's blood to achieve this goal. Stannis is taken aback by Melisandre's revelation. She clarifies that Stannis himself cannot be the sacrifice, hinting at the possibility of using King Robert's surviving bastard children as potential offerings, as they also carry the royal bloodline. In the books, Melisandre stays at Dragonstone instead of seeking out royal blood because she already possesses Edric Storm, one of Robert's illegitimate children. Stannis does not request her to create additional shadow creatures. It remains uncertain whether he is aware of Melisandre's actions, with suggestions that the magical process causes him to forget about it. Later on, Melisandre clarifies to Davos the reason behind her inability to produce any more shadow creatures. In the bustling city of Astapor, accompanied by her faithful companions Ser Jorah Mormont and Ser Barristan Selmy. This particular route has a notorious reputation as the Walk of Punishment, where rebellious slaves are publicly crucified and left to meet their demise as a cautionary tale to others. As they make their way down the path, they encounter a condemned man who is facing the consequences of his defiance. Daenerys, moved by compassion, offers the suffering man some water in an attempt to alleviate his pain. However, the man, resigned to his inevitable fate, declines the offer and expresses a desire for a swift end to his suffering. The title of this episode is Walk of Punishment. Throughout history, the Walk of Punishment commemorates the aftermath of the slave uprising led by Spartacus against the powerful Roman Empire. Following Spartacus's defeat in a fierce battle against Crassus and Pompey, a chilling display unfolded as 6,000 surviving rebels, all of whom were once enslaved, were crucified along the stretch of the Appian Way from Capua to Rome. The scenes set in Astapor were filmed in Morocco. Jorah and Barristan are in disagreement over whether Daenerys should acquire the Unsullied. Jorah believes it is their best opportunity to secure an army, while Barristan argues that slavery is dishonorable and illegal in the Seven Kingdoms. Jorah contends that the Unsullied will be treated better under Daenerys' command and will follow orders without harming innocent civilians, unlike other male soldiers who may give in to their violent impulses during battle. Barristan counters by pointing out that soldiers who fought for Rhaegar did so out of loyalty and love, not because they were enslaved. Jorah acknowledges Rhaegar's honor, but reminds Daenerys that he ultimately perished in battle. Daenerys, curious about her older brother, asks Barristan about Rhaegar, whom he describes as the finest man he ever knew. In the book, Jorah Mormont says about Rhaegar, "Rhaegar fought valiantly, Rhaegar fought nobly, Rhaegar fought honorably, and Rhaegar died." Barristan Selmy has stated that he participated in 3 significant wars throughout his military career. These conflicts include the War of the Nine Penny Kings, Robert's Rebellion, and the Greyjoy Rebellion. Daenerys boldly declares her intention to acquire all 8,000 Unsullied warriors, even those still in training. Cranes, the arrogant slave trader, scoffs at her claim, suggesting that she can barely afford a mere 100 soldiers. Throughout their exchange, Cranes hurls disrespectful remarks and ridicule towards Daenerys in his own language, prompting his slave translator, Missandei of Narth, to delicately rephrase his offensive comments into more polite language. In the books, the rulers of Astapor have a strict policy of selling unsullied soldiers in batches of either 100 or 1,000. They propose trading 1,000 soldiers for Daenerys' ship and cargo, and 100 for her crown, a detail not depicted in the television series. When Daenerys suggests offering one of her dragons instead, Barristan, disguised as Arstan Whitebeard to assess her intentions, is the only one to oppose the arrangement. Missandei is already included in the deal, as she is not one of Daenerys' stipulations. However, Daenerys astounds him by revealing that she possesses dragons, and is open to trading one of them. This proposition catches Rhaenys off guard, but Daenerys firmly insists that only one dragon is up for negotiation. Daenerys will exchange her largest dragon for the entirety of the Unsullied army. Despite objections from Jorah and Selmy, who argue that the dragons are her ultimate weapon in claiming the Iron Throne, Daenerys remains resolute in her decision. She seals the agreement with Rhaenys, also demanding the inclusion of Missandei as a gesture of goodwill. Upon exiting the meeting, Daenerys reprimands Jorah and Selmy for questioning her authority in public, emphasizing that while she values their counsel, they must never doubt her decisions again. Daenerys engages in a conversation with Missandei, inquiring about her family. Missandei responds that she does not have any family. Daenerys recounts an incident where a man refused her offer of water and opts to die instead. Intrigued, she asks Missandei why the man has chosen death. Missandei explains that in the afterlife there are no masters, which makes death preferable to a life in Slaver's Bay. Daenerys then warns Missandei about the risks involved in serving her and asks if she has any reservations. Without hesitation, Missandei responds with the phrase "Valar Maguris," meaning all men must die. Daenerys acknowledges the truth in those words, but humorously adds, "We are not men." Later on, Tyrion is engrossed in studying the financial documents and enlightens Bronn on the truth behind Baelish's facade. Bronn inquires if Littlefinger has been embezzling funds from the crown, but Tyrion clarifies that the issue lies in his excessive borrowing. Littlefinger has projected an image of being a financial mastermind capable of generating funds effortlessly, when, in fact, the Iron Throne is deeply indebted. Littlefinger manages to maintain the illusion of financial stability by constantly borrowing huge amounts from foreign banks to keep the books balanced each year. Their significant debt is primarily owed to the Iron Bank of Braavos, the most prominent financial institution in the Free Cities. Tyrion cautions Bronn about the consequences of defaulting on loans from the Iron Bank, explaining that the bank will initially stop issuing new loans and may even support rebellions against the debtors. Tyrion expresses concern that if they fail to repay the debt, the Iron Bank may sever ties with them and instead back either Robb Stark or Stannis Baratheon. Following the meeting, Tyrion, Podrick Payne, and Sir Bronn make their way to Littlefinger's office located in the brothel, where he stores his important ledgers. Podrick diligently loads the ledgers into a cart while Ros playfully flirts with him. Littlefinger explains that the brothel is the safest place to safeguard such crucial records, but Tyrion points out that it hasn't been the safest place for illegitimate children. Littlefinger expresses his well wishes for Tyrion in his new position, acknowledging that he owes him for helping secure the release of Ross when Cersei mistakenly arrests her, thinking she is Shae. However, Tyrion dismisses it as a mere misunderstanding. Subsequently, Tyrion and Bronn guides Podrick to another room in the brothel, where Tyrion reveals his intention to reward him for saving his life during the Battle of the Blackwater. Tyrion has arranged for Podrick, who has never been intimate with a woman before, to indulge in the company of not just one, but 3 professional companions, Mayri, Jenna, and a skilled contortionist named Kayla. Kayla is renowned for her ability to perform the intricate Miranisi knot, a feat only mastered by a select few women worldwide. This reference is a clever nod to fans of the book series, as the term Miranisi knot originally stemmed from author George R.R. Martin's struggle with writer's block while developing a storyline in Meereen for the 5th book, A Dance with Dragons, resulting in a significant delay in the novel's release. Podrick's character is given an older age in the television adaptation to better suit the storyline. In the books, he is depicted as being around 12 years old when he becomes Tyrion's squire. Podrick then reappears, returning the money Tyrion provided him to settle debts with the prostitutes. Tyrion worries that Podrick may have lost his nerve and fled, but Podrick innocently reveals that the prostitute declined his payment and offered their services for free. Impressed by the women's generosity, Tyrion and Bronn ask Podrick to provide a detailed account of their encounter so they can make thorough observations. The infamous scene where Podrick impresses prostitutes with his skills is unique to the series and not found in the original source material. Fans speculate the reason why the women refused payment is not because Podrick slept with them, but because he sang to them as he has a beautiful singing voice in Season 8. Later that evening, Locke's men set up camp and proceed to drag Brienne into the shadows with cruel intentions. Jaime intervenes by disclosing Brienne's noble lineage as the rightful heir of Lord Selwyn of Tarth, known as the Sapphire Isle. He proposes that her father would offer a hefty ransom in sapphires for her safe return, provided she remains unharmed. Locke, intrigued by the prospect of a large ransom, halts his men before they can harm Brienne further. They secure her to a tree once more, contemplating the potential wealth awaiting them. Jaime attempts to negotiate his own freedom by appealing to Locke's greed, highlighting the lucrative rewards that await him if he releases Jaime unscathed. Growing wary of Jaime's repeated attempts to persuade him to switch sides to the Lannisters, Locke decides to demonstrate that Jaime's father would never negotiate with someone like him. Initially pretending to release Jaime, Locke's men then restrain him on a chopping block while Locke brandishes a carving knife, threatening to gouge out Jaime's eyes. Locke believes that mutilating Tywin's son will prove that the Lannisters would never associate with him, let alone attempt to bribe him. Declaring that Jaime's father cannot save him now, Locke viciously severs Jaime's sword hand with a single swift motion, as Jaime stares in shock at his amputated hand. The realization of what has occurred dawns on him, prompting him to scream in a mixture of horror and agony. Jaime's hand injury unfolds similarly to the novel, with a few notable differences. Vargo Hoat, the counterpart to Locke in the books, is already aware that Brienne's father can offer a ransom for her. This knowledge prompts him to prevent his men from harming her, and he refrains from participating himself. While Hoat does not personally cut off Jaime's hand, he instructs a hefty Dothraki warrior named Zolo to carry out the deed. The decision is not driven by Jaime's arrogance, but rather by Hoat's fear that Roose Bolton, their current employer, may betray them to Tywin, their previous employer whom they double-crossed. By mutilating Jaime, Hoat hopes to sow discord between Tywin and Roose, reducing the likelihood of betrayal. In the Riverlands, Jaime Lannister has suffered a gruesome injury when Locke cut off his sword hand. The next day, Locke's men escort Jaime and Brienne of Tarth back to Harrenhal on horseback. In the books, Jaime had decided to shave his head in the story to prevent himself from being identified before he is captured by Vargo Hoat, who can be seen as equivalent of Locke in the show. Locke takes pleasure in tormenting Jaime, who was unable to defend himself. He cruelly attaches Jaime's severed hand to a rope and hangs it around his neck, making him endure the stench of his own decaying flesh. Jaime is in excruciating pain, feverish, and delirious. He is barely conscious and eventually falls off his horse into the mud. Locke sadistically withholds water from Jaime. When a man offers him water, he instead pours it over Jaime's head to taunt him. Jaime weakly warns Locke of the consequences if he dies, but Locke ignores him. Locke hands Jaime a container, which Jaime drinks from eagerly, unaware that it is filled with horse urine. Locke cruelly reveals the truth, causing Jaime to vomit. Despite his feeble state, Jaime manages to grab a sword from one of Locke's men. However, weakened by fever, he struggles to wield the sword effectively with his left hand. Realizing his inability to fight back, Jaime seeks to provoke his captors into killing him. Exhausted, he collapses, and Locke refrains from punishing him, only threatening to cut off his other hand if he tries to resist again. In the book, there is a scene where Jaime and Brienne find themselves bound together on horseback as a means of further humiliation. In his desperate state, Jaime resorts to drinking horse urine to quench his thirst, only to regurgitate it shortly after and soil himself. In the northern region, Bran Stark and Jojen Reed are experiencing a shared dream where they find themselves walking together in a dense forest. The mystical three-eyed raven appears before them once again, captivating their attention. Jojen urges Bran to pursue the raven, guiding him to climb a towering tree where the bird has perched. As Bran starts his ascent, he is suddenly overwhelmed with fear, haunted by memories of a previous fall that left him crippled. In a vivid recollection, Bran sees his mother Catelyn warning him not to climb again, a promise he had broken leading to this life-altering accident. The overwhelming dread of Catelyn's domination causes Bran to lose his grip and plummet from the tree. Bran and Jojen awaken in the Woodland camp, both disheartened by Bran's inability to follow the elusive three-eyed raven. Jojen has an innate gift as a greenseer, granting him the ability to receive insights into the past, present, and future through visions. He also has the unique talent of being able to sense other greenseers, such as Bran Stark. Furthermore, Jojen has the foresight to see visions of his own death, which gives him a sense of fearlessness towards it. In the heart of King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister encounters Varys as he works on opening a large wooden crate. Curious, Tyrion seeks Varys' help in discovering the identity of the person who ordered Sir Mandon Moore to assassinate him during the Battle of the Blackwater. Varys admits that he only has heard whispers implicating Cersei, but cannot provide concrete evidence. Determined to seek vengeance if his sister is indeed responsible, Tyrion urges Varys to reveal the truth. Seizing the moment, Varys revisits a conversation they had before the battle, where he promised to disclose the horrifying story of how he was castrated. Varys recounts his past as a slave in a traveling troupe that traversed the free cities, recalling the fateful day in Myr when he was sold to a sorcerer. The sorcerer subjected him to a potion that rendered him immobile but conscious, allowing him to feel the excruciating pain as his manhood was cruelly severed and sacrificed in a mystical ritual. Haunted by the memories of a mysterious voice emanating from the flames during the sorcerer's ceremony, Varys harbors a deep-seated resentment towards those who wield supernatural powers. Determined to rise above his traumatic past, Varys resorted to desperate measures to climb the social ladder, using his wit and cunning to gather secrets instead of engaging in physical exploitation. As Varys concludes his harrowing tale, he unveils the contents of the crate to Tyrion's shock. The elderly sorcerer who mutilated him years ago. Bound and silenced, the sorcerer serves as a grim reminder of Varys' painful past and his unwavering quest for retribution. Encouraging Tyrion to exercise patience in seeking justice, Varys closes the crate, leaving the sorcerer trapped within. Originally, in the episode Blackwater, Varys had plans to share his backstory with Tyrion. However, time limitations led to a revision in which Varys mentions postponing the tale to a later time. As a result, the narrative of his castration was shifted to this episode, with the addition of a sorcerer's character not present in the books, although the detail of Varys being born in Lys was omitted. Varys pays a visit to Ross, who has been secretly gathering information on Littlefinger for him. He is taken aback when she reveals what she has learned from the other girls at the brothel about Podrick Payne's impressive activities. Despite her best efforts to uncover the specifics, all she could gather was that it was hard to describe. Ross goes on to share her observations of Littlefinger's frequent visits to Sansa Stark, suggesting that he is fixated on her and plans to help her escape the city. When Varys questions the validity of her claims, she presents him with a stolen copy of the ship's manifest for Littlefinger's journey to the Vale, and points out a crucial detail in the manifest that he has overlooked: the presence of 2 feather beds. This revelation leads Varys to the conclusion that Littlefinger intends to bring someone other than himself on the journey, with all signs pointing to Sansa Stark. In the book, Varys does not engage in a conversation with Ross because he does not have a spy monitoring Littlefinger. Ross is not a distinct character in the book, but rather a composite of multiple characters. Littlefinger's scheme to sneak Sansa out of the city remains unknown to everyone. Tensions are high among the Night's Watch members who have taken refuge at Craster's Keep after the devastating setback at the combat at the Fist. While Gren and Ed are shoveling pig shit, Rast, the former rapist, warns them not to trust Craster because the man sacrifices his own newborn sons to the White Walkers, and there's a good chance he'll turn over the Night's Watch survivors to his real masters if the White Walkers do arrive. Ed and Gren are unwilling to talk about it. When Samwell Tarly pays Gilly a visit, she is incredibly upset about what will happen to her newborn boy. In a panic, she cries at Sam not to call it a he so loudly, since that will alert Craster that it is a boy. When Sam asks whether she has chosen a name, she tells him that it is pointless to name her child because he would just be used as a human sacrifice. Moreover, the book shed light on another cause for this omission: the challenging living conditions and high child mortality rate among wildlings. It is customary among them to wait until the child reaches 2 years of age before giving a name, as naming them earlier is believed to bring bad luck. Giving Sam back his mother's thimble, she tells him that her only concern is keeping her kids safe. She doesn't give a damn about such little matters. Several of their injured comrades have succumbed to their wounds, and Lord Commander Jorah Mormont proceeds over a solemn funeral ceremony for a fallen brother named Bannon as his body is laid to rest on a funeral pyre. Mormont may not have been well acquainted with the deceased, but he acknowledges Bannon's courageous journey beyond the wall and his valiant efforts in battle against unknown creatures at the Fist. And Mormont concludes the eulogy with the customary farewell of the Night's Watch, and now his watch is ended, which is echoed by the gathered men in a show of respect. In the main hall, Lord Commander Mormont studies a map in his journal while Craster insults the men of the Night's Watch. Mormont insists they must wait until their wounded are well enough to travel, but Craster dismisses this, claiming they will never fully recover. He cruelly suggests killing those too injured to journey on, offering to do the deed himself if Mormont won't. Mormont refuses. Carl Tanner, a young member of the Night's Watch, enters and protests that Craster is only feeding them bread mixed with sawdust. He demands to know where Craster hides his food supplies. Meanwhile, Craster drinks heavily from the wine given to him by the Watch. Rast joins in accusing Craster of hoarding winter provisions but refusing to share. Craster admits to having stockpiles for his women and threatens to kick everyone out to starve outside. He warns he will mutilate anyone who insults him again. Mormont tries to calm the situation, but Carl provokes Craster, calling him a derogatory name. In a fit of rage, Craster attacks Carl with an axe, but Carl expertly defends himself and fatally wounds Craster. As Craster dies, Carl interrogates one of his wives about the hidden food. Mormont condemns the act as a violation of the guest rights, but Carl scoffs at laws beyond the wall. Mormont draws his sword to protect the women, prompting Carl to face off against him. Suddenly, Rast betrays Mormont and stabs him in the back. Gren intervenes by tackling Carl, sparking chaos in the hall. The Night's Watch is in a dire situation as recruits like Rast, who are mostly criminals forced to join after being exiled to the Wall, rebel against officers loyal to Mormont. Even some of the other recruits, like Gren, remain faithful amidst the chaos. The fight unfolds quickly, with confusion reigning as the mutiny spreads throughout Craster's keep. In the midst of the turmoil, Mormont confronts Rast despite being wounded. Mormont's fury is evident as he grabs Rast by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with one hand. With a powerful motion, Mormont hurls Rast against the wall, never releasing his grip. As he tightens his hold, Mormont suddenly coughs up blood, a sign of his mortal wound. As Mormont weakens and collapses to the ground, Rast seizes the opportunity to end his life, repeatedly stabbing him in the throat until the old bear lies lifeless. Meanwhile, Sam urgently rushes to Gilly's hut, urging her that they must flee immediately to have any hope of survival. With Gilly and her baby in tow, Sam leads them out of Craster's keep, witnessing loyal Night's Watch members falling to the mutineers who also commit heinous acts against Craster's wives. In the book, Sam remains by Lord Commander Mormont's side as he breathes his last breaths. Despite Mormont's orders to flee with the rest of the group, Sam chooses to stay. Encouraged by two of Craster's former wives, he decides to take Gilly and her baby and escape. Together, Sam and Gilly ride off on horseback, utilizing the Night's Watch horses that were still available at Craster's keep. In another part of the Riverlands, Arya Stark and Gendry are blindfolded as Thoros of Myr and his companions guide them into a hidden cave known as the Hollow Hill, which serves as the secret refuge of the Brotherhood without banners. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, is also brought along in restraints and faces the leader of the Brotherhood, Sir Beric Dondarrion. Sir Beric was tasked by Eddard Stark to lead a group of soldiers in pursuit of the false knight Sir Gregor Clegane, who was terrorizing the Riverlands under Tywin Lannister's command at the start of the War of the Five Kings. Despite being trapped behind enemy lines, they continued to resist Lannister forces by forming the Brotherhood. As time passed, they recognized the suffering inflicted on the common people of the Riverlands by both Stark and Lannister forces, prompting them to protect the innocent from raiders on all sides of the conflict. Their ranks grew to include deserters from Stark and Baratheon armies, as well as ordinary folk defending their homes. Dondarrion insists that he is still dedicated to the mission given to him by Eddard Stark, which is to bring Gregor Clegane to justice and restore peace to the Riverlands in the name of King Robert. The Hound argues that Eddard and Robert are now deceased, and it makes no sense to fight for their memory. However, Dondarrion claims that the Brotherhood has become like ghosts, striking the Lannisters unexpectedly and then disappearing into the woods. They highlight the atrocities committed by the Lannister forces, including the brutal events at the Battle of the Murmur's Ford, where unspeakable acts were carried out on innocent victims. Sandor clarifies that he was not present at the Battle of the Murmur's Ford and did not partake in the heinous acts described. The Brotherhood continues to recount the crimes of the Lannisters, with Thoros mentioning the massacre at King's Landing where innocent royal children were killed. Sandor maintains his innocence in these crimes, pointing out that many were actually committed by his brother, Gregor. Sandor argues that it is unfair to hold him accountable for the sins of his family, especially since he was simply born into House Clegane. He also expresses skepticism towards the Lord of the Light religion that Dondarrion and his men have embraced, with Thoros serving as a priest. Arya speaks up and accuses Sandor of killing her friend, Mhysa, to which he admits, but claims he was following orders from Prince Joffrey at the time. The Brotherhood decides to give Sandor a fair trial by combat for the murder of Mhysa, with Dondarrion volunteering to face him in the trial. Beric Dondarrion had a brief cameo in A Golden Crown when Ned tasked him with bringing the Mountain to justice for his actions in the Riverlands. This incident eventually culminated in the Battle of Murmur's Ford, a significant event highlighted by Angai, known as the Mad Huntsman in the book, considered one of the initial clashes in the War of the Five Kings. Dondarrion's character was recast in Season 3 with Richard Dormer. Not long after, Margaery Tyrell discovers Sansa Stark deep in prayer within the God's Wood of the Red's Keep, gazing out at Blackwater Bay. She sends away the Lannister guards with a veiled threat to report their refusal to the king, allowing her to have a private conversation with Sansa. Margaery engages in light-hearted chatter, attempting to lift Sansa's spirits. She playfully tells a joke about her cousin's demise from a fictional pox, causing Sansa to realize Margaery's playful nature and her own innocence. Margaery extends an invitation for Sansa to visit Highgarden in the Reach in the future. Sansa hesitates, knowing that Queen Cersei would never allow her to leave King's Landing. However, Margaery cleverly hints that Queen Regent Cersei's wishes may not always align with those of Queen Margaery, who would be delighted to host Sansa at Highgarden as a friend or even as a sister-in-law. Margaery subtly suggests that if Sansa were to marry Loras Tyrell, she would naturally become a part of the Tyrell family and reside in Highgarden. The idea of escaping Joffrey, marrying her idol, and joining the esteemed Tyrell family overwhelmed Sansa with tears of joy. The bonus feature, House Tyrell, on the Blu-ray edition describes how during the Targaryen conquest, the Gardeners, the original rulers of Highgarden and the Reach, resisted the Targaryen invasion but were ultimately defeated by Aegon the Conqueror's dragons. The Tyrells, a minor house who had served the Gardeners for generations, surrendered Highgarden to Aegon. In return, Aegon elevated them to Lords of Highgarden and Wardens of the South, despite other families like House Florent having a stronger claim. Due to their loyalty to the Targaryens, House Tyrell sided with the Mad King during Robert's rebellion, leading to a clash with Robert Baratheon and his brothers and the siege of Storm's End, their ancestral seat. In another location, possibly in the northern region, Theon Greyjoy is being guided by the young boy who freed him from the dungeon and saved him by eliminating his captors who attempted to recapture him. The boy reveals that he is leading Theon to Deepwood Motte, a fortress on the western coast of the north that was seized by his sister, Yara. Concerned about potential betrayal by the guards, they decide to sneak into the castle through the drainage system until they can meet with his sister directly. As the boy struggles with the keys at a locked gate, Theon collapses to the ground and questions whether his father Balon is aware of his captivity. The boy admits he is unsure, but Theon believes his father likely abandoned him to die. Overwhelmed with regret, Theon mourns the loss of his true father who was beheaded in King's Landing, and reflects on his choice to betray his own family. He admits to destroying everything he held dear, including his beloved home Winterfell, which now lies in ruins. Theon also acknowledges his jealousy towards Robb Stark for effortlessly embodying the noble qualities he inspired to, but struggled to attain due to his own shortcomings. In a moment of desperation, Theon confesses to orchestrating the deaths of two innocent orphan boys in a bid to pass them off as Bran and Rickon Stark, who had actually managed to escape. The boy is taken aback by this revelation, prompting Theon to explain his actions as a misguided attempt to conceal his vulnerability. In the books, Theon never confesses that the two young men he murdered were not Bran and Rickon, nor explicitly revealing his true feelings about Eddard Stark being his true father figure. In the books, Theon mentions that Lord Eddard is a second father to me, but this statement did not reflect his true sentiments. To Theon, Eddard has always been the man responsible for bringing violence and chaos to Pike and tearing him away from his roots. However, in A Dance with Dragons, when questioned by Barbary Dustin about his affinity for the Starks, Theon confesses that he had always aspired to be a part of their family and even hoped of marrying Sansa. The young boy guides Theon through a dimly lit chamber within the fortress, calling out for Yara. As he ignites a torch, the flickering light reveals a familiar sight, the dreaded X-shaped cross that once held Theon captive during his torment. Theon realizes he has been led in a full circle, back to the very dungeon he thought he had escaped from. Suddenly, other guards enter the chamber, and the boy orders them to restrain Theon once again, claiming that it was Theon who had slain the previous guards during his attempted escape. It becomes clear that the boy who was issuing orders is actually one of the chief tormentors. The entire escape plan that Theon had been led on turns out to be just another cruel form of torture, with the boy sadistically playing with his emotions. Later that evening, Jaime and Brienne find themselves tied up by a flickering campfire. Jaime, in despair, refuses to eat and expresses a desire to end his life. Brienne urges him to stay alive for the sake of seeking revenge, but Jaime argues that without his sword hand, he feels like a mere shadow of his former self. He believes that living without his identity is not worth it and would rather die as the man he once was. Brienne, frustrated by Jaime's resignation, reminds him where this is the harsh reality where things people hold dear can be cruelly stripped away. She challenges him to be stronger and not give up so easily. Her words struck a chord with Jaime, prompting him to start eating. Brienne then reveals that she once overheard Jaime's negotiation with Locke to spare her from a terrible fate. She recounts how Jaime had convinced Locke that her father would pay a hefty ransom in sapphires for her release. Despite being a noblewoman from the Sapphire Isle, Brienne clarifies that her homeland holds no actual sapphires, and her family is not wealthy. Confused by Jaime's actions, Brienne questions why he has come to her aid, but Jaime remains silent. Throughout her life, Brienne has faced constant ridicule, rejection, and sympathy at best. Her attempts to conform to societal norms were met with ridicule and disapproval due to a lack of conventional beauty and feminine charm. On the other hand, when she embraced her true calling as a warrior, she was shunned and looked down upon because of her gender, despite her exceptional skill. Afterwards, Cersei has a meeting with her father, Tywin, in his private chambers. She expresses her concern about finding Jaime and ensuring that he is putting all efforts into locating him. Tywin, in a dismissive tone, reminds Cersei that he initiated a war when Tyrion, his despised son, was captured by the Starks. Therefore, he is now willing to go to even greater lengths to locate his elder son, Jaime. Despite Jaime renouncing his rights to inheritance as a member of the Kingsguard, Tywin firmly believes Jaime is his rightful heir. Cersei, as the next in line of succession after Tyrion, suggests that she should be considered the true heir to Tywin's legacy, as she is the only child who has taken his teachings on family and legacy seriously. She points out that despite Tywin's emphasis on family and legacy, he has excluded her from his plans. Tywin confirms this exclusion, not because of her gender, but because he believes she lacks intelligence. He criticizes Cersei for allowing Joffrey to wreak havoc on the city and its people, vowing to rein in his grandson's erratic behavior. Concerned about the rising influence of the Tyrells at court, Cersei expresses her unease about Margaery Tyrell's ability to manipulate Joffrey. Tywin bluntly remarks that it is a good thing someone can control Joffrey, as Cersei has failed to do so. Cersei suggests that Tywin tries to control Joffrey's actions, implying it will be a challenging task. However, Tywin confidently asserts that he will be able to handle it. In this episode, Tywin and Cersei have their first private conversation. Notably, this particular scene does not appear in the books, as neither Cersei nor Tywin serves as a point of view character. Director Alex Grave shared that during filming, Lena Headey's microphone accidentally fell off, making it visible in the footage, rendering it unusable. Despite this mishap, Graves thought his performance was exceptional, leading him to digitally remove the microphone in post-production. Guided by Gilly's knowledge of the surrounding woods, the group ventures into the night, desperate to escape the bloodshed behind them. Covered in Mormont's blood, Ras taunts into the darkness, threatening Sam with a similar fate. In the books, Sam manages to defeat a White Walker on his way back from the Fist of the First Men, not on his way back to the Wall. While at Craster's Keep, some of the Watch members who doubt his story mockingly nickname him Sam the Slayer, causing annoyance to Sam. However, Commander Mormont and his comrades regard it as a mark of respect. In the bustling city of Astapor, located in Slaver's Bay, Daenerys Targaryen makes a grand entrance before Cranis Monaclos and the other slave masters of the city. Her Dothraki guards transport Drogon, her largest dragon, in a massive cage, accompanied by her Queen's Guard members, Ser Jorah Mormont and Ser Barristan Selmy. Daenerys is also joined by Missandei, her gifted translator, now adorned in finery that mirrors Dany's own attire. Cranis cynically mentions that young boys sold as slaves will eventually become unsullied soldiers after undergoing castration and training for approximately a decade. Cranis Monaclos is a member of the Good Masters, the powerful group of slave traders who govern the city of Astapor. Like his fellow elites, Cranis is fluent only in a particular dialect of Valyrian and lacks knowledge of the common tongue spoken in Westeros. The main square of Astapor is filled with all 8,000 unsullied warrior eunuchs, ready for the upcoming transaction. Onlookers, including the upper-class citizens of Astapor, gaze in awe at the magnificent dragon while enslaved individuals in chains offer refreshments. Cranis communicates with Daenerys through Missandei, suggesting that she should unleash the Unsullied in battle to prove their worth before journeying to Westeros. The slavers express their willingness to purchase any slaves captured during these battles, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Missandei is taken aback when Daenerys unexpectedly addresses the Unsullied in Valyrian, testing their obedience with simple marching commands. A slight smile plays on her lips as she realizes their loyalty is now unquestionably hers. In the book, Daenerys proposed giving her ships and Drogon in exchange for the Unsullied. When she confronts Cranis Monaclos, she lashes out with the whip, and her supporters quickly pounce on the masters once she cries out Dracarys. Daenerys releases Drogon from his cage, taking control of him with a long chain leashed attached to his foot as he hovers in the air. She exchanges the leash for a cat o' nine tails with a harpy-shaped hilt, symbolizing her ownership of the Unsullied. Confirming that the transaction is complete, Cranis struggles to control the dragon as Daenerys asserts her newly found authority. Daenerys turned to Cranis and firmly stated in flawless Valyrian, "A dragon is not a slave." When Cranis demands an explanation, she reveals her true identity as Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, from the bloodline of Old Valyria, indicating that Valyrian is indeed her native tongue. She has been pretending to be ignorant all along, enduring Cranis' insults to deceive him and his allies into a false sense of security. Addressing the thousands of Unsullied, Daenerys commands them to eliminate all the slave masters in Astapor, as well as their soldiers and anyone who wielded a whip. She instructs them to spare any children and to free any slaves they encounter. Without hesitation, the Unsullied carries out her orders, swiftly attacking the slave masters in a brutal onslaught. In a desperate attempt to stop her, Cranis cries out for someone to kill Daenerys, but she coolly commands Dracarys. Drogon unleashes a torrent of fire upon Cranis, engulfing him in flames as he withers in agony before succumbing to his death. Her dragons then turn its wrath towards the high-ranking slave masters watching from the walls, incinerating them all. The Unsullied continue to ransack the city, exterminating the slave masters and liberating their oppressed brethren, bolstered by the fiery might of Daenerys' dragons. Emilia Clarke earned a nomination for Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Drama Series at the 65th Pristine Emmy Awards for her performance in this particular episode. It marked her debut nomination for the show. In another part of the Riverlands, deep in the hideout of the Brotherhood Without Banners, nestled within a hollow hill, Sandor Clegane is gearing up to face Beric Dondarrion in a trial by combat. As both warriors make their final preparations, Thoros of Myr beseeches the Lord of Light to pass judgment on Sandor for his alleged sins or grant him strength if he is truly innocent. Prior to the duel commencing, Beric calls upon the Lord of the Light to engulf his sword in flames, using only his own blood. Sandor, who harbors a deep fear of fire, is initially at a disadvantage as Beric's blazing sword poses a threat. In a daring move, Beric even succeeds in setting Sandor's wooden shield ablaze, causing the Hound to struggle as the shield is firmly attached to his arm. Nevertheless, with a mighty downward strike, he cleaves through Beric's fiery sword, armor, and deeply into his shoulder, ending his life. As Beric collapses, Thoros rushes to his side and implores the Lord of Light to bring him back to life. Meanwhile, Sandor frantically attempts to put out the flames engulfing his shield. Arya Stark, seizing the opportunity, tries to kill Sandor with a dagger while he is vulnerable, only to be thwarted by Gendry. In a moment of spite, Sandor mocks Arya, claiming that the gods favor him over her deceased friend. Their exchange is cut short by the miraculous revival of Beric, who was brought back to life by the power of the Lord of Light. Having emerged victorious in the trial by combat and proven his innocence in the eyes of the divine, Sandor is permitted to depart. The Brotherhood confiscates all the gold in Sandor's possession to support their cause. Instead of returning the gold, Beric provides Sandor with a written promise of payment once the war is over. Dismissing the gesture, Sandor flings the promissory note to the ground in disdain. Anguy reminds him to be grateful for sparing his life as he is blindfolded to prevent him from finding his way back to their hideout before being escorted to a safe distance and set free. George R.R. Martin has expressed his distaste for what he calls comic book deaths, the resurrection of characters without consequences. This is why Beric Dondarrion's revivals by Thoros of Myr are marked by lingering injuries and memory loss. In a 2017 interview with Time, Martin explained the process of Beric's resurrection, noting that his memories are fading, he bears numerous scars, his appearance is deteriorating as he's no longer truly alive. His heart doesn't beat, his blood doesn't flow. He is essentially a wight powered by fire rather than ice, bringing us back to the theme of fire and ice. Jon Snow is a part of a group of 20 wildlings led by Tormund, who were sent ahead by King Beyond the Wall Mance Rayder to climb the wall and launch a surprise attack on Castle Black. While gathering firewood with Ygritte, Jon is questioned by the warg Orell about the Night Watch's defenses. Orell, using his eagle's vision, has spotted patrols on top of the wall and is curious about their frequency. Jon explains that patrols usually consist of 4 members, 2 builders for structural inspections and 2 rangers for protection, but their schedule varies. Orell mentions that the wildlings are aware of the 19 castles along the wall's south side and inquires about the current occupancy. Reluctantly, Jon reveals that only 3 castles are manned, including Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, and the Shadow Tower. When asked about the garrison size at Castle Black, Jon hesitates, but eventually provides a false number of 1,000 men after being threatened by Orell. In reality, Castle Black's garrison has around 300 men. Tormund warns Jon that he appreciates him, but any deception will result in his death. On the screen, it is officially revealed for the first time in the series that out of 19 fortresses lining the wall, only 3 are currently occupied: Castle Black, the Shadow Tower, and Eastwatch by the Sea. This fact is also consistent with the books. Ygritte identifies Jon as hailing from the south despite being a northerner. This is because the wildlings view everything above the wall as the true north, leading them to see even northerners residing below the wall as southerners. This claim may not be as far-fetched as it seems, given that author George R.R. Martin has clarified that the region beyond the wall is vast and stretches much further than what is typically shown on maps. It is suggested that the lands beyond the wall could potentially encompass about half of the continent of Westeros. Jon and Ygritte stroll away together, but as a playful gesture, she seizes his sword, Longclaw, prompting him to playfully chase after her to retrieve it. Leading him into a nearby cave, they discover a hidden oasis warmed by natural hot springs, with a magnificent waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool. Ygritte, feeling mischievous, begins to undress, expressing her desire to test Jon Snow's loyalty to the wildlings and his willingness to forsake his Night Watch vows by engaging in a physical relationship with her. Despite his initial reluctance and shyness, Jon finds himself drawn to Ygritte. As she sheds her clothes and approached him naked, he hesitates, but ultimately succumbs to the passion between them. Jon and Ygritte's on-screen romance transcended into reality as Kit Harington and Rose Leslie tied the knot in 2018. After their intimate encounter, Jon admits to being a virgin. Ygritte shares stories of her past lovers in order to tease him. As they embrace in the warmth of the cave, Ygritte expresses her wish to remain there indefinitely, sheltered from what is awaiting them beyond its confines. The title of the episode, Kissed by Fire, refers to a term that the wildlings use to describe individuals with red hair, such as Ygritte. The rarity of red hair among the wildlings lead them to view it as a symbol of good fortune. Jon and Ygritte's intimate encounter occurs in the same location where the Brotherhood Without Banners hold their trial by combat, which is a cave in Belfast, Northern Ireland, that has been cleverly transformed for each scene. Upon arrival at Harrenhal, Locke proudly presents the captured Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth to the Northern Castellan, Lord Roose Bolton. Locke smirks at his handiwork in torturing Jaime, but Roose is taken aback to see that Jaime has lost his hand. Outraged that Locke has mutilated such a valuable hostage, Bolton orders him to dispose of Jaime's decaying hand and arranges for accommodations for the prisoners. When Jaime asks about news from the capital, Bolton reveals that Stannis Baratheon has attacked King's Landing, but delays disclosing the outcome. Bolton taunts Jaime with a calm demeanor, eventually revealing that Cersei is safe and his father's forces had successfully defended against Stannis' assault. Overwhelmed with relief for his family's safety, Jaime collapses in delirium. Qyburn tends to Jaime's injuries, removing the makeshift tourniquet placed by Locke's men and discovering a severe infection in the stump of Jaime's hand. Qyburn suggests amputating the rest of Jaime's arm at the shoulder to prevent further spread of the infection. But a half-delirious Jaime adamantly refuses and threatens to kill Qyburn if he attempts it. Jaime notices that Qyburn is not a maester, as he lacks the maester's chain of office. Qyburn admits to being expelled from the Order of Maesters for conducting controversial experiments. Despite the risk of excruciating pain, Jaime agrees to Qyburn's alternative treatment plan involving cutting out infected tissue and cauterizing the wounds with boiling wine. As Qyburn begins the painful procedure, Jaime endures the agony without the aid of Milk of the Poppy, determined not to wake up and find his arm missing. In the books, Qyburn is portrayed as highly proficient in treating injuries that require amputation due to his past association with the Brave Companions, a group of mercenaries known for inflicting torture on their captives by severing their limbs. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister sits down for a meeting with Lady Olenna Tyrell to discuss the upcoming royal wedding, which is expected to be a lavish and costly event. Tyrion, being mindful of the expenses involved, expresses his concerns to Olenna. In response, Olenna reminds him of the contributions that the Tyrells have made to the city in terms of soldiers and supplies during the war and upcoming winter. She emphasizes the importance of the royal wedding proceeding as planned, as it would boost the morale of the city and keep the people content. Despite Tyrion's attempts to negotiate, Olenna ultimately decides on her own that House Tyrell would not be seen as shirking their responsibilities. She agrees to cover half of the expenses for the wedding festivities, much to Tyrion's gratitude. In the books, there is no mention of Tyrion discussing the upcoming marriage of Joffrey and Margaery with Olenna. However, when Tywin learns of Olenna's intention to have Sansa marry her grandson Willis instead of Loras, who cannot marry due to his position as a Kingsguard, he arranges for Cersei to marry Willis instead. Cersei is enraged and storms out of the room, but Olenna ultimately declines the proposal, deeming Cersei as too old and too experienced. Tywin then proposes Tyrion as a potential husband for Sansa, much to Tyrion's dismay. After Tywin suggests marrying Sansa to Lancel or another cousin of Tyrion's, Kevin points out that Lancel, injured during the Battle of Blackwater, could perform the ceremony but not consummate the marriage. Threatened with being wed to Lolly Stokeworth, a plump and unintelligent woman, Tyrion reluctantly agrees to marry Sansa in order to avoid the undesirable match. In Riverrun, the captives Martin and Willem Lannister, aged 15 and 14 respectively, are rudely awakened by the sounds of commotion and fighting just outside their cell. Lord Rickard Karstark manages to break into their room accompanied by his men, leaving a guard dead in their attempt to intervene. Willem and Martin, in a state of confusion, questions if this is a rescue, only to meet their demise at the hands of the Karstark men. During the show, Rickard Karstark suffers the loss of 2 of his sons at the hands of Jaime Lannister. Harrison is killed during Jaime's capture in the Battle of the Whispering Wood, and Thorin dies during Jaime's escape attempt. In the book, Karstark's son, Eddard, and Thorin are both killed by Jaime in the Whispering Wood, while his other son, Harren, is taken prisoner during the Battle of Duskendale. Greatjon Umber manages to kill 3 of the assailants before capturing Karstark, but some of Karstark's men had fled Riverrun by then. The lifeless bodies of the 2 Lannister captives lay sprawled on the ground before Robb Stark in the Grand Meeting Chamber of Riverrun. Robb's expression twists with disgust as he recounts how Karstark had unleashed a savage attack on the unarmed squires within their own cell, requiring 5 men to carry out the brutal deed. Karstark defends his actions as a father's quest for revenge, but Robb points out the boys played no part in the demise of Karstark's sons at the hands of Jaime Lannister. Rickard clarifies that his thirst for vengeance was thwarted when Catelyn, Robb's mother, released Jaime in a bid to secure the return of her daughters from King's Landing. Growing increasingly incensed, Robb condemns Karstark for his treacherous acts, branding the slain boys as mere children. Karstark remains unyielding, asserting that the true betrayal lies in sparing their foes when they should be eliminated in battle. He taunts Robb, and despite Brynden Tully's physical retaliation against Karstark's insolence, Robb intervenes and commands for Karstark's followers to be executed, saving the harshest punishment for the leader himself. Karstark, disillusioned with Robb's leadership, mocks him as the king who lost the North for allowing the fall of Winterfell. In response, Robb orders Karstark's confinement in the dungeons. Brynden Tully takes on a significant role in the 3rd season by delivering important lines originally attributed to Greatjon Umber in the books. This includes where he punches Rickard Karstark. The reason for this change is due to the Greatjon actor's unavailability for filming during that time. Edmure Tully is adamant that if the news of the death of the young nephews reaches Tywin Lannister will seek revenge. He proposes a discreet burial for the boys and a vow of silence until the end of the war. Robb, however, stands firm in his principles. He believes he cannot fight for justice in the name of justice without holding his own men accountable for murder. Despite the warnings from his advisors, Robb remains resolute. Catelyn and Talisa caution Robb that executing Lord Karstark will lead to desertion among his soldiers, as they are already at a disadvantage in numbers. They suggest keeping Lord Rickard as a hostage, with Edmure echoing the idea and ensuring the Karstarks that no harm will come to him as long as they remain loyal. Robb coldly disregards their pleas, ordering Lord Karstark to be brought out to the courtyard of Riverrun for execution in the midst of a relentless rainstorm. Rickard Karstark explains to Robb that the Starks and Karstarks are related. House Karstark is a branch of the Stark family, stemming from Karlon Stark, a younger son of the former king in the north. Karlon Stark quelled a rebellion by the Boltons a millennium ago, and in recognition of his service, he was granted his own lands and a stronghold called Karl's Hold. As time passed, Karl's Hold came to be known as Karhold, and the descendants of Karlon Stark became known as House Karstark. Rickard also reveals that he was named after Rickard Stark, who was Robb's paternal grandfather. He warns that those who commit kin murder will face a curse. Despite Karstark's reminder of their shared ancestry as descendants of the First Men and their kinship, Robb remains unmoved. He insists that Karstark's blood ties did not prevent his betrayal, nor will they spare him from the consequences now. In a final act of defiance, Lord Karstark curses Robb, condemning him as a kinslayer and denying him the title of king. Upholding the laws of his father, Robb carries out the execution himself. In the books, the execution of Rickard Karstark is described as being chaotic. Robb opts for an axe over a sword, but fails to deliver a clean blow, resulting in a bloody outcome that symbolizes his rash decision. Instead, This botched execution was used for Theon's clumsy and reckless execution of Sir Roderick in Season 2's The Old Gods and the New. The Karstarks pull their troops from his army and head back home. This results in Robb losing nearly half his forces stationed at Riverrun. Admitting his mistake to Talisa, Robb acknowledges that Tywin Lannister no longer needs to attack the Northerners. He can simply wait for their demoralized forces to crumble. Initially united by a common goal, Robb's army now lacks cohesion, with his generals squabbling like children. Surveying a war map of the Seven Kingdoms with Talisa, Robb sees his forces at Riverrun and Harrenhal, Lannister and Tyrell armies dominating the Stormlands, and Greyjoy forces controlling the western north coast. Talisa proposes taking the fight to the Lannisters if they refuse to engage, but Robb deems it futile. With King's Landing heavily fortified and defended by Tywin and the main Lannister army, a direct assault would be suicidal. Instead, Talisa suggests retreating to the north to fend off the Greyjoys and regroup. Robb notes that his exhausted soldiers, weary from war and unprepared for winter, may be reluctant to leave their homes again. The Northerners have yet to harvest provisions for the long winter ahead, making it challenging to rally them for another campaign. Struggling to find a viable strategy, Robb contemplates a risky move, launching an all-out attack on Castle Rock, the Lannisters' seat of power. However, lacking the Karstark forces and in need of more soldiers, Robb must mend his fractured alliance with House Frey. In the book, Robb assembles a northern army of 20,000 soldiers, with only 2,300 being Karstark forces, a much smaller number compared to the 4,000 Frey soldiers who initially support him before the betrayal of his wedding alliance. Robb's plan to capture Castle Rock as a desperate attempt to boost morale among his troops is thwarted by the lack of manpower to siege the heavily fortified castle. Instead, it is Catelyn who convinces Robb to redirect his forces on reclaiming Winterfell from the Ironborn in order to strengthen his position in the north. Despite concerns that the Northerners may prioritize their harvest over returning to battle, Robb understands the importance of not leaving their home vulnerable to potential attacks from the Lannisters. His decision to seek reconciliation with the Freys is not solely based on the need for their military support, but also because he must pass through their stronghold, the Twins, on his journey back to the north. Gendry busies himself with repairing Beric's armor while Arya questions his decision to stay behind. She reminds him that they had planned to search for her brother Robb, who also needs soldiers for the war. Gendry, however, reveals that he has chosen to remain with the Brotherhood without banners as a blacksmith dedicated to protecting the common people. He explains that he has spent his life serving others with nothing to show for it. From Tobio Moat to Tywin Lannister, he has been exploited and betrayed. Despite Arya's offer to consider him family, Gendry acknowledges the social divide between them. He knows that even if he were to accompany her, their differences in status would forever separate them. Later that evening, Arya gazes into the flickering flames of the campfire, silently reciting her nightly litany of prayers for the demise of her foes. Thoros reveals their plan to take her to Riverrun to be reunited with her family, in exchange for a reward from Robb to support their cause. Arya notes that they are essentially holding her for ransom, to which Thoros concedes. Arya harbors quiet resentment towards Beric for releasing Sandor, despite their promise to let him go if he emerged victorious in the trial by combat. She reflects on the fate of honorable men who met their demise for upholding their promises, such as Yoren and her father. She questions Beric's decision to spare Sandor, considering the danger he posed, and then they discuss Beric's resurrection. Thoros credits the Lord of Light for his ability to resurrect Beric, explaining that he has been revived 6 times, including his recent death in combat. Beric bears his scars, a testament to his numerous resurrections, recounting the various ways in which he has perished and been brought back to life. In the books, Beric Dondarrion's second demise does not involve a stab in the abdomen, but rather a brutal blow to the head with a mace. It is speculated that this was altered in the show because depicting the character with a crushed skull would have been too challenging. In the book, Beric was never fatally struck by an axe, and the instances of hanging and eye stabbing occurred separately as his third and fourth deaths at the hands of Armory Lorch and the Mountain respectively. Having been killed twice by the Mountain, Beric ruefully remarks, "That makes 3 times I have met my end at the hands of House Clegane." Arya ponders the responsibility of resurrecting a man without a head, alluding to her deceased father. Thoros and Beric acknowledge her unspoken plea, but express doubt due to the limitations of resurrection. Beric consoles Arya, reassuring her of her father's goodness and the burden of being brought back from the dead. Despite the toll it takes on him, Arya insists that she would wish Beric's revived existence upon her father. In the books, Arya is stopped from attacking the Hound by a Brotherhood member named Lem, who does not appear in the show until Season 6, rather than Gendry. In Dragonstone, following his defeat at the Battle of the Blackwater, Stannis finds himself struggling to rally his spirits. His once formidable army has been decimated, leaving him vulnerable to potential attacks from the Lannisters. However, the Lannisters are unable to strike at Dragonstone just yet, due to the loss of much of their fleet at the Blackwater. Stannis decides to pay a visit to his wife, Queen Selyse of House Florent. Selyse, a devout follower of the Lord of Light, is deep in prayer when Stannis enters her chamber. Despite their strained relationship, Selyse holds Stannis in high regard as her king and the prophesied prince that was promised. As Stannis wrestles with guilt over his past actions, particularly his affair with Melisandre that resulted in the death of his brother Renly, Selyse reassures him that his sacrifices in the name of the Lord of Light are justified. She reveals that Melisandre had already disclosed the truth to her, bringing a mix of emotions to Stannis' face. The couple's shared grief over the loss of their stillborn sons had driven Selyse to embrace the Lord of Light's teachings fervently. She laments her inability to provide Stannis with a male heir, but he reminds her of their daughter, Princess Shireen. Alone in her room, Shireen sits drawing and singing a tune about life beneath the ocean. She eagerly anticipates her father's arrival, despite his awkwardness in showing affection towards her. Shireen, a bright but frail young girl with a disfigured face from Grayscale, she inquires about Sir Davos Seaworth. Stannis, growing tense, reveals that Sir Davos is now imprisoned as a traitor. Confused and upset, Shireen is instructed to forget about him. In the books, Davos finds himself sharing a cell with Alliser Florent, who is Selyse's uncle and was once Stannis' trusted advisor. Following the Battle of the Blackwater, Alliser attempted to secretly broker a peace deal with Tywin Lannister without Stannis' knowledge. He suggested that Stannis and himself pledged loyalty to King Joffrey in exchange for keeping their lands and marrying Shireen to Tommen. Despite Allister's well-meaning intentions, Stannis views this as an act of betrayal and orders for Alliser to be imprisoned and ultimately sentenced to death. Later that evening, Shireen stealthily makes her way to the dungeon of Dragonstone and locates the cell of Sir Onion Knight. Startled, he awakens and warns her that she should not be there. However, she reveals that the lazy guard Bert is on duty. Curious, she questions him about the rumors of his betrayal, to which he admits disobeying her father. Unperturbed, she declares him as her friend and expresses concern for his boredom in the cell. She presents him with a book detailing the exploits of Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons, highlighting the Targaryens' connection to Dragonstone. Davos hesitantly confesses his illiteracy, disappointing Shireen. Undeterred, she offers to teach him to read by visiting his cell during Bert's shift. Despite Davos's objections, Shireen jests about the consequences of being caught, suggesting they might be locked up as well. They share a moment of laughter before Shireen begins reading to Davos from the historical tome recounting Aegon's conquest of Westeros. During Shireen's reading lesson with Davos, she explains that the letters A, E, G, when pronounced together, phonetically sound like the word egg. This reference is a subtle nod to Aegon V Targaryen, also known as Egg, in the prequel novellas titles Tales of Duncan Egg. Brienne finds herself in the bathhouse of Harrenhal. Suddenly, Jaime enters clearly in pain and struggling to stand. He heads towards the communal bath where Brienne is already bathing. Despite Brienne's protest about other available baths, Jaime insists on joining her as he fears he might collapse and drown, not wanting to be the first Lannister to die in such a manner. Brienne questions why she should be concerned about his well-being, but Jaime reminds her of the vow she made to safely escort him to King's Landing, a task that has proven difficult given his current state. Making a light-hearted comment about Renly's death under Brienne's protection, Jaime unintentionally provokes her to stand up boldly in front of him. Realizing his mistake, Jaime apologizes sincerely, expressing his exhaustion from constant battles and desire for a truce. In response, Brienne emphasizes the importance of trust for a truce to be established. Despite her doubts, Jaime assures her of his trust and willingness to cooperate. Brienne reluctantly accepts his words. Jaime observes the familiar expression on Brienne's face, reminiscent of the disdain he had encountered for many years. People often labeled him as the Kingslayer, Oathbreaker, and a man without honor. Jaime recounts the gruesome details of the Mad King's cruel fascination with wildfire, reveling in the agony of those burnt alive. The Mad King punished lords who displeased him, as well as those he deemed disloyal, leading to widespread rebellion in Westeros. Aerys strategically placed caches of wildfire throughout King's Landing, including key locations like the Great Sept of Baelor and the Red Keep. Following Robert's triumph at the Trident, Jaime's father, Tywin Lannister, arrived in King's Landing with the Lannister army to defend the city. Despite Jaime's warnings, the Mad King refused to surrender, ultimately leading to the Lannisters sacking the city. In a desperate attempt to stop Aerys from unleashing wildfire on the innocent populace, Jaime slew the pyromancer and ultimately ended the Mad King's life. Reflecting on the events, Jaime questions Aerys' delusions of grandeur, believing he would be reborn as a dragon in the flames. In a final act of mercy, Jaime ensured Aerys' demise by slitting his throat. Brienne is left speechless by Jaime's harrowing account, prompting her to ask why he had never shared this side of the story before. Jaime's bitter response highlights the futility of trying to defend himself against the judgment of honorable figures like Ned Stark. Jaime's anger escalates as he questions Stark's authority to judge him. The emotional toll of reliving his traumatic experience becomes too much for Jaime, causing him to almost collapse into the water. Brienne quickly intervenes, catching him before he falls and calling for assistance for the Kingslayer. As Jaime begins to lose consciousness, he softly mutters to himself, "Jaime, my name is Jaime." Jaime's revelation to Brienne regarding the events surrounding the Mad King Aerys is revealed in two separate instances within the book. The first instance takes place while traveling with Brienne and his cousin Cleos Frey before they are taken captive. Jaime recounts how he valiantly defended the Red Keep, but ultimately realizing the battle was lost, he sent a messenger to Aerys requesting surrender. Upon the messenger's return, Jaime learned that the head pyromancer was advising the king, who then demanded Jaime to prove his loyalty by killing his own father. Recognizing the imminent danger, Jaime acted swiftly by turning against the pyromancer and ultimately slaying Aerys himself. Caught red-handed by his father's knights standing over Aerys' lifeless body, there was no way to conceal his actions. Jaime later sought out and eliminated the two other pyromancers involved in the treacherous plot. In the land of Slaver's Bay, Daenerys Targaryen's fresh army of liberated unsullied soldiers who had recently conquered Astapor are now marching towards the next target, Yunkai, one of the three major slaver cities. Sir Jorah Mormont shares with Sir Barristan Selmy the story of how he earned his knighthood at the conclusion of the Greyjoy Rebellion, a conflict they both participated in. Jorah recounts how he stormed the walls of Pike as the second man through the breach, following closely behind Thoros of Myr, who was wielding a flaming sword. It was King Robert Baratheon himself who knighted Jorah in recognition of his valor in that battle, a moment that Jorah cherishes as one of the proudest in his life. Interestingly, Jorah admits that amidst the chaos and excitement of the battle, his primary concern was actually the urgent need to relieve himself after being encased in heavy armor for 16 consecutive hours. Barristan acknowledges that Robert was both a skilled warrior and a decent man, yet expresses regret over his reign as king. He reflects on the years he dedicated to defending unworthy rulers, including 17 under Robert, and before that, the Mad King. Barristan emphasizes the importance of honoring vows, even when serving under incompetent or unstable leaders. He longs for the opportunity to fight for a cause he truly believes in before his time comes to an end. The scenes featuring Daenerys were initially written by David Benioff and D.B. Weiss for the upcoming episode, The Climb. However, they were later rescheduled and filmed for the current episode due to their better alignment with Shireen's discussion about the Targaryens. Barristan Selmy, a former loyalist to the Targaryens, was excluded from Robert's Small Council meetings despite being entitled to attend as the commander of the Kingsguard. Unbeknownst to him, Jorah had been spying on Daenerys for Robert. In the books, Selmy did participate in these meetings and was well aware of Jorah's treachery, never forming a bond with him. Currently in the story, Selmy goes by the name Arstan Whitebeard to observe Daenerys without revealing his true identity, unable to expose Jorah without incriminating himself. Their conversation shifts towards Daenerys, with Jorah expressing his belief in her and Barristan agreeing that she will have capable advisors by her side. However, Barristan cautions Jorah that it may not be wise for Daenerys to be seen with him when they return to Westeros, due to his tainted past of selling slaves, which is frowned upon in their homeland. Jorah subtly probes Barristan about the advisors on the Small Council, particularly inquiring if any of them opposed Robert's decision to have Daenerys, the last Targaryen, killed. It becomes evident that Jorah is trying to ascertain if Barristan was aware of his previous role as a spy for King Robert, reporting to Varys. Jorah notes that traditionally the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard holds a seat on the Small Council, but Barristan clarifies that despite his position as a former Kingsguard member, Robert never fully trusted him and thus excluded him from council meetings. Jorah is relieved to learn that Barristan was not present at any council meeting where his treachery may have been exposed. The two men briefly argue over their respective loyalties to Daenerys and their roles within her inner circle, with Jorah emphasizing that he takes his orders directly from Daenerys herself. In the meantime, Daenerys and Missandei are in a meeting with the officers of the Unsullied Army. Speaking in Low Valyrian, Daenerys informs them that they are no longer bound by slavery, but are now free men who can make their own decisions. She urges them to choose a leader from amongst themselves. As the officers part ways, a eunuch named Grey Worm steps forward. Daenerys asks him to unveil his face and reveal his true name. Missandei explains that the slave masters of Astapor give the Unsullied demeaning names like Grey Worm, Red Flea, or Black Rat to strip them of their individuality and self-worth. Outraged by this practice, Daenerys demands that the Unsullied choose their own names as free individuals. Despite the opportunity to reclaim his original name, Grey Worm chooses to keep his current name as a symbol of pride and luck, as it was the name he bore when he gained his freedom thanks to Daenerys. The Unsullied in the book are not assigned permanent names. Instead, they receive a new one daily through a random draw from a barrel. These names typically consist of a colour and a type of small creature. Although Grey Worm cannot recall his birth name, he adopted his current moniker on the day he gained his freedom from Daenerys. Jacob Anderson had made his debut as Grey Worm in this episode. The series linguist David J. Peterson praised Anderson as the most skilled Valyrian speaker in the cast, frequently assigning him the most impressive lines to showcase his impeccable pronunciation. In the castle gardens in King's Landing, Sansa Stark and Margaery Tyrell observe the intense training sessions of Sir Loras and his squire. Sansa admires Loras's skill in combat and casually brings up the topic of their impending marriage, part of the Tyrells' plan to safeguard her from the clutches of the Lannisters. Margaery assures Sansa that she will subtly introduce the idea to Loras after her wedding to Joffrey. Despite Sansa's doubts about Joffrey's willingness to release her, Margaery is convinced that he will comply once she becomes his queen. Following the sparring session, Sir Loras's new squire, Oliver, makes his advances towards him, eventually leading to a passionate encounter in Loras's chambers. As they lie together, Loras reveals his betrothal to another, a detail that Oliver promptly shares with his true master, Littlefinger, who intends to inform Cersei of this development. Loras is next in line to inherit the Tyrell family in the television series. However, in the books, he has two older siblings, Willis and Garland Tyrell. Willis is the preferred choice to marry Sansa, as Loras is now part of Joffrey's Kingsguard and unable to wed. With Willis and Garland absent from the show, Loras is the unofficial heir of House Tyrell and a potential suitor for Sansa. In the book version, the Lannisters discover these intentions when Sansa unknowingly discloses them to Dontos Hollard, not realizing he is in league with Littlefinger. Shortly after, Littlefinger has a meeting with Sansa where he presents her with an opportunity to join him on his voyage from the capital to the Vale of Arryn. Sansa decides to try her hand at deceit and expresses her reluctance to leave before Joffrey's wedding out of concern for his safety in case their plan goes awry. Littlefinger picks up on Sansa's hidden agenda, but chooses not to confront her at that moment. Instead, he appreciates her apparent worry for his well-being and requests that she addresses him by his given name, Peter. Tyrion makes his way to the small council chamber to update his father, Tywin, on his successful endeavors. However, his mood sours when he sees Cersei already in attendance. Tywin reveals that the Tyrells are scheming to marry Sansa off to Sir Loras in an attempt to gain control over the North, which Tywin vehemently opposes. Despite Sansa's older brother still being alive, Tywin explains that Robb Stark's forces have been weakened by the Karstark's betrayal, leaving him vulnerable against the Lannister-Tyrell alliance. Theon Greyjoy's actions at Winterfell have made Sansa the heir to Robb, and Tywin is determined to prevent the Tyrells from seizing power in the north. Tyrion raises concerns about risking their alliance with the Tyrells by rejecting the marriage proposal. However, Tywin argues that since the Tyrells' plan is a secret plot against them, they are not technically refusing anything. He also points out that the Tyrells will delay their scheme until after Joffrey's wedding, giving the Lannisters a window of opportunity to secure a different husband for Sansa before the Tyrells can act. After a brief moment of silence, Tyrion becomes aware that his father and sister are discussing him. He tries to argue that it is unjust to force him to marry Sansa, especially after all the suffering she endured at the hands of Joffrey. Tywin dismisses his concerns, questioning whether Tyrion plans to mistreat Sansa and emphasizing that her happiness is not a priority. Despite Tyrion's objections that Sansa is still a child, Cersei argues that she is now a woman capable of bearing children. Tyrion adamantly refuses the marriage proposal, reminding his father of his past marriage to Tysha. Tywin, however, sees Sansa as a valuable asset due to her claim to the north and insists that it is time for Tyrion to wed. Cersei, who initially gloats over Tyrion's predicament, is shocked when Tywin commands her to marry Sir Loras instead. Despite her refusal, Tywin is unwavering in his decision, seeing the strategic advantage of uniting the Lannisters with the North and the Reach through marriage. As arguments ensue, Cersei pleads with her father to reconsider, emphasizing her autonomy as Queen Regent. However, Tywin asserts his authority as her father, demanding obedience and insisting that she marry Loras to dispel rumors surrounding her relationship with Jaime. In a final act of defiance, Tywin storms out, expressing his disgust at the behavior of his children and their tarnishing of the Lannister name. Cersei, desperate for a different outcome, turns to Tyrion for support, but finds him preoccupied with his own troubles. Episode 6 starts with Samwell struggling to start a fire at the campsite. Gilly comes to his aid and he takes the opportunity to share stories about the Wall and Castle Black. Despite his admission of being a terrible singer, he joins in singing to Gilly's son. Additionally, he reveals a mysterious black glass dagger he found at the Fist of the First Men, hinting at its potential significance. Dragonglass, also known as obsidian, is a widely recognized substance in the world that is formed from volcanic glass. Alongside Valyrian steel, it is one of the only two substances known to have the power to defeat White Walkers. Additionally, Dragonglass is effective against whites in the show, but not in the books. In Old Valyria, it was referred to as Frozen Fire. Meanwhile, in the north, Mira and Osha are engaged in a tense moment as they attempt to skin rabbits, with tension escalating to the point where they almost turn on each other. Bran intervenes to prevent a conflict, while Jojen experiences a disturbing vision-induced episode. Upon regaining consciousness, Jojen reveals a vision of Jon Snow in peril, surrounded by enemies. In the books, Mira searches for fish and frogs instead of rabbits, and Osha is absent as she has already departed from the group with Rickon. Back beyond the Wall, Jon Snow and the wildlings are gearing up for a treacherous climb. Ygritte playfully teases Jon about his loyalty to the Night's Watch, but assures him she won't betray him. Despite their tender moment discussing their reliance on each other, Ygritte's warning about the consequences of betrayal dampens the sentiment. Tormund arrives to offer Jon practical advice for the climb, emphasizing the importance of not screaming in the event of a fall. Tormund Giantsbane observes the flourishing trees near the wall and recalls how there used to be no such vegetation there. Jon Snow, feeling overwhelmed by the massive ice barrier, confides in Ygritte about his fear. Ygritte, on the other hand, is filled with excitement as she has been eagerly anticipating this climb her whole life. Despite knowing that Jon's loyalty still lies with the Night's Watch, Ygritte expresses that she doesn't mind. She argues that neither of their factions can guarantee their survival. In a pledge of love and loyalty, the two lovers vow to never betray each other. On the screen, it is officially revealed that the wall stands a towering height of 700 feet, 213 meters. Tormund mentions that the Night's Watch strategically cuts down trees within a 1-mile radius of the wall to eliminate potential cover for wildlings during surprise attacks. The presence of trees growing near the wall suggests that many of the castles along the wall are now abandoned by the Watch. Also, its tunnel is deliberately collapsed to prevent wildlings from utilizing it, forcing them to find alternate ways to cross over. In the books, Jon and Ygritte do not ascend the wall alone, but instead a group led by a wildling named Jarl. Tormund and Orell are absent from the group. As they attempt to climb, large pieces of ice fall, resulting in the tragic death of Jarl and several others. The survivors manage to reach the top by using ropes to pull up rope ladders. Jon and Ygritte utilizes one of these ladders to reach the summit, where Ygritte discloses the coveted secret power sought by the wildlings in the Frostbangs, the fabled Horn of Winter. The ancient artifact, once wielded by the legendary King Beyond the Wall, Jormungand, has the ability to awaken giants from the earth, or it might be able to bring down the wall. In the Riverlands, Arya practices her archery skills by shooting arrows at a target while reciting her personal mantra. Thoros of Myr watches with amusement as Angai offers her some tips on shooting. In the books, Arya is never shown shooting an arrow either at Winterfell or with the Brotherhood. This is not due to lack of interest, but rather because she struggles with the physical strength required to draw a bow. Angai once offered to craft a lighter bow for her, but it never came to fruition. Melisandre arrives and engages in a conversation with Thoros in High Valyrian, discussing his past attempts to convert Robert Baratheon. In the Season 3 bonus feature, Lord of Light, it is revealed that the High Priest had predicted Robert's rise to power as ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Thoros was therefore sent to Westeros with the hope that he could convert Robert to the faith of the Lord of Light. However, when Thoros arrived, he discovered that Robert was more interested in indulging in vices such as fighting, carousing, and drinking. With his own faith starting to waver, Thoros found himself joining in Robert's debauchery rather than guiding him towards the Lord of Light. On the other hand, Melisandre was able to successfully convert Stannis to their cause. Thoros and Melisandre talk in High Valyrian, which George R.R. Martin has described as the equivalent of Latin in his fictional world. Over time, High Valyrian branched out into various forms of Low Valyrian in Essos, much like how Latin gave rise to the Romance languages such as Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian. For the first time in the show, the Valyrian expression Vala Maguris has been met with his rightful reply, Vala Dohaeris, on screen. In the books, the Brotherhood without banners never crosses paths with Melisandre because she does not venture to the Riverlands in search of royal blood. Gendry is not handed over to her. Instead, he remains with the Brotherhood and eventually earns the title of Knight. The storyline of Gendry on the show is a blend of his character and that of Edric Storm from the books. Edric Storm, another illegitimate child of Robert Baratheon, is taken to Dragonstone by Stannis following his conquest of Storm's End, with the initial intention of using him as leverage against Cersei. After Stannis suffers defeat at Blackwater Bay, Melisandre believes that Edric's royal lineage can be utilized in a ritual sacrifice. Eventually, Thoros introduces Melisandre to Beric Dondarrion, who has been resurrected multiple times, leaving her both impressed and unsettled. Melisandre questions the source of Thoros' power, and he explains that it comes from the Lord of Light. He shares his story of losing faith and sinning before regaining it when he prayed for Beric's revival. Now, both Thoros and Beric serve the Lord of Light faithfully. Melisandre hints at needing king's blood, leading to Gendry being captured and put in chains. Arya defends Gendry, but Melisandre insists that he is special. In this episode, Melisandre and Arya come face to face, leading to Melisandre's chilling prophecy about witnessing eyes peering out from a shadow within Arya, which she will eventually close forever. This encounter is not depicted in the original books, as Melisandre never crosses paths with the Brotherhood without banners. However, the inspiration for the prophecy regarding Arya can be traced back to a chapter in A Storm of Swords, where Arya and the Brotherhood seek out the enigmatic Ghost of High Heart at High Heart. This mysterious figure is described as an elderly, frail dwarf woman with prophetic dreams of the future. During their interaction, the ghost initially senses the scent of death emanating from Lord Beric Dondarrion, who has undergone multiple resurrections. However, she soon realizes that the source of the ominous aura is actually Arya, whom she refers to as Wolfchild and Bloodchild. Elsewhere, the cleaning boy awakens Theon Greyjoy to continue torturing him. The boy threatens to remove Theon's pinky finger if he cannot guess the boy's true identity and their current location. He gives the impression that Theon guessed right when Theon says he is the younger brother of Torrhen Karstark, Rickard Karstark's son, and that they are in Carhold. But then the boy tells Theon he was lying and begins flaying Theon's finger while telling him that he is torturing Theon only for his own amusement. At Riverrun, Robb and his advisors meet with Black Walder and Lothar Frey to discuss an alliance for his planned attack on Castle Rock. The Freys carry Walder Frey's demands for an alliance, which includes a formal apology from Robb, the Castle Harrenhal and all of its lands and incomes, and for Edmure Tully to marry Rosalind, one of his daughters. Edmure is reluctant to marry a woman he has never met, but is eventually convinced by the group to go through with the arrangement. Brendan's frustration with his nephew Edmure's reluctance to marry Rosalind for the benefit of Robb's cause is somewhat ironic. Brendan himself had rejected all potential marriage partners suggested by his brother, Hostor, Edmure's father, in an effort to strengthen House Tully, contributing to the tension between the brothers. Despite this, Brendan believes that Edmure should fulfill this duty to Robb, especially since Edmure failed to eliminate the Mountain in Walk of Punishment. Lothar and Walder Rivers, along with the Stark family, meet at Riverrun to discuss a potential agreement. They share news of Winterfell's destruction at the death of Roderick Castle and claiming that Theon is being held at the Dreadfort. In Harrenhal, Jaime, Brienne, and Roose Bolton share a meal. Bolton informs Jaime that he will dispatch him to King's Landing as compensation for his severed hand, but with the stipulation that Jaime must pledge to his father that Bolton had no direct involvement in his disfigurement. Jaime presumes that Brienne will join him on this journey, yet Bolton plans to detain her, accusing her of aiding treason. In the novels, Jaime does not ask Roose Bolton to allow Brienne to accompany him. Instead, Roose decides to keep her at Harrenhal to amuse Vargo Hoat, Locke in the show, not due to any suspicion of treason. The gown assigned to Brienne once belonged to Lady Went, the former mistress of Harrenhal, but it is far too large and does not fit well, requiring Brienne to be cautious in order to avoid revealing certain body parts. In the television adaptation, Brienne's attire is specifically tailored to fit her well, causing her discomfort as it compels her to embody the traditional femininity she has long rejected by wearing armor and male attire. In King's Landing, Lord Tywin Lannister convenes with Lady Olenna Tyrell to discuss the possibility of Sir Loras marrying his daughter, Cersei. They engage in a heated exchange regarding Cersei's age, her fertility, and the rumors of incest with Jaime, as well as Loras's homosexuality. Tywin strongly believes that Cersei, whom he deems the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, should wed Loras, the most handsome and sought-after bachelor. Olenna flatly refuses to give her approval, insinuating that Joffrey might be a product of incest. Tywin counters that if that were true, Joffrey has no legitimate claim to the throne, and the Tyrells essentially dishonored themselves. In response, Olenna expresses her reluctance to risk another scandal if Cersei fails to produce heirs for the Tyrells. Recognizing Olenna's unwavering stance, Tywin threatens to name Loras to the Kingsguard, thereby forfeiting his right to marriage and inheritance of Highgarden. Eventually, Olenna relents and agrees to the union between Loras and Cersei. In the books and show, it is widely known that Tywin was enraged when the Mad King employed the same tactic against him. Their relationship deteriorated after the king appointed Jaime to the Kingsguard. It remains ambiguous in both the TV show and the books whether Tywin truly thinks the rumors about Jaime and Cersei's incestuous relationship are false slander, or if he harbors suspicion but opts to dismiss the rumors as falsehoods. The discussion between Tywin and Olenna is a condensed version of a subplot from the books, which has Tywin actually speak with Olenna's son Mace at a later time. Tywin proposes a marriage between Cersei and Willis, Loras's older brother and heir of House Tyrell, a storyline omitted from the show. However, Olenna rejects the idea, partially out of spite towards Tywin for marrying Sansa to Tyrion. Olenna had hoped Willis could marry Sansa, but also because she believes Cersei is too old and experienced for her grandson. Tywin does not bring up the proposal again and explores other potential marriage alliances. He does not resort to blackmailing the Tyrells by threatening to appoint their heir as a Kingsguard member. In the Northern Lands, Jon and the wildlings continue their treacherous climb up the wall. A sudden ice collapse sends several wildlings plummeting to their demise, leaving Jon and Ygritte dangling in peril. Despite Tormund's objections, Orell makes the decision to sever the rope, believing that Jon and Ygritte's combined weight will drag him and Tormund down. Just as the rope is on the verge of being cut, Jon manages to swing them both to safety. Kit Harington and Rose Leslie tied the knot on June 23, 2018, following a long courtship. In February 2021, the pair joyfully welcomed their first child into the world. Meanwhile, in the gardens of King's Landing, Loras and Sansa are seated by a fountain, sharing a somewhat awkward date. Loras appears uncomfortable, while Sansa is elated to finally be escaping King's Landing. He cheers up a little while discussing their upcoming wedding. Sansa, however, quickly realizes that Loras is more interested in the food and wedding joust than in her. Loras promptly reassures her with a kind remark before detailing the wedding dress he has imagined for her. Sansa expresses her anticipation of visiting Highgarden, having only resided in Winterfell and eagerly awaiting her departure from King's Landing. In this exchange, Loras discovers an unforeseen connection with her and concurs that the Red Keep is indeed the most dreadful place imaginable. In the books, Sansa and Loras do not develop a pleasant but awkward bond. Cersei and Tyrion Lannister are observing the couple from Cersei's chambers, which overlook the garden. In a sarcastic tone, Tyrion questions which of the four of them has the most unfortunate situation. He then proceeds to accuse his sister of attempting to have him killed during the Battle of the Blackwater. Exhausted from their ongoing conflicts, Cersei remains silent as Tyrion deduces that only two individuals possess the authority to command the Kingsguard. Tyrion comes to the realization that although Cersei has the power to give such orders, she would not be foolish enough to command Sir Mandon Moore to publicly assassinate him. Instead, Tyrion concludes that it was Joffrey who instructed Sir Mandon Moore to kill him, as Tyrion was the only one who dared to stand up against the young king. Cersei reassures Tyrion that his life is no longer in danger from Joffrey, as he would not dare to make any further attempts now that Tywin is the hand of the king. They proceed to discuss the potential return of Jaime to King's Landing, with Cersei pondering his whereabouts. Curious, she asks Tyrion which of them should be responsible for informing Sansa about this development. In the books, this conversation does not take place, leaving the true orchestra of Mandon Moore's attack on Tyrion a mystery. However, Tyrion reasons that only Cersei or Joffrey would have the authority to command a Kingsguard member to carry out such a deed. However, it was most likely Littlefinger, since Mandon was from the Vale appointed by Jon Arryn, who didn't like him, which means it was Lysa's suggestion and probably done because Littlefinger told her to do it because he is his man. Tyrion makes the decision to crush Sansa's hope without delay. He proceeds to Sansa's quarters and requests a moment alone with her, yet Sansa refuses to send Shae away. Tyrion then presents Shae with a meticulously crafted apology, using coded language to express his regret for not informing her privately before delivering the news to Sansa. Unlike the show, Sansa does not share a close relationship with Shae, who is already informed about the marriage through various sources before Tyrion breaks the news to her. Shae's indifferent reaction to the news makes Tyrion question her true feelings for him. Elsewhere, Littlefinger is seated near the Iron Throne, admiring it. Varys joins him, engaging in their customary witty banter. They then discuss the significance of the Iron Throne and the role of pageantry and propaganda in shaping nations and solidifying dynasties. Varys emphasizes his commitment to serving the realm, but Baelish dismisses the notion, claiming that the realm is merely a construct created by Aegon the Conqueror. Baelish then reveals his knowledge of Varys' arrangement with Ross and discloses that he has handed her over to a friend who is eager for a fresh experience. Baelish takes pleasure in the chaos he has orchestrated, likening it to a ladder that ambitious individuals can ascend, rather than a pit of despair as perceived by Varys and others. Peter Baelish ridicules the Iron Throne, pointing out that it falls far short of the rumoured 1,000 swords of Aegon's defeated foes. He estimates the actual count to be under 200. In the books, the Iron Throne is depicted as significantly larger, towering over 40 feet tall, and so massive that it cannot be moved, with the king seated over 20 feet above the ground, accessible only by a staircase. Author George R.R. Martin describes the room containing the throne in the novels as being as vast as St. Peter's Basilicata in Vatican City. However, Martin recognized that these proportions were too impractical for the TV series, and that if the throne had been portrayed as enormous as in the books, it would have seemed ridiculous for the king to interact with people standing 40 feet away. In another location, Sansa sheds tears as Baelish's ship sails away, leaving both of her intentions to escape King's Landing in ruins. In the books, Littlefinger did not directly invite Sansa to accompany him. Instead, he offered her a way out of the capital with the help of Sir Dontos Hollard, a disgraced knight who secretly works for Littlefinger. Sansa is aware of this connection. Despite warnings from Hollard about the Tyrells' ulterior motives for offering her marriage into their family, she refuses the proposal. Shortly after, Littlefinger departs from King's Landing on a mission to wed Lysa Arryn and establish control over the Vale. Meanwhile, within his private quarters, Joffrey calmly reflects on the lifeless body of Ross, who met her demise maybe because he remembered Tyrion sending her to him in Season 2. Following the passing of Ross, Esme Bianco, she stands out as one of the major non-book characters. She was inspired by a brief mention of a red-haired prostitute in the first book. Originally intended to only appear in the pilot episode, Bianco's portrayal impressed the producers, leading to her character being kept in the series. By incorporating Ross into the storyline, the writers found it easier to introduce backstory and subplots to the audience through a familiar and relatable character. The episode concludes with the climbers finally reaching the top of the wall. Ygritte, who had expressed her longing to view the world from above, briefly admires the view before sharing a passionate kiss with Jon. The title of the episode, The Climb, can be interpreted in two ways. One being the wildlings' ascent to the summit of the wall, and the other being Littlefinger's chaos is a ladder and the consequences for those who attempt or decline to scale it, as the climb is everything. This monologue is not found in the book, as his conversation with Varys never takes place on page, and this iconic scene is a creation of the television adaptation. After successfully navigating the treacherous ascent of the wall, Jon Snow, Ygritte, and the group of wildlings led by Tormund make their way towards Castle Black, where they anticipate Mance's radar signal to commence the assault on the Night's Watch. During filming, Kit Harington had sustained a fractured ankle, which made walking difficult for him. A double wearing a wig portrayed Jon in wide shots, and scenes were adjusted so that Harington could remain seated for the majority of the time. Jon confronts Orell regarding the incident where he severed the rope holding Jon and Ygritte while scaling the wall, putting their lives in jeopardy. Orell defends his actions by claiming that Ygritte, being a wildling, understood the necessity of his actions under pressure, implying that Jon lacks the same instinct. He further asserts that Jon will never be able to keep Ygritte due to his difference in mindset. As they journey through the forest, Orell's jealousy becomes evident as he confronts Ygritte, insisting that he would make a better match for her than Jon Snow, and expresses his distrust towards Jon. Within the books, the wildlings show no disapproval towards Jon and Ygritte's relationship. Meanwhile, Jon attempts to convince Ygritte that the wildlings' cause is futile, citing the failures of previous kings beyond the Wall who attempted to invade the southern lands. Ygritte, however, remains steadfast in her beliefs and reminds Jon that he is now one of them. Their fates are intertwined. She reaffirms her love for him, stating that they will embrace life together, even in the face of death. The 6 kings mentioned may have been Jormund, Gendel, Gorn, the Horned Lord, Beowulf the Bard, and Raymond Redbeard, who all tried to breach the wall and invade the north over the last 8,000 years. In King's Landing, both Sansa and Tyrion are not thrilled about their upcoming marriage. Margaery Tyrell tries to comfort Sansa by reminding her that Tyrion is not the worst Lannister, and that he may be able to bring her happiness with his skills in romance. On the other hand, Bronn suggests to Tyrion that he could marry Sansa to please his father, have a son with her for an heir, while still keeping his affair with Shae in secret. This way, Tyrion would have 2 women and a kingdom to rule. However, Tyrion is worried that Shae may not agree to this plan, and is hesitant about having a wife, a mistress, and the North against him. Bronn advises Tyrion that trying to be universally loved is a waste of time. Tyrion's concerns are validated when Shae straightforwardly informs him that she will no longer be intimate with him once he marries Sansa. Margaery's mother is briefly mentioned in this episode. Despite never being named or shown on screen in the show, in the books she is known as Allery Tyrell, formerly Hightower, and has been residing in King's Landing with Margaery and Olenna since their arrival. Sansa's wedding to Tyrion happened much earlier in the book, just before Hoster Tully's passing. Sansa never had the chance to discuss her impending marriage with Margaery. Instead, while getting fitted for a dress in her room, still believing she would wed Margaery's brother Willis. And then Cersei enters, declaring she will marry Tyrion, leaving Sansa no choice but to go through the wedding right then and there. Nonetheless, following the wedding with their plans thwarted, the Tyrells withdraw from Sansa, no longer engaging with her even after the event. In the books, Tyrion refrains from bringing up Sansa and Shae in a conversation with Bronn. Surprisingly, Shae shows a lack of interest in Tyrion's impending marriage, dismissing it as insignificant by stating, "I don't care, she's only a little girl, you'll give her a big belly and come back to me." At the same time, Tywin Lannister makes his way to the throne room in response to a request from King Joffrey. After engaging in some insincere pleasantries, Tywin inquires about the reason for his grandson's summoning. Joffrey seeks an update on the activities of the small council. Tywin informs Joffrey that he is welcome to attend any small council meetings if he so wishes. However, Joffrey claims to be too preoccupied to participate in such gatherings and questions why the location of the council meetings has been changed. Tywin explains that the meetings are now being held in the Tower of the Hand for efficiency. When Joffrey complains about the number of steps he would have to climb to attend, Tywin silently climbs the steps to stand beside the throne, staring down at Joffrey before suggesting that he could arrange for him to be carried. A flustered Joffrey shifts the conversation to Daenerys Targaryen. Tywin is surprised by Joffrey's knowledge of the exiled princess. Tywin confirms that the reports of the last Targaryen being alive and having hatched dragons are indeed true. Joffrey questions why they should not take action against her, but Tywin dismisses the threat, comparing Daenerys' dragons to mere curiosities rather than formidable weapons of war. He reassures Joffrey that even if the dragons prove to be powerful, they pose no immediate danger to his rule as they are located on the other side of the world. Tywin advises Joffrey to listen to his advisors on matters he does not fully understand. Joffrey protests that he has not received any counsel, to which Tywin cryptically responds that he is currently being advised and will inform Joffrey if necessary. With a slight smile and bow, Tywin leaves Joffrey feeling unsettled on the Iron Throne. The interaction between them makes it clear who truly holds power in the kingdom. The exchange between Tywin and Joffrey is not found in the books, as neither of them are point-of-view characters in the series. Tywin does receive information from Varys regarding the birth of a three-headed dragon in Qarth, but he seems largely uninterested in the news. In the ancient city of Yunkai, Daenerys Targaryen leads her army towards their next conquest in Slavers Bay. Alongside her trusted advisor, Barristan Selmy, she is determined to claim victory over the city, known for breeding bed slaves rather than warriors. Despite their confidence, Ser Jorah provides a strategic insight by warning that Yunkai's defenders are unlikely to engage in a traditional open battle. Instead, he anticipates that they will resort to guerrilla tactics from behind their fortified walls. Jorah cautions Daenerys that capturing Yunkai may not align with their ultimate goal of reclaiming the Iron Throne in Westeros. However, Daenerys remains resolute in her decision to liberate the countless slaves held captive within the city. She commands Grey Worm to send a message to the rulers of Yunkai, demanding their surrender or face the same fate as Astapor. The fate of Yunkai hangs in the balance as Daenerys prepares to unleash her wrath upon the slavers. The Yunkish messenger is brought to Daenerys' encampment on a litter carried by slaves, escorted by unsullied soldiers. Missandei introduces the visitor as Razdol Moeraz, a leader among the ruling wise masters of Yunkai. Daenerys greets him in her tent, accompanied by her dragons who playfully compete for her attention and scraps of meat she offers them. They growl menacingly at Razdul when he approaches too closely. Razdul boasts about the ancient history and resilience of Yunkai, claiming that many armies have tried and failed to conquer the city in the past. Despite Razdul's attempt to intimidate her, Daenerys remains unfazed, remarking that a challenging battle would only benefit her unsullied warriors. Razdul shifts his approach, suggesting that their faction can peacefully coexist, offering to overlook Daenerys' previous attack on Astapor and providing her with resources such as gold and ships to aid in her journey to Westeros. In return, he asks that Daenerys refrain from causing trouble in Yunkai. Razdul Moeraz notes that our empire existed long before dragons roamed old Valyria. The cities of Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen along Slavers Bay still showcase Giscari pyramids and their emblem, the harpy, as a reminder of their past. Daenerys presents a new proposal. In exchange for sparing Razdul and the slave masters of Yunkai, she demands that every slave in the city, regardless of age or gender, be set free and provided with food, clothing, and property as compensation for their labor. She issues a warning that if her terms are rejected, Yunkai will face severe consequences. Razdul, feeling insulted, boasts that Yunkai will pose a greater challenge than Astapor or Qarth, and threatens to unleash the wrath of the city's powerful friends, who he claims will delight in defeating her army and enslaving the survivors. In response, Daenerys' dragons growl menacingly, causing Razdul to protest that he was promised safe passage. Daenerys retorts that her dragons never made such a promise and are angered by his threats against their mother. When the dragons prevent Razdul's slaves from retrieving the chests of gold he brought with him, he storms out of the meeting in frustration. Daenerys instructs Jorah to gather more information about Yunkai's allies before deciding on whether to launch an attack on the city. Within the book, the Yunkai representative is known as Grazdin Moeraz, honoring Grazdin the Great, who established the Giscari Empire. On the show, he was renamed Razdul to prevent mix-ups with another character named Grazdan. With him are slave troops and mercenaries, as he proposes to pay gold, excluding ships, in exchange for Daenerys' departure. However, she turns down both the proposal and the gold, and commands Drogon to burn his garments as he escapes. Journeying back from the Riverlands, a vessel transporting Melisandre and Gendry sets sail from King's Landing and navigates through Blackwater Bay. Melisandre gazes at the remnants of Stannis' fleet decimated by wildfire, speculating that had she been there, the outcome of the battle may have been different. She engages Gendry in conversation and is taken aback to discover that he is oblivious to his father's true lineage. As they pass the imposing Red Keep, Melisandre unveils to Gendry the shocking revelation that he is the illegitimate offspring of King Robert Baratheon. When Melisandre discloses to Gendry the identity of his father being Robert, A familiar tune reminiscent of the King's arrival from the first season can be heard. This melody was previously played during Robert's entrance to Winterfell, serving as a signature theme for House Baratheon. In the book, Gendry chooses to remain with the Brotherhood without banners, continuing to live in ignorance of his true lineage. In the encampment of the Brotherhood without banners, Arya grows disheartened by their decision to sell Gendry and seizes a chance to flee under the cover of night. Just as she begins to make her getaway, she is abruptly captured by Sandor Clegane, who had been lurking in the shadows waiting for her. Miranda, Charlotte Hope, makes her debut as the Kennel Master's daughter and Ramsay's lover. Although her name is similar to an unrelated character in the novels, a House Royce daughter who later becomes friends with Sansa in the Vale, the show's portrayal of Miranda was likely influenced by a group of Ramsay's followers known as the Bastards Boys, led by the Kennel Master. Similar to Miranda, Ramsay uses the Bastards Boys for his own purposes without much regard for them. Additionally, the character Violet is a creation of the show, as the only character with that name in the source material is an elderly woman who frequents Riverrun in search of shoes. In Harrenhal, Jaime has a final conversation with Brienne before his departure. He expresses gratitude to Brienne for saving his life during their journey and for giving him a newfound purpose that helped him overcome his despair after losing his hand. Brienne urges Jaime to honor his debt by fulfilling his promise. Jaime vows to keep his word and ensure the safe return of Catelyn Stark's daughters. In the books, Jaime bids farewell not to Brienne, but to the brave companions, now led by Locke and his soldiers in the series, assuring them with the words, "I will return. A Lannister always settles his debts." Tywin subsequently dispatches the Mountain to Harrenhal to exact retribution on the brave companions, particularly Vargo Hoat, their former leader who had once served under Tywin but betrayed him and mutilated Jaime. The Mountain ruthlessly slaughters the remaining members of the group. Jaime later encounters Hoat's lifeless body after he had been cut limb from limb, and suddenly revenge leaves a bad taste in his mouth. The following day, Jaime sets out from Harrenhal accompanied by Qyburn, who was tasked with continuing treatment on his arm in hopes of regaining his status as a maester through Lord Tywin's influence. Jaime humorously suggests that his father may appoint Qyburn as Grand Maester if he manages to grow Jaime a new hand. They are joined by a group of Bolton soldiers led by Steelshanks, a captain in Lord Bolton's service. Before departing for the twins, Lord Roose Bolton, at the behest of Robb Stark, asks Jaime to convey his regards to Tywin. In return, Jaime requests that Bolton pass on his regards to Robb. Locke, left in charge of Harrenhal in Bolton's absence, taunts Jaime as he leaves, insinuating that he will look after Brienne. Jaime remains unfazed by the jibe. As Roose Bolton departs Harrenhal for the Frey wedding, Jaime requests that he convey his and his family's greeting to Robb, similar to the scene depicted in the books. This sentiment is reiterated at the Red Wedding, when Roose says to Robb before stabbing him in the heart, "Jaime Lannister sends his regards," which makes Catelyn think Jaime had a hand in the Red Wedding, which he didn't. In the depths of his prison cell, Theon Greyjoy finds himself freed from his chains by two alluring women. They gently lie him down on a soft bed, their seductive intentions clear. Whispering words of curiosity about his rumoured endowment, the women set out to explore firsthand. Theon, initially wary of their advances, couldn't resist the arousal that overcomes him as one of the women undresses and straddles him. Just as things begin to escalate, a familiar horn is sounded, signaling the entrance of a young boy. Panic grips Theon as he attempts to flee, only to be knocked to the ground by a powerful blow. The boy, reveling in the idea of Theon's alleged size, reveals a menacing knife with cruel intentions. Realization dawns on Theon as he understands the boy's twisted plan to mutilate him. In a desperate plea for mercy, Theon begs for his life, but the boy sees this act as a twisted form of kindness. With no intention of killing Theon, the sadistic youth sees fit to alter him instead. As two burly men hold him down, Theon's screams echoes through the prison cell as the boy prepares to carry out his gruesome deed. George R.R. Martin penned this episode as well as Seasons 1, The Pointy End, and Seasons 2, Blackwater. Heading towards the wall in the north, Bran Stark's group decides to set up camp. Osha, still wary of Mira and Jojen Reed, is shocked when they express their desire to venture beyond the wall. Osha adamantly declines, recounting the traumatic experience of losing her husband to death and then witnessing him come back as a threat to her life. She passionately argues that the others do not comprehend the dangers that await beyond the wall, insisting that there is nothing of value for humanity in that desolate place. Osha was once married to a man named Bruni, whom she cherished deeply, but one fateful day he vanished without a trace. To her horror, he returned to their home one night as a ghastly wight, leaving Osha with no other option but to set fire to their dwelling with him still inside. After setting up their camp for the night, Qyburn tends to Jaime's missing hand. Curious, Jaime inquires about how Qyburn was stripped of his maester status. Qyburn confesses that he was expelled for conducting experiments on the sick and dying in an attempt to gain a deeper understanding of diseases. Jaime is repulsed by this revelation, but Qyburn argues that his research has ultimately saved countless lives, prompting him to question Jaime on his own life-saving deeds. Jaime admits to having taken many lives, but he also recounts the time he prevented the Mad King from unleashing devastation on King's Landing, thus saving 500,000 people. In the book, Jaime chooses not to share with Qyburn the heroic act of saving King's Landing from the Mad King. He also refrains from questioning Qyburn about the reason for his expulsion, which may be related to inappropriate behavior with young boys. This could be linked to Septon Newt, a member of the Brave Companions alongside Qyburn, who was known for his despicable acts of pedophilia and child murder before meeting his end at the hands of the Brotherhood Without Banners. Jaime then shifts the conversation to Brienne, and Qyburn reveals that a ransom has been offered for her return by her father, Lord Selwyn Tarth. However, Locke mistakenly believed Lord Selwyn to be dishonest, rejects the offer. Qyburn mentions that the men in their company are keen on harming Brienne for amusement before they face their own fates in battle or the harsh winter. Feeling responsible for putting Brienne in danger by lying to protect her, Jaime urges Steelshanks to take her back to Harrenhal. Initially hesitant, Steelshank is persuaded by the promise of a reward and the looming threat of Tywin Lannister's wrath. As per the show's creators, David and Dan, the original plan was for Locke, played by Noah Taylor, to meet his demise in the third season finale by being thrown into a bear pit by Jaime as an act of vengeance for his hand being maimed. However, due to Noah Taylor's superb portrayal, they decided to spare his character and creatively incorporate him into the storyline for the fourth season. In the book version, it is Armory Lorch, an associate of Tywin, who meets a gruesome end in the bear pit under Vargo Hoat's command on Roose Bolton's instructions. Subsequently, Hoat suffers the loss of an ear inflicted by Brienne when he assaults her. Upon his arrival at Harrenhal, Jaime is taken aback and filled with anger to discover that Locke and his associates have callously thrown Brienne into a pit with an enraged bear, armed only with a wooden sword to defend herself. They cruelly sing "The Bear and the Maiden Fair" as they watch the terrifying spectacle unfold. Jaime demands that Locke retrieve Brienne from the pit and offers to pay any ransom he desires, but Locke callously refuses, finding pleasure in the prospect of Brienne's demise. In a moment of desperation, Jaime bravely leaps into the pit to assist Brienne. Just before the bear could harm either of them, Steelshanks intervenes and shoots the beast with a crossbow, diverting its attention long enough for Jaime and Brienne to be rescued from the pit. Despite Locke's attempts to prevent their escape, Jaime defiantly reminds him that Lord Bolton prioritizes returning him safely to King's Landing over the satisfaction of his underlings. With Steelshanks and his men at their side, Locke is powerless to hinder their departure. Jaime then departs from Harrenhal with his guards and Brienne by his side, leaving Locke seething with frustration. This particular episode of the series stands out as the sole one to have scenes filmed in the United States. The bear pit scenes were shot in Los Angeles due to the presence of a live bear named Bart the Bear and the strict regulations surrounding the transportation of large animals like bears across international borders. The bear pit was constructed particularly on a parking lot in LA, with the Jaime and Brienne actors and the bear itself present during filming, and remaining cast members filmed their scenes on a full bear pit set located in Northern Ireland. The shots from both sets were later merged digitally during post-production to create a seamless final production. Gwendolyn Christie bravely found herself in a pit with a real bear. Bart the bear, a trained bear, was present and well guided by the crew, ensuring Christie's safety. Due to her dedication to doing her stunts, 6 dresses were ruined in the process. The only stunt she didn't perform was the one where the bear hits her, for which a stunt double dressed as Christie took the hit. Interestingly, in the books, Jaime only goes back to save Brienne following a vivid dream about Brienne that might have been sent to him through glass candles. Jaime's group of guards from the north, led by Steelshanks, Roos's right-hand man, eliminate the bear using crossbows, and their larger numbers enable Jaime and Brienne to depart unscathed. Arya Stark, now held captive by Sandor Clegane following her abduction by the Brotherhood Without Banners, grabs a stone and stands above him, contemplating striking him. Assuming he is fast asleep, she is taken aback when he awakens and offers her a chance to strike him and end his life, warning that failure will result in him breaking her hands. Later, as they ride together on a horse, Arya remains silent and rejects the food he offers her. Despite her animosity towards him, Sandor remarks that she could have fallen into the hands of a much more sinister captor. He recounts how he saved Sansa from a group of potential attackers, a claim that Arya finds hard to believe. However, he suggests that she can confirm the story with Sansa if they ever reunite. Upon reaching a river that Arya mistakes for the Blackwater, Sandor clarifies that it is actually the Red Fork of the Trident. Arya had assumed they were heading back to King's Landing, but Sandor discloses that they are en route to the Twins, where her mother and brother are expected to attend her uncle's wedding. He plans to negotiate her release to them. Regretfully, he mentions that they might have made it in time for the wedding if Arya had not been preoccupied with trying to harm him. Arya's lips curl into a faint smile as the Hound urges the horse into a swift gallop. The Hound informs Arya that if she believes he is cruel, she should encounter his brother, Gregor. Unbeknownst to him, Arya had already witnessed Gregor's brutal reputation during the Joust Games and while he was torturing people in Harrenhal in Season 2. Sandor recalls that Gregor once murdered a man for snoring, which could be a nod to John Wesley Hardin, an American Old West outlaw who allegedly killed a man for snoring. In the Histories and Lore bonus feature, Sandor hints that over time, Gregor might have killed multiple servants, his wife, a sister he can't recall, and perhaps even their own father. Daenerys, Jorah, and Barristan crouch behind a dilapidated building observing the encampment of the Second Sons, a renowned mercenary group hired by the Yunkish as their powerful allies. Barristan points out that even though there are only 2,000 of them, the Second Sons are well equipped and mounted, posing a threat to the Unsullied. Determined not to be underestimated, Daenerys instructs Barristan to arrange a meeting with the captains of the Second Sons, emphasizing that mercenaries motivated by gold cannot afford to be defeated by a woman. Soon after, Daenerys welcomes the captains Mero, a Braavosi known as the Titan's Bastard, and Prendal Nargazan, a Jaraski. Accompanying Prendal is his capable lieutenant, Daario Naharis, who captures Daenerys' attention with his striking presence. Ed Skrein made his debut as Daario Naharis in this episode. Despite Mero's crude behavior and disrespectful remarks, Daenerys maintains her composure and offers an alliance with her larger army. However, the captains decline. Grey Worm, despite primarily communicating in Low Valyrian, demonstrates his comprehension of the common tongue by responding to Mero's sexually suggestive remarks towards Daenerys. In the book, there is no indication that Grey Worm learns to speak or understand Common. Additionally, Prendal Nargazan also speaks disrespectfully to Daenerys, prompting her warrior Strong Belwys to offer to punish him. Unfazed, Daenerys reminds them of her rapid rise to power, from having no army to commanding dragons in a short period. With a calm demeanor, she gives the captains 2 days to reconsider their decision and sends them off with a barrel of wine as requested by Mero. As they leave, Daario exchanges a smile with Daenerys, hinting at a potential connection between them. Once the captains are out of sight, Daenerys drops her facade of diplomacy and instructs Barristan to prioritize eliminating Mero if conflict arises with the Second Sons. Barristan assures her of his readiness to carry out the order, displaying his unwavering loyalty to Daenerys. The novel features Daario Naharis and Pryndell Nargazan as the leaders of a group of mercenaries known as the Stormcrows, along with Salor the Bold. In the book, Merrow commands the Second Sons. Together, they have around 1,000 soldiers under their command. However, in the show, the Stormcrows and the Second Sons are combined into an army of 2,000 men. In the book, Daenerys does not offer Merrow a flagon of wine. Instead, he requests one himself. When Daenerys presents him with a full barrel, he insists on a wagon full of barrels as a gesture of good faith. She agrees, knowing that the Second Sons will become intoxicated quickly and be unable to fight. In the mercenary encampment, Merrow caresses a Yunkish pleasure slave as he converses with Pryndell and Daario about their predicament. Pryndell concedes that the Second Sons are no match for Daenerys' powerful Unsullied army, prompting Merrow to propose the idea of assassinating her. Merrow then hands the slave 3 coins, each representing a different city: Volantis, Meereen, and Braavos, instructing her to distribute them randomly to the 3 mercenaries. The one who receives the Braavosi coin is tasked with carrying out the Queen's assassination. The title Second Sons not only refers to a mercenary group in Essos, but also to various literal Second Sons in the story. Characters like Tyrion, Sandor, and Stannis, who all embody the theme of being second-born. Even Samwell Tarly, the firstborn son of his parents, is treated as a second son by his father. That evening, while Daenerys is enjoying her bath, she is taken aback to discover that Missandei is fluent in a whopping 19 languages. Missandei nonchalantly mentions that it isn't that unusual, pointing out how quickly Daenerys picked up Dothraki in just a year. The Queen is slightly offended by the implication that her Dothraki skills are merely reasonable, and she switches to the language to prove a point. However, Missandei gently corrects her pronunciation. Suddenly, an unsullied soldier barges in and holds a knife to Missandei's throat, warning the woman not to make a sound. He removes his helmet, revealing himself to be Daario. He confesses that he was sent to assassinate Daenerys on orders from his superiors. Daario then presents the severed heads of his captains as proof. Intrigued by the turn of events, Daenerys stands up from her bath and asks Daario if he will pledge his loyalty to her. He kneels before her and swears to serve her with his sword, his men, and his heart. In the book, Daario Naharis, the captain of the Stormcrow, infiltrates her camp without taking hostages, but is apprehended by the Unsullied. Nevertheless, he presents her with the heads of his fellow captains, Pryndell Nargazan and Salor the Bold, pledging the loyalty of the Stormcrows to her. Under the cover of night, she sends her troops into Yunkai, swiftly capturing the city. Merrow escapes the battle and later tries to assassinate Daenerys before being thwarted and slain by Barristan Selmy, who had been posing as Arstan Whitebeard, and finally discloses his true identity. Melisandre returns to Dragonstone with Gendry, much to Stannis' disappointment. Stannis is unimpressed by the presence of the illegitimate boy, who is actually his nephew. He is puzzled when Melisandre instructs for Gendry to be taken care of, believing it to be futile since they plan to sacrifice him. However, Melisandre confesses that it is all a facade to deceive Gendry and make him feel safe, much like shielding a sacrificial lamb from the impending danger. In the books, Gendry's storyline is combined with that of Edric Storm. Melisandre asserts that the power of royal blood can awaken stone dragons, but it remains uncertain whether she refers to fossilized dragon eggs or the stone carvings of dragons at Dragonstone. Due to Stannis' reservations about harming an innocent boy, he, not Davos, insists on witnessing a demonstration of magic before ordering Edric's execution. In the meantime, Davos Seaworth remains confined to his cell when Stannis pays him a visit. Stannis informs Davos about the upcoming sacrifice of Gendry. Davos strongly opposes this decision, pointing out that unlike Renly, who rebelled against the rightful king, Gendry is innocent who has never harmed Stannis in any way. Stannis argues that sacrificing Gendry will ensure his victory, which he believes is necessary to protect all the people of Westeros from the impending darkness. Stannis questions how Davos can question the power of Melisandre's god when he himself has witnessed visions of a significant battle in the snow and the supernatural being she gave birth to. Davos suggests that Stannis may have visited him because deep down he harbors doubts about the morality of his actions and he knew Davos would speak the truth regardless of the consequences. After securing a promise from Davos not to oppose Melisandre again, Stannis orders his release from captivity. Davos has been imprisoned for several months in the book ever since his return to Dragonstone. During his time in jail, Stannis never visits him, but Melisandre does. Surprisingly, she does not take any responsibility for Stannis' defeat at Blackwater Bay, or the death of Davos' 4 sons, only one died in the show. Melisandre explains to Davos why she cannot create any more shadow babies with Stannis, as it may endanger his life. However, she offers to create one with Davos instead. Davos firmly declines any involvement with her and her dark magic. When Stannis eventually releases Davos, Davos is engrossed in a tale about Visenya and her mighty dragon, Vhagar. Visenya, who was both the sister and wife of Aegon the Conqueror, played a crucial role in their conquest of Westeros. Alongside her sister Rhaenys, they successfully established the dominance of House Targaryen over the entire continent. When Stannis eventually releases Davos, he does not express any sorrow for the loss of his sons, nor does he make Davos swear to never act against Melisandre again. In Gendry's chambers, Melisandre employs her seductive charms to captivate Gendry, only to swiftly bind him to the bed and apply leeches onto his flesh. With Stannis and Davos entering the room, she clarifies that Davos desired a practical exhibition of the potency residing in royal blood. Subsequently, she removes the leeches and ignites a fire in a nearby brazier. As the mystical ritual unfolds, Stannis obediently hurls the leeches into the flames under Melisandre's guidance, while uttering the names of 3 individuals he wishes to see perish: the Pretender, Robb Stark; the Pretender, Balon Greyjoy; the Pretender, Joffrey Baratheon. Melisandre conducts a mystical ceremony using leeches to bring about the demise of Robb Stark, Joffrey Baratheon, and Balon Greyjoy. This prophecy comes to fruition in subsequent episodes. In the retrospective book, Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, Martin explains, "There is room for interpretation. Melisandre wanted people to believe that her leech ritual caused the deaths of the 3 kings. However, an alternate theory suggests that her prophetic visions foretold their fate as their deaths were orchestrated by other characters. Anticipating their demise, she orchestrated the ritual to claim credit for their downfall. Actual leeches were utilized during the scene where Melisandre placed them on Gendry's stomach in a close-up shot, while the leeches that actually bite him were prosthetic." In the books, Davos participates in the ritual using Edric's leeches, but remains unaware of its purpose. Melisandre performs her blood ritual on Edric, claiming it to be a medical treatment, and she never engages in any sexual activity with him. Stannis names Joffrey first, followed by Balon, and hesitates before mentioning Robb Stark, possibly because he does not view Robb as a legitimate false king. In the Grand King's Landing, Tyrion engages in a conversation with Sansa before their wedding at the majestic Great Sept of Baelor. Despite being aware of Sansa's lack of enthusiasm about marrying him, Tyrion assures her that he will treat her with respect. Sansa acknowledges that there are more undesirable Lannisters she could have been betrothed to. Prior to the wedding ceremony, Margaery Tyrell attempts to establish a friendly bond with Cersei by mentioning that they will soon be sisters through marriage. Cersei responds by recounting the brutal tale of the Rains of Castamere, depicting the demise of House Rhaen of Castamere after their failed rebellion against House Lannister. This serves as a warning to Margaery, insinuating that House Tyrell could face a similar fate if they conspire against the Lannisters. Cersei ends the conversation by threatening Margaery with dire consequences if she ever refers to her as a sister again. The wedding ceremony itself is a somber affair, with Joffrey arrogantly escorting Sansa down the aisle in place of her absent father. Joffrey putently removes the stool intended for Tyrion to stand on while cloaking Sansa in Lannister colours, causing snickers from the attendees until Lord Tywin's disapproving glare silences them. Despite the humiliation, Tyrion gently asks Sansa to kneel as he drapes the cloak around her shoulders, symbolising their union. As they become husband and wife, the newlyweds partake in a reception dinner that mirrors the dreary atmosphere of the ceremony. In the book, Sansa is caught off guard when she learns she is to marry Tyrion, mistaking the dress she tries on as being for Joffrey's wedding. Despite her initial shock and reluctance, she is forced into the union. Tyrion, understanding her discomfort, offers her an out by suggesting she marry his cousin Lancel Lannister instead. During the ceremony, Joffrey tries to embarrass Tyrion by taking away his chair, which prompts laughter from the crowd, leading Tyrion to stand on Sir Dontos Hollard's back to cloak her. The Tyrells do not attend the wedding, but they do join the feast that follows. During the wedding feast, Tyrion indulges in heavy drinking and mocks his father's concerns about his ability to impregnate his wife while intoxicated. He jokingly refers to himself as the gods of tits and wine, reminding Tywin that he has always viewed him as a drunken and lustful creature, so performing his marital duties should not be an issue. Meanwhile, Joffrey also drinks excessively, leading to a decline in his already limited inhibitions. His behavior becomes offensive to both Sansa and Tyrion. Despite Cersei's feeble attempts to intervene, Joffrey taunts Sansa about marrying into the Lannister family and openly discusses the possibility of raping her after Tyrion. He even suggests a traditional bedding ceremony where the newlyweds are stripped by their guests before being taken to their marriage bed. Tyrion vehemently opposes the idea of the bedding ceremony, threatening Joffrey with a sharp dagger if he continues to push the matter. This act of defiance ignites the tension in the court, with Joffrey seething with anger and Tyrion glaring at him with pure contempt. Tywin steps in to defuse the situation by agreeing to forego the bedding ceremony, attributing Tyrion's outburst to his drunken state. Sensing an opportunity to avoid further confrontation, Tyrion exaggerates his drunkenness, humiliating himself and claiming his outburst was just a bad joke. Despite doubts about the true cause of Tyrion's behavior, everyone present plays along to ease the tension. Tyrion, pretending to be barely able to stand from intoxication, escorts Sansa to their bedchamber amidst the lingering unease in the room. Tywin's decision to forego the traditional bedding ceremony for Tyrion may appear unexpected, considering his usual tendency to belittle and mistreat his youngest son, and perhaps he also had personal reservations about the tradition. In the book A Dance with Dragons, Tywin's aversion to the custom is further highlighted through his own unpleasant experience at his wedding to Joanna. The Mad King's drunken behavior during the bedding ceremony, where he openly pursued Joanna inappropriately, left a lasting negative impression on Tywin. After they are alone in their chambers, a tense moment ensues as Sansa slowly and nervously begins to undress. Tyrion, sensing her discomfort, stops her and reassures her that he will not force her to consummate their marriage if she is not ready. He tells her that he will only do so if she changes her mind. Sansa, unaware of what to expect, asks Tyrion what he will do if she never feels ready. In response, Tyrion humorously remarks, "And so my watch begins," implying that their marriage will remain celibate like that of a member of the Night's Watch. He then collapses onto a nearby couch, seemingly exhausted. The next morning, Shae notices Sansa's untouched bedsheet with a small smile, confirming that Tyrion's virgin bride remains untouched. Sansa informs Tyrion about her age, stating that she is 14 years old. Sophie Turner, born on February 21, 1996, was 17 at the time this episode was initially broadcasted. However, in the book, Sansa's age is depicted as 12 when she enters into marriage with Tyrion. Samwell Tarly and Gilly are on their way to Castle Black, seeking shelter in a dilapidated cabin by a heart tree. As they approach, two crows perch on a branch of the tree, cawing loudly. That night, Sam struggles to start a fire while Gilly effortlessly succeeds. In a conversation, Sam suggests that Gilly choose a name for her son, but she is unsure of any suitable names for a boy. Sam provides some suggestions and explains the distinction between first and last names. Although Gilly is drawn to the name Randall, which is Sam's father's first name, Sam advises against using it. He opens up about his father's harsh nature and the shared experience of cruelty in both their upbringings. Gilly's failure to choose a name for her newborn baby highlights the tradition among wildlings to wait until their children are 2 years old before naming them. Sam puts forward a list of potential names for the newborn baby boy: Duncan, Kevin, John, Guyman, Felden, Christopher. The name Duncan is likely inspired by Sir Duncan the Tall. Out of nowhere, a deafening cacophony of crows interrupts their conversation. Sam and Gilly venture outside to investigate, only to find a swarm of crows congregating in the nearby tree and on the surrounding structure, screeching with alarming intensity. Gilly's heart sinks as she spots a menacing White Walker approaching them, its chilling gaze fixed on her child. This particular walker appears to be the same one that spared Sam's life before the fateful battle at the Fist of the First Men. With determination, Sam unsheaths his sword and commands the walker to stop in its tracks. However, the walker effortlessly grabs the blade, causing it to shatter into pieces with a sharp clang. In one swift motion, the walker effortlessly tosses Sam aside and sets its sight on Gilly and her baby. Refusing to surrender her child, Gilly stands her ground as the monstrous figure looms closer. As the walker reaches out to snatch the infant, Sam rises to his feet, brandishing a dragonglass dagger in a last-ditch effort. With a primal scream that mingles with Gilly's cries, Sam thrusts the obsidian blade into the walker's shoulder, prompting a guttural shriek of agony. The walker, now in excruciating pain, turns to face Sam with a look of recognition mixed with disbelief before crumbling to the ground in a cloud of white dust, leaving only the dagger behind. In a frenzy of panic, Sam and Gilly flee the scene as the crows swoop down from the trees, screeching in fury and pursuit. After Sam successfully defeats the White Walker, he finds himself standing next to a majestic weirwood tree teeming with a flock of ravens. The books make it abundantly clear that the mystical abilities of the three-eyed raven, known as the three-eyed crow in the novels, are most potent when connected to weirwood trees. Some fans have speculated that the presence of the weirwood tree, the cacophony of ravens perched upon its branches, and the eerie close-up of the tree's visage could hint at the three-eyed raven observing Sam's historic feat of vanquishing the first walker in a millennium. The White Walker, known as the Others in the novels, faced its first death in 1,000 years at the hands of Sam. The pivotal moment occurred much earlier in the book, right after the intense battle at the Fist of the First Men, but without Gilly by Sam's side. Exhausted from the chaos, Sam collapses as the Night's Watch members retreat. Gren and a steward named Paul come to his aid, but their respite is short-lived as an other catches up to them. In a desperate attempt to defend themselves, Sam uses a dragonglass dagger to strike the other, watching in astonishment as the creature dissolves before his eyes. Together, Gren and Sam continue on their journey towards Craster's Keep, carrying with them Commander Mormont's dragonglass blade for protection. However, their encounter with Whites proved to be more challenging than anticipated. When they come face to face with a transformed Paul, Sam realizes that conventional weapons like steel daggers are ineffective against the undead. Dragonglass, while deadly to others, barely scratches the surface of Whites and shatters upon impact due to its fragile nature. Surrounded by his reanimated brothers, Sam and Gilly find themselves in a dire situation until a mysterious figure known as Cold Hands intervenes. With the help of a swarm of ravens, Cold Hands swiftly dispatches the Whites and guides Sam and Gilly to safety at the Night Fort. Sam places the dragonglass dagger in the snow after the walker freezes over and violently explodes. In the books, the dagger causes the creature to melt into a chilling liquid pool. Sam requests Gren to retrieve it as there were only a limited number of daggers in the hidden stash they discovered at the Fist. Initially, the blade is too frigid to handle after the stabbing, emitting steam, and requires time to warm up before Gren can safely pick it up. On their journey to the Twins in the Riverlands, Robb seeks his mother's counsel regarding the idea of attacking Castle Rock. Robb argues that capturing Tywin's stronghold would expose his vulnerability to the Lords of Westeros. However, Catelyn highlights the need for Lord Frey's cooperation in this plan. She also warns that if reinforcements from King's Landing arrive before the castle is taken, the Stark army will face destruction. After carefully examining the map, Catelyn sternly declares, "Let them experience the pain of losing what they hold dear." In the book, Robb has no desire to engage in battle with the Lannisters in their own domain, and Catelyn does not support this course of action. Instead, she strongly advises him to reclaim Winterfell from the Ironborn first, warning that failure to do so will result in the loss of respect and backing from their northern allies. Robb acquiesces, acknowledging his neglect of Winterfell's flight for too long due to his singular focus on seeking vengeance against the Lannisters. Additionally, Robb exercises his authority as king to legitimize Jon and designate him as his successor, despite Catelyn's disapproval. However, it remains uncertain whether this proclamation is ever officially sanctioned. Eventually, Robb's forces reach the Twins, the ancestral seat of House Frey, for his uncle Edmure's wedding. Despite enduring Lord Walder Frey's insults towards him and his wife, Robb publicly apologizes to Lord Frey's daughters and granddaughters for breaking his promise to marry one of them. Surprisingly, Lord Frey accepts the apology and extends his hospitality to the Starks and their men. Upon their arrival at the Twins, the Starks are presented with bread and salt, which symbolizes the guest right, an assurance of protection while staying under the roof of another lord. Edmure meets his bride, Rosalind Frey, that evening and is pleased to find her to be beautiful. The wedding ceremony and the subsequent feast are filled with joy and liveliness as everyone is in a cheerful mood. Will Champion, the drummer of Coldplay, is seen performing alongside other musicians at the wedding celebration just before the infamous Red Wedding takes place. Catelyn informs Roose Bolton that there was no traditional bedding ceremony during her wedding due to Eddard's prohibition. However, the books clearly describe a bedding ceremony taking place at Eddard and Catelyn's wedding, where she recalls specific instances such as a lord tearing her gown, another lord making inappropriate jokes followed by an apology, and yet another lord complimenting her to Eddard. Outside Yunkai's walls, Daenerys Targaryen and her commanders are strategizing an attack on the city. Daario Naharis, her newest captain, proposes a plan involving a lightly defended back gate, allowing a small group to infiltrate the city and open the main gates for the army to enter. Despite Jorah Mormont's doubts about the plan and Daario's loyalty, Daenerys decides to give it a chance after consulting Grey Worm about his trust in Daario. Grey Worm confirms his trust in Daario. Additionally, Daario flirts with Daenerys by touching her hand, seeking her favor. As the captains prepare to depart, Ser Barristan offers to join, but Jorah reminds him that a Queen's Guard's duty is by the Queen's side, regardless of personal pride. Emilia Clarke is the only credited top-billed actor in this particular episode. Meanwhile, to the north of the Wall, Samwell Tarly and Gilly are making their way southward, having narrowly escaped a White Walker. During the encounter, Sam successfully defeated the creature with a dragon glass dagger. Sam informs Gilly that they are quite a distance to the west of Castle Black, but assures her that it is not an issue as they are near the Night Fort, the original base of the Night's Watch, which was deserted long ago due to declining numbers. Sam reveals his plan to use a hidden sally port to cross the wall directly into the Night Fort. Gilly expresses astonishment at Sam's knowledge of history acquired through reading, playfully suggesting that he is a wizard, much to Sam's amusement. She is left in awe when she catches sight of the wall. Sam and Gilly's destination in the book is Castle Black, not the Night Fort. However, Sam is uncertain whether they are located northwest or northeast of the castle. Bran Stark and his companions have ventured so far north that they have departed from the main territories of the Seven Kingdoms and have entered the region known as the Gift. This particular area of land, located south of the Wall, was bestowed upon the Night's Watch many centuries ago by Brandon the Builder. It serves as a source of substance for the Watch, providing them with the necessary resources. The Reeds find themselves perplexed by the Gift, as it possesses fertile land suitable for farming, yet it appears deserted. Bran, much to Osha's unease, clarifies that the constant threat of wildling attacks from beyond or over the Wall has forced the majority of the common folk to abandon the Gift over the course of many years. Additionally, due to the dwindling numbers of the Night's Watch, they no longer require extensive support from the Gift, which explains the absence of Watch members working the lands. Seeking refuge from a thunderstorm, Bran's group seeks shelter in an abandoned mill. Although Rickon makes appearances in subsequent episodes, this particular episode marks the end of his spoken dialogue. Throughout the 2 episodes of Season 6 in which he appears, he remains silent. Rickon, Osha, and Shaggy Dog's departure occurred a considerable time ago within the books, shortly following the devastating attack on Winterfell. In the 5th installment, it is disclosed that they embarked on a journey to Skargos, an island known to be inhabited by a tribe with cannibalistic tendencies. In the vicinity, Jon Snow and the group of wildlings come across an elderly gentleman who resides alone on a small farm where he raises horses for the Night's Watch. Their intention is to seize his horses and valuables by launching an attack, but Jon firmly believes that the old man poses no danger to them. Orell and Tormund, however, are determined to eliminate the man in order to prevent him from alerting the Night's Watch about their presence. Nevertheless, during the assault on the farm, Jon discreetly strikes a rock with his sword, catching the attention of the old man, who promptly flees. Jon also manages to divert Ygritte's attention when she attempts to shoot the fleeing man with an arrow. In the evening, Bran requests Osha's assistance in escorting Rickon, who would inherit Winterfell in the event of anything happening to Bran or Robb, to Last Hearth, the residence of House Umber. Meanwhile, Bran, Meera, and Jojen embark on a journey beyond the Wall to find the Three-Eyed Raven. Osha assures Bran that she will take care of Rickon and instructs the Reed siblings to do the same with Bran. Together, they bid farewell as Osha, Rickon, and Shaggy Dog slip away under the cover of darkness. The small abandoned village where Bran and his companions seek refuge from the wildlings is Queenscrown, as confirmed by both the book and HBO's Viewer's Guide. The wildlings are heading south initially instead of directly towards Castle Black along the Wall's base, likely to gather a small army first to avoid being detected by sporadic night watch patrols on top of the Wall who could then inform Castle Black on their whereabouts. In the book, Queen Crown's tower is situated in the middle of a lake that can be reached through a winding stone causeway concealed beneath the water. Meanwhile, inside the mill, Bran and Jojen Reed engage in a discussion about their strategy for crossing the Wall when Meera notices the old horse breeder riding nearby. Once the wildlings capture the old man, Hodor, frightened by the thunder, begins to yell, jeopardizing their location. In response, Bran utilizes his walk abilities to enter Hodor's mind and induce him to lose consciousness. Jojen Reed asserts that wildling wargs are unable to mentally dominate other humans, only animals. However, in the book, they possess the ability to do so, albeit rarely, as it is a challenging task that they view as unnatural. Tormund attempts to have Jon kill the old man to prove his loyalty, but Jon is unable to do so. Ygritte ends up killing the man with an arrow, showing Jon's loyalty to the Night's Watch. In response, Tormund orders his men to kill Jon. During the chaos, Jon fights with Orell while Bran enters the mind of Summer to help. Summer and Shaggy Dog come to Jon's aid, killing 2 wildlings. Jon finally defeats Orell after a fierce battle. Despite Orell warging into his pet eagle to attack Jon manages to escape on a horse, leaving Ygritte behind as he heads back to the Wall. In the novel, the elderly man is portrayed as a traveler rather than a resident who breeds horses for the Night's Watch. He does not make any verbal pleas for his life or attempt to escape. Instead, he gazes at Jon with determination. It is Styr who commands Jon to kill him, not Orell, who had already been slain by Jon during Qhorin Halfhand's expedition beyond the Wall. Ygritte cuts the elderly man's throat, but Tormund does not intervene after attempting to save Jon, as he never joined the wildling group. Jon manages to escape with the help of his brother's direwolf Summer, but not before being struck in the leg by an arrow, presumably shot by Ygritte. In the books, Orell also survives by transferring his consciousness into his eagle, but this occurs much earlier. He aids the wildlings in tracking and capturing Jon and Qhorin, and later attempts to claw out Jon's eyes when the wildlings inspect the Fist of the First Men, not during Jon's betrayal at Queenscrown. Under the cover of night, Ser Jorah, Daario, and Grey Worm stealthily enter the city and engage in combat with the slave soldiers guarding Yunkai. To their surprise, there are more soldiers than Daario had anticipated, much to Jorah's annoyance. Nevertheless, the 3 warriors prove to be evenly matched with their adversaries, albeit barely. A short while later, a restless Daenerys walks back and forth in her tent, inquiring of Barristan the usual duration of sacking a city. Jorah and Grey Worm eventually arrive, looking dusty and bloody but grinning broadly. Yunkai has been conquered. Daenerys is overjoyed, yet inquires about Daario, who is still missing. Following a tense moment of silence from Jorah, Daario enters the chambers and kneels before the Queen. he presents the torn flag of Yunkai and proudly declares the city as hers. In the book, the capture of Yunkai does not involve an infiltration mission. The city is protected by the Stormcrows and the Second Sons, two sellsword companies. Daenerys has gained the loyalty of the Stormcrows led by Daario Naharis, while she has bribed the Second Sons with a cart of wine. She orders her Unsullied and the Stormcrows to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. As anticipated, the Second Sons are too intoxicated to resist and end up surrendering the city to her. Edmure is evidently smitten and his focus is entirely on his new wife. When the festivities peak, Lord Walder initiates the bedding ceremony. Robb consents and the newlyweds are escorted to their marriage bed, with Rosalind being carried by the male attendees and Edmure closely following. The inebriated Brendan Tully, having consumed too much wine, excuses himself from the revelry to relieve himself by a tree. The Frey residence's interior is adorned with deliberately distressed and worn-out leather, portraying Walder Frey as a thrifty individual who disregards the aesthetics of his abode. In line with this notion, the banquet arranged at the residence is notably modest compared to the extravagant feast hosted by other noble houses to flaunt their riches. The menu prohibitively features fish and uncomplicated dishes, further emphasizing the Frey's inclination towards simplicity. After their departure, and as the celebration starts to calm down, Catelyn's suspicions are aroused when she observes Black Walder Rivers shutting the doors of the banquet hall and the musicians in the galley playing The Reigns of Castamere, a song that symbolizes House Lannister's ruthless victory over House Reign of Castamere in the past. Walder stands up to propose a toast to Robb, and Catelyn, seated next to Lord Roose Bolton, notices the chainmail hidden beneath his attire. Understanding that they are ensnared, Catelyn slaps Roose in the face and shouts a warning to Robb, but it is already too late. Lord Walder gives a signal to his men to launch their attack. In the books, both Brendan and Robb's wife Jean Westerling, who is replaced by Talissa in the show, are absent during the Red Wedding. Robb instructs Brendan to remain at Riverrun and oversee the rearguard, while Jean is kept there at Catelyn's insistence. Catelyn fears that Jean's presence might offend Walder Frey or provoke him to insult her, potentially leading Robb to act impulsively. Robb agrees to this arrangement, particularly due to his uncertainty about Frey's true intentions. When Frey offers Robb bread and salt, it falsely reassures Robb as he believes as no lord would violate the sacred guest right. However, in the show, Brendan happens to be outside relieving himself when the massacre begins, and the subsequent episode confirms his survival and escape. In the books, Jean Westerling is alive and not pregnant at this point, although her absence during the wedding has led many readers to speculate about her potential pregnancy. During the notorious Red Wedding, Lothar uses a knife to fatally stab the pregnant Talissa in the abdomen, resulting in the death of her unborn child. Talissa crumples to the ground amidst the ensuing chaos. Robb is then ambushed by the musicians, who shoot him multiple times with crossbows, causing him to collapse. Several other Stark soldiers are either struck down by crossbow bolts or attacked by Frey troops. Catelyn is also shot in the back by one of the musicians before falling to the ground. Decided to eliminate Talissa due to her pregnancy with Robb's child. This decision was made to dispel any notions that Robb's future offspring would grow up seeking retribution for the family. The sequence in which Robb tenderly holds Talissa's lifeless head in his lap had to be filmed multiple times. Ona Chaplin, who portrays Talissa, found it challenging to keep her eyes open due to her emotional state and continued shedding tears throughout the scene. Arya Stark and the Hound disguised are denied entry by Frey guards as the massacre commences at the Twins. Arya manages to elude Sandor and sneak past the gate guards, witnessing the Frey men slaughtering Stark soldiers and Greywind, Robb's direwolf. Determined to reach the castle, Arya is intercepted by the Hound, who insists it is futile. Despite her persistence, Sandor renders her unconscious and carries her to safety outside the castle. George R.R. Martin disclosed that he had intended to betray one of the characters who met their demise at the Twins, but his busy schedule hindered him from doing so. Ultimately, he concluded that it was more advantageous for him not to be involved, considering that his participation could have caused unnecessary distractions. The book included a scene where Robb is instructed to leave his direwolf Greywind outside the castle after the Starks are greeted by the Freys. Greywind's menacing behavior towards the hosts, even startling a horse, prompts Robb to comply with the order, despite his reluctance. The show's writers decided to omit this scene as they were concerned it would reveal Frey's malicious intentions too early, and they did not want the wolf inside the castle acting as Robb's protector. Catelyn, wounded, seeks refuge under a table as Walder signals for the soldiers to stop the violence. Walder taunts Robb as he approaches his dying wife, cradling Talissa in his arms as she passes away. Catelyn seizes the opportunity to emerge from her hiding place and grab Walder's frightened young wife, Joyce, from beneath the table. Holding a knife to the girl's throat, Catelyn threatens to harm her unless Walder agrees to end the attack. Despite her plea to take her as a hostage and allow Robb, who mourns beside his deceased wife, to depart, Walder refuses, citing the broken oath of Robb marrying his daughter. He questions the necessity of agreeing to such terms, prompting Catelyn to swear on her honor as both a Tully and a Stark that if he refuses to let Robb go, she will end the wife's life. Walder chuckles and casually remarks, "I'll just find another." Robb rises and calls out "Mother," as Roose Bolton, who had left the hall during the chaos, grabs Robb and whispers, "The Lannisters send their regards," before fatally stabbing him. Despite the tragedy, Robb maintains eye contact with Catelyn as he falls to the ground. Overwhelmed with sorrow for her eldest son's death, Catelyn screams in despair and takes the life of Walder's wife, fulfilling her vow. Consumed by grief, she stands motionless, accepting her destiny as Black Walder sneaks up behind her and ruthlessly slits her throat. With a heavy thud, she collapses to the ground. In the book, instead of taking one of Walder's wife's hostage, she seizes his grandson, Aegon Jinglebell. The other Freys mistreat the mentally challenged Aegon, using him as a court jester due to his jester's hat filled with bells. Walder shows no concern for Aegon as he was never deemed useful. Disregarding her vow to refrain from seeking revenge, Walder mocks Catelyn's intentions, asserting that he is not a fool. Following Roose's fatal blow to Robb with a longsword, Catelyn slits Aegon's throat and, in her grief, she becomes so distraught that she inflicts severe wounds upon her own face with her nails. The shocked Freys then proceed to slit her throat, despite their initial plan to keep her as a captive. In the novels, Walder Frey's son, Lothar, is responsible for planning and carrying out most of his orders. However, there is no character named Black Walder Rivers in the books. This character in the TV series is a composite of 3 different book characters: Black Walder Frey, one of his great-grandsons who participates in the Red Wedding massacre of the Tullys; Walder Rivers, his illegitimate son who leads the Frey forces outside the castle; and Raymond Frey, his son who kills Catelyn Tully. Following the release of A Storm of Swords in 2000, George R.R. Martin was inundated with a multitude of grievances and even faced death threats from his readers. Martin drew inspiration for the Red Wedding from 2 events in Scottish history. One of them being the Black Dinner, which occurred during a conflict between the King of Scotland and the Black Douglas clan. The king offered safe passage to the young Earl of Douglas as a gesture of peace. The Earl accepted the invitation and attended a grand feast at Edinburgh Castle. However, at the end of the feast, the king's men began pounding on a drum and presented a covered plate to the Earl. To his horror, the plate contained the head of a black boar, symbolizing death. Understanding the grave implications, the Earl was swiftly executed in the castle courtyard. Martin also referred to the Glencoe massacre as another source of inspiration. In this incident, Clan MacDonald extended hospitality to the Campbell clan, but the Campbells betrayed their host and mercilessly slaughtered the MacDonalds. Martin acknowledged that history is filled with equally horrific events, if not worse. However, in a Season 5 bonus documentary, Martin has emphasized multiple times that Robb's demise in the novels was a deliberate move to maintain originality and because any young warrior who defied crucial alliances in order to follow his heart would inevitably meet a tragic end. Furthermore, Martin aimed to challenge the common trope of the orphaned son seeking vengeance for his father's murder. The end credits, in complete silence at the end of this episode, only occur once in the entire show's run. Roose Bolton's original script in the books included the line, "Jaime Lannister sends his regards," before he killed Robb, mirroring the words Jaime had spoken to Roose in The Bear and the Fair Maiden. However, this was deemed perplexing as it implied that Jaime was responsible for orchestrating the Red Wedding, despite his lack of knowledge about it at the time. To avoid this confusion, the line was altered to the more impartial, "The Lannisters send their regards," indicating Jaime's innocence in the matter. This episode marks the absence of Lannisters and scenes set in King's Landing for the first time. In the books, nearly every noble family in the north suffered the loss of a significant member during the Red Wedding. Robb had dispatched the leaders of his vassal houses to handle the Ironborn threat, which is why they were not in attendance at the wedding, except for Greatjon Umber, who was captured. Among the notable casualties were lesser-known characters like Daisy Mormont and Lucas Blackwood. At the Twins, the aftermath of the Red Wedding unfolds with brutal efficiency. As the Northern Lords are mercilessly slaughtered in the main hall, House Frey soldiers launch a surprise attack on the Stark army outside the castle walls. What ensues is not a battle, but a ruthless massacre as the Stark forces are caught off guard by their treacherous allies. The betrayers set fire to the camp's tents, trapping and burning many men alive. Frey soldiers show no mercy as they mutilate the dead and dying. From a tower in the Frey stronghold, Roose Bolton observes the carnage with a cold and calculating gaze. Sandor Clegane makes an attempt to escape the chaos on a horse, accompanied by the unconscious Arya Stark. He cleverly rides away while carrying a Frey banner, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, their plans are interrupted when Arya regains consciousness. Both Sandor and Arya turn their attention towards a group of Frey men who are marching through the main gate, shouting loudly. To their horror, they witness the Freys parading the mutilated body of Robb Stark, with his severed head replaced by the head of his direwolf Grey Wind. The Freys, intoxicated by their perceived victory, the crowd of Frey soldiers responds with cheers and laughter, adding to the gruesome spectacle. With the Frey banner in his possession, the Hound rides away undisturbed. In the book, Arya and Sandor never witness the gruesome sight of Robb's body being displayed at the Twins, adorned with Grey Wind's head. The news of the Red Wedding and this horrific act is disclosed to readers through Tyrion's perspective in King's Landing. Additionally, it is mentioned off-screen that Robb's iron crown was cruelly attached to Grey Wind's head. In the books, the Freys disrespectfully dispose of Catelyn's body unclothed into the Green Fork. Mocking House Tully's burial traditions, Nymeria pulls the body from the water where it is discovered by the Brotherhood. Thoros declines to resurrect Catelyn due to the extended time since her passing, so Beric Dondarrion sacrifices himself to bring her back, ultimately dying for the 7th and final time. This results in Catelyn's return as the disfigured and vengeful Lady Stoneheart, leading the Brotherhood to seek out and execute those who betrayed her kin, as well as anyone with even the slightest connection to the Lannisters, resorting to dishonorable acts akin to those of outlaws. This significant plot development was completely left out of the television series, and is one of the changes from the books that author George R.R. Martin has expressed regret over. The show creators later clarified that they wanted to avoid relying too heavily on resurrecting deceased characters, as another prominent resurrection was already planned for a future season, and believed that undoing the impact of Catelyn's death would have cheapened it. David Benioff remarked, "Catelyn's final scene was so powerful, and Michelle Fairley is such a talented actress, bringing her back as a silent zombie felt like a step backwards." They also suggested that Martin's vision for Lady Stoneheart in his upcoming novels clashed too much with the long-term plans they had for the show. The fate of Robb's corpse after the direwolf's head was attached remains a mystery in the books. There is no mention of the Freys parading it, displaying it, or disposing of it. The only known fact is that they made no effort to reunite it with the family. In the meantime, at King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister and Sansa Stark stroll through the gardens. A couple of gentlemen passing by chuckle at Tyrion, either because of his dwarfism or the rumors about his unconsummated marriage. Sansa advises him to ignore them. Tyrion points out to Sansa that he's accustomed to such treatment, given his stature as a dwarf. He mentions that he's not like Joffrey, preferring to wait for the right moment to embarrass them. Sansa jokingly goes along with his idea and proposes sheep-shifting, secretly placing sheep dung deep inside a mattress, similar to what Arya used to do to her, so the victim wakes up smelling of dung. Tyrion finds it amusing but is puzzled by the term. Podrick Payne interrupts and summons him to a small council meeting. In contrast to their warming relationship on the show, Sansa and Tyrion do not develop any kind of bond in the books. Sansa finds Tyrion's appearance repulsive, as it is described as grotesque and disfigured, with a disproportionately large head and a missing nose due to his injuries in the Battle of the Blackwater. Their wedding night is marked by Sansa rejecting Tyrion's cautious advances, leading to tense and awkward moments between them. Despite Tyrion's efforts to lighten the atmosphere, Sansa becomes increasingly miserable with each passing day. Adding to her distress, Tyrion is the one who delivers the devastating news of her mother and brother's deaths. Grand Maester Pycelle hesitates over delivering a secret message from Lord Frey to Tyrion. Joffrey, filled with joy, eagerly explains the hidden meaning behind the message, the demise of Robb and Catelyn Stark. Tyrion, visibly taken aback by the news, immediately envisions the long-term complications that this incident will bring. However, Joffrey dismisses his concerns and excitedly declares his intention to present Robb's severed head to Sansa during their wedding feast. The members of the small council struggle to conceal their disgust towards this idea. Varys, in particular, highlights that Sansa is now Joffrey's aunt by marriage, emphasizing the importance of treating her with the basic respect she deserves. Cersei, deeply embarrassed, puts on a forced smile and insists to the rest of the council that Joffrey's words were merely a joke and not to be taken seriously. This confuses Joffrey, who straightforwardly asserts to his mother that he did mean what he said, and he intends to have Robb's head served at his wedding feast. Tyrion firmly prohibits this and informs Joffrey that Sansa is no longer his to torment. In a fit of anger, Joffrey proclaims himself as the king, asserting his right to torment anyone he pleases. However, Tywin counters by stating that a true king does not need to remind his subjects of his authority. This enrages Joffrey, who attempts to confront his grandfather, insulting Tywin as a coward who hid while his father, King Robert, won the war against the Targaryens. The entire small council anxiously awaits Tywin's response to this shocking insult. Surprisingly, Tywin remains composed and coldly declares that the king is tired, advising the Queen Regent to escort him to bed. Joffrey weakly protests his lack of fatigue but ultimately leaves with his mother. Tywin then instructs Pycelle to administer a sedative to ensure Joffrey falls asleep. Tyrion cautions his father about the lasting impact of the Red Wedding on the Northerners. This marks the first occurrence in the show where the saying, "The North remembers," is uttered on screen, although not in its precise wording. In the book, Tywin's growing frustration with his grandson is more evident, particularly when he mentions that Joffrey requires a sharp lesson. Tyrion recalls past instances where Tywin reacted similarly reservedly after being slighted, and it was always followed by a severe punishment for the offender, including the one that occurred after Tyrion's secret wedding to Tysha. Tywin counters by stating that showing mercy to surrendering enemies is crucial, as it encourages future surrenders. Tywin expresses his intention to offer lenient surrender terms to any Lord of the Riverlands who submits. Joffrey, on the other hand, advocates for executing them all. While Joffrey hurls insults of cowardice at Tywin, the latter maintains a chillingly calm demeanor. However, the rest of the group, excluding Joffrey, can sense the immense anger that Tywin is concealing. It is possible that Tywin's suggestion of using Essence of Nightshade to help the king sleep is actually a veiled threat. This is supported by Pycelle's statement in Blackwater that small doses of nightshade can calm nerves and induce sleep, but larger quantities are always fatal. Cersei recalls a past incident where Robert had punished Joffrey harshly, leading Tywin to remind her of her promise to prevent Joffrey from becoming like his father. Tyrion then remarks that Joffrey resembles Aerys III more than anyone else. Joffrey's criticism of Tywin for remaining in Casterly Rock while Robert fought Rhaegar is severe yet partially accurate. Tywin did choose to stay out of the conflict during Robert's rebellion against the Mad King, biding his time until the outcome became clear at the Battle of the Trident. Anticipating the rebels' victory, Tywin promptly switched sides and attacked King's Landing, claiming to support the Mad King. Tywin dismisses all but Tyrion from the council, with Tyrion dryly remarking that the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms has been sent to bed without supper. He accuses Tywin of orchestrating the Red Wedding, deducing that Walder Frey alone wouldn't have had the courage to carry it out. Tywin casually confirms this, dismissing Tyrion's concerns about the Northerners' retaliation. He argues that the memory of the massacre will deter future rebellions. Tyrion expresses his disgust at the choice of a wedding for such a brutal act, but Tywin questions the morality of killing soldiers in battle versus guests at a wedding. Tywin once again emphasizes the importance of family, pointing out Tyrion's failure to consummate his marriage to Sansa. Tyrion refuses to force himself on Sansa and highlights that she is unlikely to warm up to him after the Lannisters killed her mother and brother. He challenges Tywin on ever prioritizing the family over his own interests. Tywin counters by recalling the day Tyrion was born, revealing that he initially wanted to drown his newborn son but chose to raise him as a Lannister instead. Tywin does not discuss in the novels his attempt to have Tyrion murdered as an infant. Upon his departure, Tyrion promptly retreats to his quarters and summons Sansa, only to be met with a desolate countenance adorned with tear tracks. Sensing the futility of offering solace, Tyrion tactfully withdraws, aware that his sympathy would provide little consolation. Upon reaching the deserted Nightfort, Meera Reed assures Bran, Hodor, and Jojen that it is safe to enter the castle. The Nightfort, the oldest castle along the wall and the former headquarters of the Night's Watch, is first mentioned in the Reigns of Castamere by Sam. It was abandoned due to the difficulty in maintaining the castle, with a dwindling number of watch members stationed there. As a result, Castle Black was chosen as the new headquarters. In addition to the infamous Ratcook story, the Nightfort is also associated with the legend of the Night's King. Millennia ago, the Night's King, a former Lord Commander of the Watch, was seduced by a female White Walker and unleashed a reign of terror through sorcery and human sacrifices. According to lore, they were eventually defeated by a united alliance between the Starks and the Wildlings. While gathered around the fire, Bran recounts the tale of the Ratcook, a member of the Night's Watch who committed a grave sin by killing a guest under his roof, an act unforgivable by the gods. By paying attention to the narrative, Bran hints at what his sister Arya will do to Walder Frey before ultimately ending his life. In the story, the Ratcook prepares a pie made from the king's sons, which the king finds delicious and requests more of. Similarly, Arya mirrors this act by cooking Walder's sons into a pie and presenting it to their father. In the book, Bran refrains from disclosing the tale of the Ratcook to the others. Instead, he reminisces about the stories of the Nightfoot that old Nan used to narrate to him. While attendants tidy up the mess of blood left behind by their former wedding attendees, Lords Walder Frey and Roose Bolton revel in their triumph and the spoils gained through their deceit. Frey is set to take over as Lord of Riverrun, with the Freys supplanting the Tullys as the Lannisters' subjects in the Riverlands. Bolton has been named the new Warden of the North, displacing the Starks, although Tywin Lannister plans to eventually pass on the title to a future Lannister heir born from Tyrion Lannister and Sansa Stark. Bolton expresses his concern over Brynden Tully's escape from the massacre, but Walder dismisses his worries by highlighting that the Blackfish and the remaining Tully garrison at Riverrun are vastly outnumbered by the combined forces of the Lannisters, Boltons, and Freys. Despite this, Bolton remains visibly anxious. He openly shows his disdain for Robb Stark, deeming the late boy king as arrogant, politically inept, and unwilling to heed Roose's counsel or make the tough decisions necessary for victory. Walder questions Roose about his plans to govern the North from Winterfell, to which Roose responds that he may consider relocating his seat of power there once it is reconstructed. This prompts Walder to inquire about Winterfell's current state of ruin. Roose clarifies that his illegitimate son, Ramsay Snow, acting on behalf of Robb Stark, promised the Ironborn occupiers clemency in exchange for Theon Greyjoy, only to betray them, showcasing his own brutal methods. In the book, there is no dialogue between Roose and Walder Frey, and it is not Walder but his son Aemon who is bestowed with the title of Lord of Riverrun. The events in the book unfold in a slightly different manner when it comes to the Bolton betrayal and its aftermath. Contrary to what was promised, none of the Ironborn were flayed after agreeing to give up Theon and Winterfell in exchange for freedom. Instead, Roose Bolton's illegitimate son, Ramsay, initially acted as Theon's advisor at Winterfell and offered to bring reinforcements against the besieging northern forces. However, just as Theon was on the verge of surrendering, Ramsay turned on him, setting fire to Winterfell and mercilessly slaughtering all its inhabitants, regardless of their allegiance, and taking the women captive. Prior to the Red Wedding, Roose presented a piece of Theon's flayed skin to Robb as evidence of his capture. At the Dreadfoot, Ramsay Snow indulges in his morning meal consisting of a hearty sausage, while cruelly mocking Theon about his recent castration. Ramsay takes pleasure in pointing out the evidence of Theon's emasculation as he gestures towards his blood-stained and sewn-up trousers. He sadistically laughs as Theon, consumed by despair, pleads for death as a means of escaping his living nightmare. Ramsay, however, asserts that Theon's life holds more value than his death, firmly denying his request. Observing Theon's repulsive odor, Ramsay decides to bestow upon him a new name, Reek. Despite Theon's resistance and insistence on his true identity as Theon Greyjoy, Ramsay subjects him to a brutal beating. Eventually, Theon succumbs to the torment and tearfully admits that his name is now Reek. Theon was believed to have perished in a clash of kings following his betrayal and defeat at Winterfell in the novels. His reappearance did not occur until A Dance with Dragons, where it was disclosed that he had been held captive by Ramsay Snow throughout that period. This particular episode serves as confirmation of the true identity of the Bolton boy, who is revealed to be Ramsay, the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton. Prior to this revelation, Ramsay and Roose had deceived Robb Stark into believing that the Ironborn were responsible for the castle's destruction and subsequent escape. This revelation further implies that the Boltons' betrayal of the Starks began with the sack of Winterfell during the events of Valar Morghulis, which occurred shortly after the Lannister triumph at Blackwater Bay. Consequently, it can be inferred that Roose has been betraying Robb ever since that time. Ramsay compels Theon to adopt the moniker Reek. In the books, Reek was a living individual. He served as Ramsay's depraved servant and was apprehended by Stark soldiers alongside Ramsay while assaulting a commoner. Following Reek's demise during the altercation, Ramsay assumed his identity, leading the Starks to believe they had eliminated Ramsay Snow. Ramsay has coerced Theon to embrace his former servant's name and his own previous alias. Later that night, Bran is awakened by a noise and alerts his companions just in time to witness a large figure emerging from the castle well. Meera swiftly subdues the intruder, who turns out to be Sam, accompanied by Gilly. Sam quickly identifies Bran by recognizing his direwolf and Hodor. Bran implores Sam to lead them north of the wall, despite Sam's initial reluctance due to the imminent threat of the White Walkers and their undead army. Eventually, Sam agrees and guides them through a secret passage. Before parting ways, Sam gifts the group with the remainder of his dragon glass supply, informing them of its effectiveness against White Walkers. The two groups then head in opposite directions, Sam and Gilly towards Castle Black, while the Reeds, Hodor, and Bran venture beyond the wall. In the book, Sam and Gilly also make their arrival, having been sent by an unidentified individual named Cold Hands. Cold Hands, resembling a sentient wight, was unable to traverse the wall due to the magical barriers within. Bran makes Sam swear 3 times to keep their encounter a secret, even from Jon. Unfortunately, Sam no longer possesses any dragon glass weapons to share, as they have all been lost or destroyed. The concealed passage beneath the well is sealed by an ancient weirwood door adorned with a colossal talking face known as the Black Gate. Cold Hands informs Sam that only a member of the Night's Watch can open it by reciting their vow, and with reluctance, Sam opens it for Bran. Cold Hands then joins Bran's group as they continue their journey north. Balon Greyjoy of Pike receives a message from Lord Bolton's illegitimate son, while his daughter, Yara Greyjoy, cautiously opens a box engraved with the Greyjoy sigil. The letter from Ramsay details that the box contains Theon's beloved plaything. The message warns that the Ironborn must leave the north by the next full moon, or risk receiving more gruesome reminders of Theon's fate. Furthermore, any remaining Ironborn will face the horrific fate of being flayed alive, a fate that befell Theon's 20 followers at Winterfell after they surrendered, despite Ramsay's earlier promise of safe passage. it was actually Ramsay Snow and his troops from House Bolton who set Winterfell ablaze, with false reports being sent to Robb Stark by his father Roose, blaming the Ironborn for the betrayal that the Boltons had been planning for months leading up to the Red Wedding. Balon displays apathy towards Theon's predicament after he disobeyed Balon's commands and disregarded Yara's logical advice by remaining at Winterfell. Additionally, he is unable to continue the Greyjoy lineage as evidenced by the box's contents. Nevertheless, Yara does not adopt her father's stance towards her only surviving sibling. She declares her plan to embark on her swiftest vessel with her top 50 warriors, navigate around Westeros, lay siege to the Dreadfort, and rescue Theon. In this episode, Balon makes an appearance as one of the characters whose role in the series surpasses that in the books. Unlike in the books, where he was the second of the 5 kings to die instead of Robb, Balon's presence is extended. Melisandre's blood ritual with Robert's royal blood, cursing Joffrey, Balon, and Robb, is depicted in A Storm of Swords, and adapted in Season 3's Prior to the Red Wedding, on their way to the twins, Catelyn and Robb learn of Balon's death when he is blown off a bridge between the Towers of Pike by the wind. This event occurs in the series at the start of Season 6. In the book, Yara assumes that Theon is dead until Ramsay eventually dispatches a threat along with a piece of Theon's flayed skin to her later. At Dragonstone, Davos puts his newfound literacy to the test by reading Stannis' correspondence. He declines Shireen's invitation to read more tales about Aegon the First Targaryen, expressing dissatisfaction with the peculiar spelling of the word night. However, their conversation is interrupted by the sound of horns, signaling Melisandre's intentions to sacrifice Gendry. Davos once again argues with Stannis about the boy's sacrifice, but Stannis is convinced by Melisandre's claims that using Gendry in her blood magic will grant him the power to defeat his enemies and claim the Iron Throne. Failing to persuade his liege, Davos takes matters into his own hands and sets Gendry free, providing him with a rowboat and directions to King's Landing. Davos and Gendry form a connection based on their shared origins in Flea Bottom, the most extensive and most impoverished slum in King's Landing. Situated in the northeastern section of the capital, Flea Bottom lies in the valley between Rhaenys' Hill, positioned below the Dragon Pit, and Aegon's Hill, which houses the Red Keep at its summit. The northern boundary of Flea Bottom is marked by the Street of Flour, where the bakeries are located. Due to the frequent overflow of sewage pipes from the Red Keep, the valley would often be inundated with its contents, with Ginali, Davos's place of residence, being the lowest point in proximity to the Street of Flour and closest to the Red Keep. Consequently, it served as the ultimate destination for all the waste generated by the Red Keep. Stannis and Davos question whether the ritual caused Robb's death, leading Stannis to hesitate in sacrificing his nephew initially, as Davos warns him of the consequences faced by kinslayers. In the books, Davos sets Edric free much later, sending him on Salladhor Saan's ship to the Free Cities after Stannis learns of the deaths of the 3 false kings and believes sacrificing Edric is necessary. Stannis then prepares to execute Davos on the spot, until Davos provides a compelling reason for him to be pardoned. Despite finding the Night's Watch letter, Davos does not use it as leverage and is not spared at Melisandre's urging, who believes he made a mistake. Instead, he saves himself by reminding Stannis that his true duty is to protect the realm. In another part of the Red Keep, Varys encounters Shae. He informs her that he is aware of her genuine love for Tyrion, which is why he urges her to accept the diamonds he presents and depart immediately for Essos. Varys believes that Tyrion is the last hope for the current regime of the Seven Kingdoms, and therefore Shae's presence poses a weakness that Tyrion and the realm cannot afford. Shae acknowledges her love for Tyrion and her deep care for Sansa, but despite the pain of witnessing them together and the danger she may bring, she refuses to leave unless Tyrion himself requests it. In the books, Varys does not extend an offer of a fresh start to Shae. Unlike in the show, Shae's tenure in Sansa's service is considerably shorter, and she never exhibits any allegiance towards Sansa, or doubts regarding Tyrion's union with her. In truth, it is Shae's apathy that dawns upon Tyrion the realization that her love for him is not genuine, leading him to reproach himself for not severing ties with her. In the Riverlands, Arya Stark and Sandor Clegane ride away from the outskirts of the twins, their spirits low. As they pass by a small group of Frey men, one of them proudly boasts about his involvement in severing Grey Wind's head and attaching it to Robb Stark's lifeless body. Intrigued, Arya approaches them with a sweet demeanor, requesting to warm herself by their fire. She offers the coin bestowed upon her by Jaqen H'ghar as a form of payment. Curiosity piqued, the Frey man investigates the coin, only to be met with a swift and fatal stab to the neck from Arya. Momentarily taken aback, the Hound swiftly dispatches the remaining men before questioning Arya about the origin of the knife. To his surprise, she reveals that it belongs to him. He scolds her, urging her to inform him beforehand if she plans to engage in such actions. While he grumbles and tidies up the aftermath, Arya retrieves the coin and softly whispers, "Valar Morghulis." The occurrence of Arya confronting a group of Frey soldiers is not depicted in the book. The closest resemblance is when the Hound is identified by 3 Frey soldiers at the Twins during the Red Wedding. Swiftly dispatching all 3 of them, he ensures Arya's safety by rendering her unconscious, preventing her from venturing into danger. In the show, Arya's act of stabbing one of the Freys by diverting his attention combines elements from 2 of her kills in the books. She distracts and eliminates a Bolton soldier to escape Harrenhal with hot pie and Gendry, while the multiple stabbings draw inspiration from her later killing of the Tickler, one of Harrenhal's tormentors. After escaping from the wildlings, Jon Snow pauses to rest and care for his wounds. Suddenly, he is faced with a furious Ygritte, aiming an arrow at him. Despite Jon's attempts to persuade Ygritte not to shoot him, by professing his love for her and reminding her of his loyalty to the Night's Watch, she remains enraged by his perceived betrayal. Ygritte ultimately shoots Jon 3 times with her bow as he runs away, tears streaming down her face. In the book, Jon has managed to evade the wildlings following his escape, sustaining only a single arrow wound in his leg, presumably from Ygritte. However, the wildlings do not pursue him any further. Jon keeps his feelings for Ygritte to himself, and upon returning to Castle Black, he finds that Sam and Gilly have not yet returned. The remaining brothers have already dispatched Raven letters seeking aid from across Westeros, including one to Dragonstone. Sam and Gilly arrive at Castle Black and are met by Maester Aemon. Sam defends himself by reciting the Night's Watch oath, emphasizing their duty to protect all realms of men, regardless of their location. He also reminds Aemon of Jorah Mormont's belief that the wall was not solely meant to keep out barbarians. Aemon's demeanor softens when he discovers that Gilly was one of Craster's wives, recognizing her as a refugee in need of shelter. Aemon then instructs Sam to immediately start writing letters and ensure that all 44 ravens at Castle Black are well fed. The urgency is clear, the White Walkers have returned and Westeros must be alerted. Stannis sentences Davos to death. However, the Onion Knight surprises everyone by producing a letter from the Night's Watch. Davos insists that it is Stannis' duty to aid the Black Brothers and that he will require Davos' assistance in rallying troops and mercenaries. Melisandre burns the letter and acknowledges the truth. The War of the Five Kings is inconsequential compared to the impending threat in the north, where evil and death are advancing towards the wall. She also recognizes that Davos has a crucial role to play in the upcoming events. Stannis sarcastically laughs at the Lord of Light's ironic sense of humor, acknowledging that the god Davos often mocks has chosen him for a greater purpose. Liam Cunningham achieved Davos's missing finger bones effect by placing his hand inside a glove with his fingers bent. This method, although inexpensive, was slightly uncomfortable. Jon sustains severe injuries, yet his horse valiantly carries him to Castle Black, while he drifts in and out of consciousness. Upon arriving at the safety of the castle, the guards bring Jon inside, where he comes across Sam and Piper. Their faces light up with joy upon seeing him, and they insist on ensuring that his injuries are promptly attended to. Jaime Lannister, Brienne of Tarth, and Qyburn have arrived in King's Landing without anyone's knowledge. The citizens of the city fail to recognize Jaime due to his prolonged absence. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Jaime seeks an audience with Cersei. She appears puzzled as she observes his unkempt appearance and the absence of his hand. Jaime, Brienne, and Qyburn do not reach the capital until after Joffrey's wedding in the books. While on their journey, a knight named Bertram Beesbury brings them the news of the Red Wedding. Despite the Starks being their enemies, Jaime attempts to comfort Brienne, who is deeply affected by the tragic event. Upon their arrival in King's Landing, they are met by the Gold Cloaks, but Loras questions Brienne regarding Renly's death. Doubting her account of the shadow creature, Loras challenges her to a duel. Eventually, Jaime manages to convince Loras of Brienne's innocence. Daenerys Targaryen and her advisors stand outside the walls of Yunkai, awaiting the appearance of the city's slaves. Daenerys is concerned that the Yunkish slaves, who are treated better than those in Astapor, may have grown accustomed to their chains and may not desire freedom. When the gates finally open, the freedmen pour out. Missandei begins to recount how Daenerys the Unburnt liberated them, but Daenerys asserts that it is the slaves' own decision to seek freedom. One of the freedmen reaches out towards Daenerys and exclaims, "Mhysa." Soon others join in, until the entire crowd is chanting Mhysa. Perplexed, Daenerys looks to Missandei, who explains that the term means mother in the old Giscari language. As the slaves approach her, the Unsullied prepare to intervene, but Daenerys instructs them to stand down. Commanding her dragons to take flight, Daenerys steps away from the protection of the Unsullied and into the midst of the chanting crowd. Embraced by the former slaves, this is Ed Skrine's final portrayal of Daario Naharis because he is replaced by Michiel Huisman for the rest of the series. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, Skrine expressed his desire to continue with Game of Thrones long-term, stating that it was always his intention. Despite enjoying his time on the show, he mentioned that political reasons ultimately led to their separation. The title of the episode, Mhysa, translates to mother in the ancient Giscari language spoken in Slavers Bay. It is used by the freed slaves of Yunkai to refer to Daenerys after she liberates them. The Giscari Empire was once a powerful civilization in Essos that clashed with the Valyrian freehold. The Valyrians, with their dragons, ultimately defeated the Giscari by destroying their capital, Old Gis. Today, remnants of the empire can be seen in cities like Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen, where the Giscari symbol, the harpy, still adorns their pyramids. Despite the decline of Giscari customs and language, some words like Mhysa have survived in Low Valyrian, and the tradition of slavery, a hallmark of the Giscari Empire. In the novels, Daenerys gracefully rides on her silver horse amidst a diverse group of freed Yunkai slaves, representing various skin types. However, in the show, due to the unfortunate demise of her horse, she walks alongside the slaves, who are predominantly depicted as having dark skin. It is important to note that in the novels, the slave cities draw inspiration from the Greco-Roman form of slavery, encompassing individuals from different races who were enslaved through warfare, piracy, or the slave trade. Consequently, the slaves exhibit a wide range of ethnicities, thereby diminishing the notion of a white savior trope when a white queen liberates them. Nevertheless, it is worth mentioning that the scene was filmed in Morocco, as stated by author George R.R. Martin, and the production's budget constraints limited the availability of extras, resulting in the inclusion of approximately 800 local Moroccan individuals, who naturally possess predominantly dark skin tones. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones-inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.